Several minutes later, Lu Chang jogged slowly through the front gate of Xiao Shan High School. Along the familiar path, he saw many future senior students who were still attending class. He found the dumpling cart and spoke to the owner with familiarity. 3 white dumplings, 2 with spicy sauce and 1 with sugar. Okay. The vendor was a middle-aged man whose right foot was a little lame. He gave Lu Chang a very agreeable smile, and it seemed obvious that he didn't recognize Lu Chang. Lu Chang used his phone to take some pictures to send to Yan Zhika. "I'm on it. I'm looking forward to it." Yan Zhika replied with a drooling sticker. "I'm waiting for you." After reading her reply, the corner of Luo Cheng's mouth curled into a smile. He quickly paid the vendor and ran to the backwater lake with the dumplings in his hands, skipping taking a cab. It happened to be rush hour in Shoshan, and there would inevitably be a traffic jam. This was because of the fast economic development over recent years. Many citizens had bought new cars, so the old municipal roads could not meet the demand of this sudden surge in traffic. Like Qin Rui had said before, the views of Shoshan are changing every 6 months due to the high speed of the road construction, and urban development could be seen in many places within the city. Given the time of day, Lu Chang decided sprinting the distance would be faster than taking the number 11 bus. A combination of training and recreation. Not even out of breath, he arrived outside of the villa district where he stopped and sent a message to Yan Zhika. Personal delivery. Even though she was dripping from her workout, Yan Zhika was afraid that she would miss his message and keep him waiting. So she resisted the urge to take a shower and just waited for him instead. At the first sign of a message notification, she unlocked her phone immediately and looked at the screen. Suddenly, smiling like a blooming flower, she read what he wrote and replied, 5-star rating. She raised her head and looked at Lu Xiaolin, who was eating some hot porridge. Pursing her lips, Yan Zhika plucked up her courage and said with determination, "Aunt Lu, Chung brought me something here and I need to go out to pick it. Aunt Lu knows about my stuff, so I have to be honest with her." Yan Zhika's dad had been on duty last night, and he still hadn't arrived back home yet. Lu Xiaolin's husband went to work after having some breakfast, and her child was still snoozing on their bed, so it was just 2 of them in the big empty living room and dining room. "Chang?" Lu Xiaolin put down her hot porridge and replied with the question. All of a sudden Yan Zhika blushed. "Yes, it's Lu Chang, my boyfriend." It was the first time that she had referred Lu Chang as her boyfriend. At first, she had a guilty conscience, but later she felt confident and joyful as she mentioned him more. Lu Xiaolin slowly realized what Yan Zhika had just said, and then fixed her eyes on her for several seconds, discovering that she neither evaded nor flinched from her watchful eyes. "I'll come with you." Lu Xiaolin nodded slightly and added, "It's just a few days." Ku is very similar to Junior Master when he was younger. The only difference might be that one looks so stubborn on the outside and the other is an iron fist in a velvet glove. Lu Xiaolin thought to herself. However, at that time I was just a little kid and that lacked understanding. Now I'm a mother and a wife, so I grasp a better understanding. "Okay." Yan Zhika nodded in an obediently and said, "Thank you, Aunt Lu." They walked outside of the gate to the neighborhood and crossed the street. Lu Xiaolin stopped a few steps back and didn't get any closer. Under the gaze of the elder, Lu Chang and Yan Zhika both felt stressed and ill at ease. Lu Chang restrained his desire to hug the girl and touched her hands instead. He passed the dumplings to her as he tried to ignore the presence of Lu Xiaolin, and said, "Little fairy, this is your delivery." "Fairy?" Yan Zhika felt so guilty and she looked back at Lu Xiaolin. Her fair complexion instantly turned a bright red. How would Aunt Lu react if she heard this pet name? How would I ever talk to her again? Lu Xiaolin stood there quietly and looked around, observing the surroundings with no response on her face. Phew, Yan Zhika felt relieved. She took the dumplings from Lu Chang and whispered, "That's so cheesy. What would we do if Aunt Lu heard this?" "Whatever, I don't care. I just spoke the truth." Lu Chang took this chance to be honey-mouthed. Yan Zhika rolled her eyes at him, and all of a sudden, she felt a swell of emotion and a strong attachment to him. "I should go back. Everything will be better in a few days." A moment after she said that, She heard a low and deep thunder vibrating inside Lu Cheng's body. You can do shock force training, even like this? Yan Zhika blurted out. She found Lu Cheng blushing and embarrassed. She realized something and she sniggered abruptly, keeling over with laughter. Are you hungry? Hungry like a wolf, he thought. Yes, Lu Cheng replied. All I thought about was how I was going to give her the dumplings as quick as possible. But I forgot to buy some for myself. Yan Zheka pursed her lips to hold back her laughter as she asked, Why didn't you buy some for yourself when you bought me the dumplings? I forgot. Empty brain. Lu Cheng laughed at himself. Forgot. Yan Zheka repeated this word quietly to herself and looked at the dumplings that he had given her with a tender and soft sentiment rising up in her heart, and a twinkle in her eyes. She looked back again and found that Aunt Lu was still observing her surroundings carefully. It appeared as if she wasn't paying any attention to her or Lu Cheng. Therefore she took out the disposable chopsticks and picked up a piece of dumpling. She dipped it in some sauce before bringing it to Lu Cheng's mouth, as she said, Here is your reward. As he chewed, she turned her head away and looked at the trees lining the sidewalk. Surprised and grateful, Lu Cheng gobbled it up in one gulp. Yummy, he said happily. Don't talk, just eat. Yan Zhika spoke as her face blushed. She quickly kept feeding him. Luckily Aunt Lu didn't look this way. After neatly and quickly finishing, she pursed her lips and gave Lu Cheng a gentle look before walking back towards Lu Xiaolin. Lu Cheng watched her walk back into the neighborhood as he held back his desire to ask her to stay. But, at that moment, Yan Zheka felt so guilty that she didn't dare to look Aunt Lu in the eyes as she babbled about something irrelevant. How could I be so audacious just now? Feeding Cheng in broad daylight, with everyone looking, she thought with embarrassment. Lu Xiaolin listened to her quietly with a smile and responded from time to time. It really seemed that she hadn't paid any attention to what they did. Aunt Lu probably respects people's privacy more, so she ignored us deliberately. Yan Zheka felt relieved in secret and said, Aunt Lu, I'm going to take a shower now. Lu Xiaolin nodded as she sat on the chair. Very confused, she asked, Since your dad and your mom are not here, why didn't you just invite him to come in the house? It wasn't appropriate to behave like that in public. Behave like that, behave like that. Yan Zheka covered her face with her hands and she dashed into the bathroom. I'm an ostrich. I'm an ostrich. When Lu Xiaolin heard the sound of water running in the bathroom, she showed a faint smile on her face and whispered to herself, Fairy. The youngsters these days. Around 8 p.m., Lu Cheng chatted with Yan Zheka on the phone while browsing the forum. Suddenly he received a call from Director Xing. Hello, Uncle Xing. He was wondering what he could be calling about and an idea came to his mind. Is this about the case of Wang Su yesterday afternoon? Or about Zhan Shuming? Director Xing Chengguo, sighed, and spoke directly. Lu, I called you because I need your help. With what? I'll help you as much as I can. Lu Cheng always kept other people's matters in mind. Have you seen the arrest warrant? Xing asked. As expected, it's about Zhan Shuming. But, how can I help him with this? I saw it. I also asked the others so I know what he did and what mistakes he made. Lu Cheng replied honestly. Knowing about the position of Lu Cheng's master, Director Xing felt no surprise, and he chuckled. Someone called the police saying that they saw Zhan Shuming on Bar Street. After being verified by our stuff, it turned out to be true. But, the stuff of high-rank Dan Stage, who is in charge of tracking him down, and other team members can only arrive after midnight. Uncle Xing, do you mind if I am completely honest? I really want to help you, but Zhan Shuming is of 7th pin. Me, I haven't even reached a Dan Stage. I couldn't help you even though I want to. And plus, I might drag down your work. Lu Cheng was very shocked. Zhan Shuming is outside Shoshan now. In the past, Lu Cheng had not known how to refuse people, but now with more experience and maturity, Lu Cheng was no longer that same person. Now he helped others as long as he could, however, when he knew there was nothing he could do, he was now brave enough to say it out loud. Don't worry, Lu. How could I let you confront Zhan Shuming? If an accident occurred, your master wouldn't forgive me. So, what do you mean then? Lu Cheng calmed down. Zhang Shuming is mentally unstable right now, and we believe that he is going to continue fighting with the fighters' families, becoming more and more violently. However, he is aware as well. The moment the task force arrived, he immediately escaped, said Director Xing seriously. So, we now have a list of people needing protection, and I'm in charge of this personally. Lu, a small place like this, there aren't many high-ranking experts. Even though the police system is a bit stronger than the one at the martial arts club, we still aren't strong enough. According to the list, I even invited 2 seniors, but the number of high-ranking experts is still not enough. You want me to join in as well? Help to protect them? Lu Cheng asked with doubt. Xing Chenggu nodded and said, You'll be divided into groups and protect these people in their homes. You would be responsible for one group. Don't worry. I will send you 4 shooting special amateurs to coordinate with and approve the use of large-diameter firearms and alerting equipment. At that moment, if you encounter Zhang Shuming, as long as you don't show him your weaknesses, he will certainly run away. Besides, if you do engage with him, he wouldn't be at an advantage. I'll be responsible for the support group and will be waiting. If anything dangerous happens, I'll rush over to you immediately. Honestly, I can assure you that if the situation gets really dangerous, you don't have to protect anyone and you can just escape. Zhang Suming will not waste time chasing you. There were 4 policemen who were good at shooting amateurs with large-caliber firearms. These were unfavorable to a professional 7th pin. But, of course, the point is a timely response. Lu Cheng thought about it for a moment before he asked, Uncle Xing, why don't put the people together in order to provide better protection? They can live in the auditorium and you take the lead. Placing the other masters on patrol, Zhang Shuming simply would not have the opportunity then. This is the safest and most appropriate way. I've thought about it as well, but the thing is, once it gets dark, I'm afraid that Zhang Shuming would take the advantage during the shift change and make a sneak attack on the halfway. Secondly, we don't want to look like we are afraid of him and useless. That would be disgraceful. And the social impact wouldn't be good. They're all important figures in our society. Secretary Xing Chong forced a smile. Lu Cheng evaluated the degree of danger, took a breath, before speaking solemnly. I'm okay with that. Which family am I to protect? There is Aunt Lu on Ku's side, plus the support of the police. If Zhang Shuming is really going to attack there, they should send me there. You are going to Guomin's. You'll be on duty tonight. Xing Chenggu had already made his plan. Thank you very much in advance. Guomin? Isn't he the head boss of my dad's factory? Lu Cheng was momentarily stunned. Lu Jisheng and Qi Feng often complained about Guomin taking advantage of the original factory going bankrupt and making a huge profit out of it. They despised him for using his relatives to manage the factory, for that group of people were completely inept. But the couple was still grateful that Guomin trusted Lu Jisheng enough to let him develop in the field technology. This allowed Lu Jisheng to finally have a stable job with a fairly decent income after several years of wandering. Thus, the Lu family got out of a bad spot and into relative comfort. Well, where's his home? He asked as the idea struck him. Lu Jisheng and Qi Feng would go to Guomin's house for the festivities, but they always felt they should not bring their child along. This also suited Lu Cheng, seeing as he could stay comfortably at home instead of going to a stranger's house. So he had no idea where Guo's house was. Xing Chenggu said, It's too troublesome to talk over the phone. I'll text you later. Lu, be very careful. Your safety comes first. Yes, Uncle Xing. After hanging up the phone, Lu Cheng thought for a moment before giving Yan Zhika a call. He had no experience in security. Of course, he had to consult Ms. Know-it-all Coach Yan. The cheerful ringtone rang for a few seconds before the call was answered. Lu Cheng opened his mouth to ask his questions, but what came out was his unconscious concern. Ku, have the police come to your home? Yes. Yan Zhika's eyebrows knitted and she pressed her lips together. She kept her voice low. Foolish Cheng, you really like being a worrywart. With Aunt Lu here, it makes no difference whether the police is around. Speaking of which, she asked, How do you know this? Then she said, Did Uncle Xing tell you? Did he want you to help? How can he ask you for help? You're still a student. How can he do this? Listening to the sharpness in her voice, Lu Chang was surprised to see her keenness, but also keenly felt a gripping fear. Relax. There are 4 policemen who are good at shooting. As long as I'm not killed with one shot, I'm still safe. Did you think I can't even take a hit from a professional 7th pin? With her voice muffled, Yenjika said, Of course I believe in your strength. The difference between 7th pin and 8th pin isn't as big as the one between 8th pin and 9th pin. But it's still very dangerous. Run as soon as there's danger, okay? No, you can't run around. It's even more dangerous to show your back to the enemy. In the professional ranks, there was a gap between 9th pin and 8th pin. There was also a gap between 6th pin and 5th pin. But the gap in between 4th pin and 3rd pin was called a gantry. Listening as the girl rambled on, Lu Cheng's heart warmed. He smiled and said, Silly Ko. I'm experienced. If he dare use continuous outbreaks to kill me, then I'll take the opportunity to kill him no matter the expense. He vowed that he would take care of himself for her sake. Okay then. Yenjika sighed. You're a fighter. These situations are inevitable. Chang, wait. I'll help ask what you need to pay attention to as a security detail. You don't have any experience. Wise Coach Yen, I called to ask for this. Lu Chang complimented her with a smile. At least you're smart enough to ask me. Yenjika bit her lips. I have an uncle who does this. I'll text you later. Don't go over so soon. Okay? Yes. All under Coach Yan's command. Lu Chang then hung up the phone. At this time, Chief Xing's text arrived. The message contained Gua Min's address and Niu Zhan's phone number. That was the contact person from the police team. Lu Chang took a few breaths, adjusting his mood. Then he put on his martial arts clothes and shoes, deciding to leave like that. It was the most suitable clothes for fighting. Better safe than sorry. Before leaving, he remembered his master and made a quick phone call. He had some concerns as it was the first time he encountered such a thing. Go. You ought to experience such things. Geezer sure yawned, apparently unconcerned. A real fighter can't rely on the challenge tournament to grow. It's impossible to understand some scenes and results unless you thoroughly experience them. That's true for my generation and for Warrior Sage Dragon King generation. Your generation is no exception. Somewhat relieved, Lu Cheng joked, Master, aren't you afraid that something will happen to me? I'm not your father. There's no need for me to worry endlessly. This isn't a high-ranked dance stage or physically invulnerable fighter. It's just a 7th pin who had escaped for a long time, and 4 gunmen will accompany you. If you still end up getting killed, I don't have an apprentice like you. Geezer sure laughed at him. You won't be able to defeat him, but as your teacher, I believe you can still survive. That's all. I need to seize the time to drink. His daughter and daughter-in-law were returning soon. Seize the time to drink. Drink. Lu Chang felt that his importance was beneath that of a jar of wine. He pushed his bedroom door open and went into the living room. He told Lu Jisheng, who was watching TV, Dad, Qin Rui invited me to spar. I'm not coming home tonight. He was unable to directly speak about this kind of thing. He could not say that he was going to work as a security detail for his dad's boss. That would frighten his dad. You're still practicing this late at night? Lu Jisheng asked, getting up with the remote control in hand. The provincial youth tournament is at the end of the month. Lu Cheng randomly found an excuse. Lu Jisheng pondered and said, Cheng, I heard that some of the fighters are more self-indulgent. They become gangsters based on their little knowledge of kung fu. You have to keep a distance from them. Dad, relax. I won't even look at them at all. Lu Cheng answered with a smile. In his head, he thought that what he was about to do was far more dangerous than those gangsters. Lu Jisheng was not Qifeng, so he did not nag much. After giving his son advice, he merely watched Lu Cheng open the door and leave. In the taxi to Guomin's house, Lu Cheng received a text from Yenjika. She sent him a list of a pile of security precautions and lessons, before ending with the words, Cheng, you must be very confident and calm. You've to look powerful and professional. In that kind of environment, everyone will be more perceptible. When you can confidently make a decision and firmly implement it, they'll subconsciously listen to you. This will save you a lot of trouble. Got it, Lu Cheng replied. Gua's mansion. For police officers had arrived, 2 men and 2 women, plus Gua Min couple and their 2 children. Together with his bodyguard and servants, the party made a total of 9. Gua Min was originally a warrior. He began as a miner and then started a successful business. But traces of his previous hardship were all gone. He was now fair and fat like a stereotypical rich man. He still looked anxious despite having a lot of bodyguards of professional 9th pin with him. He could not help asking the officer Niu Zhen who stood in the front. Captain Niu, Chief Xing mentioned that there would be a master. When will he come? As a former warrior, he knew better than his wife Wan Rongli and daughter Guohuairo how terrifying a 7th pin was. Niu Zhen was transferred from the army, so he still had the military habit of standing straight. He answered, Mr. Gua, Chief Xing sent me a text saying the master will arrive very soon. That's good. That's good, Gua Min said repeatedly. Dad, it's all your fault. I already said the whole family should go to Gaofan for vacation yesterday. Guohuairo chimed in, complaining. Guohuairo was 27 years old. She had a good shape and ordinary looks that she made up for with cosmetics. After her college graduation, she helped her father run his business. She wanted to turn their family business into a proper corporation and was so busy that she neglected any talks of marriage. Last year, her parents gave birth to a late child. They gave her a younger brother, making her angry and helpless. Gua Min flattened his hair and sighed. I didn't expect Zhan Shuming will come to Shoshan. Just as his voice faded, the doorbell rang. Everyone became silent and was so scared that their hearts speeded up. Gua Min was the first to recover. Captain Niu, is it the master? Let me check first. Niu Zhen turned and walked up to the door. Through the camera and visual screen, he saw a young man wearing a martial arts uniform outside. Was he not too young? Niu Zhen called Lu Cheng using the phone number Chief Xing provided and opened the door after the confirmation. When the door opened, he suddenly took a step back. He could feel the strong qi in Lu Cheng's blood and his sharp temperament. This was truly a master. He, who came from the army, had met a lot of top fighters. With all his doubts expelled, he extended his hand with a smile. Hello, I'm Niu Zhen. Chief Xing should have mentioned me. Yes, tonight I'll have to trouble you to cooperate with me, replied Lu Cheng courteously. Wan Rongli then shouted, Is this who you call the expert? How old is this kid? I want to give your Chief Xing a call. Next to her, Guohuairo nodded enthusiastically. She too thought this master was too young and not dependable enough. Gua Min may have given up martial arts, but he still possessed a sharp eyesight. He immediately stopped them. Silence! His face was filled with smiles and greeted Lu Cheng, who was in a black and white martial arts suit. How do I address you, my friend? Tonight I'll have to depend on you to make sure things go well. With his power, plus Xie Tong and 4 policemen with their large-caliber pistols, it was just barely enough. Lu Cheng did not give his name as it will ruin his plans. He nodded, taking it as his response. He then looked around the living room. Mr. Gua, since Chief Xing had entrusted me with this, I'll do my best to ensure your safety. I hope you can cooperate with me. Good, good. Gua Min was surprised for a moment, and then nodded. Lu Cheng's expression became serious. Tonight, everyone will sleep in the living room. You can't leave the sight of the officers without permission. How can you do that? Guohuairo blurted. In her mind, she thought that the master was here to protect them, not to torture them. Lu Cheng replied somberly. Mr. Gua ought to be clear that it's very easy for a Dan stage master to climb a 2-story building. Our strength is weak and we definitely can't protect everyone separately lest he broke through our security. If you meet Zhan Shuming on the 2nd floor, and even if we can detect him in time, the time we take to rush there is enough for him to kill you several times. Guohuairo's voice became meeker. But we still have to take a bath, right? One by one on the 1st floor. The ladies will go first, with the 2 female officers guarding inside. Then the male officers will watch the men. That's to make sure you won't be left alone, Lu Chang answered calmly. I suggest not taking a bath. When you go up to get your quilts and other things, don't rush. Send a representative to go under the protection of the officers and bodyguards. He gave out instructions one after another, making Guamin and Guahuiro trust him as a professional master. Unconsciously, they obeyed the calm and confident Luo Chang without arguing or being arrogant. When everything was done, everyone returned to the living room to settle down. Lu Chang looked at the time and spoke to Niuzhen, Yangsha, and the other officers. From now on, divide yourselves into 2 groups. Rotate every 2 hours so everyone gets enough rest. We're not dealing with an ordinary fugitive, so your physical and mental state are very important. We can't be careless. Okay. Niuzhen nodded. Since Lu Cheng's arrival, he felt like they finally got a backbone and that everything had become orderly. Even though they were all shooters, they had little confidence facing a professional top 7th pin. If they don't have 1 or 2 masters who can fight directly, they were afraid they simply cannot defeat him with just 4 guns. After listening to Lu Cheng's, everyone looked at him, waiting to hear his responsibilities. But he sat down in a chair, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. Sleep? Sleep. Guamin and others opened their mouths, suddenly apprehensive. This professional master did not look very reliable. After a while, they heard Lu Cheng's steady breathing as if he was in deep sleep. Inexplicably, their worries and tension dissipated a fair amount. It even felt like they were at peace. That guy might not care about their lives, but he certainly would not joke around with his own. To dare sleep so openly meant he had absolute confidence and certainty. All seemed under his control. Influenced by Lu Cheng's calmness, everyone no longer panicked secretly. Wan Rongli and Guahuiro felt sleepy. Curled up on the sofa, they slept lightly. With similar professional guidance, those in Yan's villa were also gathered in the living room as sleeping together was easier for protection. Since there were outsiders, Yanjika put on a martial arts suit instead of her usual night dress. She sat cross-legged, covered in a blanket. When she lay on the sofa, she was so worried about a fool who was not by her side that she could not sleep. Logically, she was not afraid of death, and she was also under the protection of Lu Xiaolin and 4 police officers. She should feel sane and fall asleep as if nothing was wrong. But now, she grasped her phone, wanting her phone to ring yet afraid of it at the same time. A little after 2 in the morning, everyone in Gua's living room was already asleep or about to fall asleep, except for Niuzhen, Yangsha, and Guamin's bodyguard Xiatong, who were on shift duty. It was so quiet that one could hear the sound of insects. At that moment, a deep asleep Lu Chang felt his heart quickened. He opened his eyes, having felt danger descending on them. It was from that direction. He stood up at once, adjusted his body muscles, and instantly was in the most suitable state for fighting. He then looked at the left window of the living room and spoke in a low voice. He came. He came? Niuzhen and Yangsha were shocked and instinctively pulled out their pistols. They jumped aside so they could crossfire. He came? The 2 resting police officers were suddenly awake. Although they were a little slower, they still got off the sofa and occupied one corner, aiming their firearms at the window. He came? Xiatong was at a loss at first, then posed cautiously. He came. Guamin turned pale. With his hands grasping the blanket, he subconsciously leaned towards Xiatong. He came. Wan Rongli, Guahuiro, and the others were awakened by the noise. Too afraid to speak, they snuggled close to each other. They clutched their arms and shivered. That crazy murder really came? What to do? What to do? Just as a shadow came near outside the window, it seemed to realize that the originally quiet target had become alive. The atmosphere instantly turned intense. When he felt some pricking sensations on his body, he knew dangerous firearms were aimed at him. He was shocked and backed a few steps. He decided to quietly confront it. A wave of power surged. After a few seconds, he realized the security inside was not at all loose. He suddenly understood the other side did not notice him by mistake. The shadow hesitated for a moment. Realizing there were no chances for him to attack, he decisively and quietly retreated out of this area. At the same time, he whispered one word. Prophecy. In Guo's living room, Lu Cheng's inexplicable surge of power gradually subsided, no longer under his control. But at the last moment, he noticed the source of malevolence leaving. Closing his eyes and putting himself in the state of meditation, he tried to imitate a deep sleep so he could relive the sensor characteristics of Jindan. But with the existence of the spirit and thoughts, he could barely relive any, let alone making the long-distance induction work in deep sleep. But no matter what, he was sure the malevolence had left. Niuzhen and the others stared at the window. The tension was so thick that if a mouse had jumped out, it would be shot dead at once by intensive fire. However, they were still unable to find traces of Zhan Shuming. Under this atmosphere, Lu Chang casually spoke. He's gone. Gone? Guomin, Niuzhen, and the rest shared confused looks, nearly losing the strength to react. Zhan Shuming had left before even making an appearance? Was it true? Following this, an emotion called anger appeared in their minds. Was this guy fucking around? He inexplicably disturbed everyone, making everyone aim at that window and be on alert for a long time. He then said that nothing happened? That the mad murderer had come but left without coming inside the house? Could it be he made a misjudgment and made an exaggerated reaction? If not for the fact that Lu Chang was their backbone tonight, and the situation would be even more dangerous without him, Guohuairo and the rest really wanted to scold him. But they had to hold back. So they swallowed their dissatisfaction and returned to their original spots. Lu Chang looked calm when he told Niuzhen, "Give Chief Xing a call and tell him that Zhan Shuming came. Tell him to pay attention to the houses nearby." But we didn't find anything. Niuzhen could not help retorting. Lu Chang calmly looked at him and said, "If you report truthfully, he'll judge by himself. He doesn't need your help in making a decision." Niuzhen thought it was always wise to play safe, so he reported as such to Chief Xing. There was only a brief reply from him. "I see." They watched as Lu Chang sat on the ground, sent a few messages, and fell asleep again. Asleep, Guomin and others felt numb and even a little despair. Yanzhika turned on her side, finding it difficult to sleep. The others thought she was too timid to sleep, so everyone tried to comfort her. Her cell phone rang and her heart almost stopped beating. She hurriedly picked up and found the text was from Lu Chang. "Zhan Shuming came, but we scared him away. It should be fine now." Yanzhika breathed a sigh of relief. Happy yet scared at the same time, she asked, "You're not injured, are you? Don't be careless. He may come back." "I'm not injured." He noticed our heavy protection and ran away. "Please don't worry. I won't be careless. I'll be on alert and I've already informed Uncle Xing He." "Why aren't you asleep?" Lu Cheng asked. Yanzhika said lightly, "I didn't sleep too well. Whenever there are sounds, I'll wake up. It was all because of him, this fool." At 5 in the morning, Lu Chang was awakened by his vibrating phone. Taking a look at the screen, he saw the call was from Chief Xing. Once the call connected, he heard an unveiled happy voice. "Lu, we had a peaceful night. The crisis is over for the time being. The special task force has arrived and we've caught onto Zhan Shuming's tail. He has nowhere to run. You can go home and have a good rest. I'll see you in court this afternoon." "Okay." Relieved, Lu Chang instantly relayed the news to Yanzhika. Finally able to put her worries at ease, Yanzhika's eyelids began drooping. She forced herself to reply, "Chang, I'm so sleepy. I'm going to take a nap and exercise in the afternoon. I slept well, so I'm going to continue. Good night, Ku." "Oh no, it should be good morning," Lu Chang replied, smiling. He then put away the phone, looked around the living room, and gave a slight smile. "The danger has been dealt with. You're all free to do whatever." He then opened the door and left. The silence in the living room stretched. Guohuairo could not help complaining. Sir Nyo, what kind of master did you get us? He was completely useless. Exactly. He even gave us a fright and tortured us the whole night. I'll talk to Chief Xing about this. Wan Rongli chimed in, massaging her sprained neck. Guomin also smiled. It's fine, it's fine. We don't have enough manpower anyway. I can understand. It's enough we survived this ordeal. It was inconvenient for Nyozhen to respond to their complaints. He had not received his next order, so he could only listen to the Guo family rambling with Yangsha and the others. After a few minutes, he received an order to open the window in the living room. Open the window? The unexpected order confused Nyozhen. When he opened the window, he saw a few unfamiliar men dressed in police uniforms checking something underneath the street lamp. What's wrong? Nyozhen asked, puzzled. Guomin, Guohuairo, and the others also curiously squeezed into the frame of the window. The leading policeman outside frowned. Zhang Shuming stayed here for at least a minute, yet he did nothing. Zhang Shuming stayed here for at least a minute? Zhang Shuming was really here. He even stayed for a minute. Nyozhen's mouth opened little by little. He was stunned to see the faces of everyone were filled with bewilderment and fear as well. Hiss! After a brief moment, successive sounds of breath inhalation were heard. At this moment, two images flashed past the minds of Guomin, Guohuairo, and the rest. A young man in a white martial arts suit with black trimmings looked towards the peaceful windows and shouted loudly but calmly, "He's here!" Then he announced again with the same calm tone, "He's gone!" He left. This was actually real. The crowd gathered by the windows and subconsciously looked towards the door. Somehow the image of the young boy in the white martial arts suited with black trimmings and it seemed to appear and then disappear in front of their eyes. The real man never boasts. After quite a while, Guomin sighed. On the other hand, Guohuairo took a deep breath and from the bottom of her heart the words, like a true expert, floated up. "Captain Nyo, do you know who that was?" Guomin asked curiously. Nyozhen shook his head with a blurred face. He said, "Director Xing only gave me a phone number. No one could catch the full of the mysterious dragon." During morning training, Lu Cheng followed his regular regime of drinking the medicinal brew and practicing the finer inner details. He polished his forces and at the end, used the Jindan to try and experience the feeling of to keep. Again, he gained a different experience from yesterday. Different every day, refreshing every day. After breakfast, he reached the training center and soaked himself in the strength training gymnasium for half an hour. Then, Lu Cheng saw Wu Ting entering the center, yawning and sporting dark eye rings. "Coach Lu, I think I didn't get a good night's rest. You should know it, that matter. So, could you please reduce a little bit of the training later?" Wu Ting pleaded with him pitifully. Lu Cheng looked at the other students and smiled. He said, "I'm aware. Today, your training will be reduced by 2/3. When you're free, help me keep watch on the other students and correct their movements." Both the student and teacher would benefit from such a lesson. Great! Wu Ting did not expect that her pleas would be heard so easily. Plus the surprising task of a teaching assistant. She was happy and excited. When training was about to start, she realized something and asked Lu Cheng curiously, "Coach Lu, you were also invited, right? How could you still be so energetic and alert? Protecting someone is definitely more tiring than being protected." She did not have a good rest. But Coach Lu probably did not even get to rest. "Yes, I was invited," Lu Cheng replied with a wide smile. "But I also slept a whole night." "Coach, you must be lying." Wu Ting didn't believe his words and started to laugh. Yao Ruiwei, Zhang Qiufan, and the rest of the students looked at them, having no idea what they were talking about and thus deciding to ask Wu Ting during break time. "So what happened last night?" 2 p.m. in the afternoon, after a round of pound training, Lu Cheng left Gushan Martial Arts School and made a turn to the crossroad at the side, where he got into Xing Chengwu's SUV. "Lu, yours." Xing Chengwu stretched out his hands and passed a thick envelope to Lu Cheng. "Uncle Xing, what's this?" Lu Cheng asked, perplexed. Xing Chengwu answered brightly, The reward for last night. No need to reject. It's from the country, not from my pocket. Because it was somewhat dangerous, so they've given quite a lot. Lu Chang pinched to estimate the thickness of the envelope. It was about 8,000 to 10,000 yuan. For a top professional ninth pin, just one night of being a bodyguard, this was a crazy amount. But then again, thinking about the fact that the enemy that he faced was someone with 7th pin dan stage, the amount sounds reasonable again. This money was made in exchange for his life. Why should he be humble about it? Lu Chang opened the envelope and took out the red notes. He used his phone to take a photo of them and sent them to Yen Zhika, who was taking an afternoon nap to recover from the night. He wrote with a snigger emoji. We're also earning money from the country. Although he could not talk as and when he wanted, but he always wanted to share what he had experienced with his girlfriend. Director Xing, of course, could understand the photo-taking habit of the young ones. He did not say anything else and just started the car. They drove towards the courts in the east. After driving for a while, without any other intention, he asked, Lu, how did you guys manage to scare Zhan Shuming yesterday? He looked out of the window for at least a minute before continuing his words. Niu Zhan, that kid, was not clear at all with his explanation. Uncle Xing, do you know about the ice sex enemy heart-freezing move? Lu Chang was already rather matured in handling such questions, so he returned the question. Yes. Xing Qinggu somewhat understood what Lu Chang was driving at. You finished the training at skill? Lu Chang gave a dry smile and said, I can't consider that as complete training because I can't use it at all during a fight. Only when I'm in full meditation, I can somewhat make it work. Yesterday, thanks to it, we managed to detect Zhan Shuming getting closer. So we had time to prepare once we have informed everyone. This made Zhan Shuming feel that he had no chance, so he just retreated. Uncle Xing, don't tell anyone. I still want to have the card hidden. Okay. Understand. No wonder Niu Zhan, that kid, said that you were sleeping the whole time. Haha. Really truly generations to come are really to be feared. Director Xing shook his head and exclaimed. He changed the topic. Lu, you didn't tell Guamin your name yesterday? Lu Chang paused for a bit before he suddenly realized what Xing Qinggu was referring to. Uncle Xing, you know? He knew that Guamin was Lu Cheng's dad's boss. So the arrangements yesterday were intentional. Habit from the profession habit. Director Xing laughed. Your master told me to take care of you. If I don't even know your family background, how would I be able to do so? However, seems like you're unwilling to let Guamin know who you are. I just feel that it is not necessary for me to purposely mention so. It would only make it weird. Plus, if Mr. Guan knows about this layer of relationship, I would probably have problems commanding the operation yesterday. Lu Chang responded honestly. That's true. Xing Qinggu laughed. Good thing I only called Niu Zhan and did not mention your position. I thought that you would mention if you're willing to. Lu Chang was surprised. It was only after he thought through the statement before he understood how cunning and sly Director Xing was. No matter he looked at the matter, Director Xing had everything planned out. The true experienced master. After 10 over minutes, Xing Qinggu drove into the courts and stopped his car at the block at the back. There was no one around them. He brought Lu Chang directly into the building. They passed a VIP elevator. At level 4, they went all the way up without seeing anyone else random. Go in. There are no outsiders. Xing Qinggu pointed to a room right at the end of the hallway. For a moment, Lu Chang recalled the fate of Wang Su and his heart sank, and subconsciously he exhaled deeply. Don't worry, to be honest, Wang Su will not get too heavy a sentence. Xing Qinggu patted him on the shoulders. Lu Chang gave a small nod and knocked on the door. After waiting for a moment, he used some force to push the door open. The process of giving his statement was about the same as he expected. There was no other person, only the required and relevant judges and legal personnel. Through questioning, Lu Chang described the whole situation once. Lu Chang always kept this in mind, that he rushed over because he was sent by Director Xing to stop the crime. As for any other matter, he did not hide anything else. For what it seemed forever, he finally heard the announcement that he could leave the room. After leaving the room, what first entered his eyes was the bright afternoon sun rays of July. It was completely different from the room. He quietly followed Xing Chenggu back to the SUV. While doing so, Lu Chang saw the parents of Wang Su, who was about to be heard in court. They seemed to have aged much as compared to half a year ago. They were about the same age as his parents, but now they looked almost 60. "Hi!" Lu Chang sighed and leaned back in the passenger seat next to the driver. He said earnestly, "Uncle Xing, could we stay here for a moment before we leave?" "Sure." Xing Chenggu did not say anything further. He just picked up his phone and started to settle some work stuff. With the AC blowing a breeze, Lu Cheng's thoughts raged, and could not stop for quite some time. The current Wang Su was probably just 1 or 2 walls away from him, but their fates seemed to have been fixed on 2 different occasions, like the bright sunshine today and the gloomy day of the first day of the Lunar New Year. This is life. As the clock ticked, Xing Chenggu picked up a call and turned to Lu Chang. He smiled and said, "Court declared. Sentenced 5 years. That's not too bad." Lu Chang heaved a sigh of relief. "I'll get someone in the prison to take care of him. If he has good conduct, he could be put on parole in 3 years. At that time, he would only be 23. So much more time in front of him." Xing Chenggu started the engine. "Thank you, Uncle Xing." Lu Chang thanked him sincerely. Xing Chenggu laughed heartily and said, "What are you thanking for? We are just in time for dinner. How about you come over to my place for dinner? I haven't had the chance to treat you to a good meal." "Yes, all right." Lu Chang did not reject the offer. Neither did he raise the issue of Xing Jingjing. He only called his father to inform that he would return home after dinner. He could not afford to mention the pot that doesn't boil. Talk about one's weak point. Xing Chenggu had already made the necessary arrangements. After the phone call, he just went straight for South Scholar Street. When he brought Lu Chang through his home door, the dishes were already almost ready. "Mom, they're back. We can have dinner." Xing Jingjing, standing tall with her hair pulled back into a ponytail, turned towards the kitchen to make the announcement to her mom. Lu Chang changed into home slippers and politely said, "Hi, senior." At the same time, Xing Chenggu put himself between the 2 young ones and used his greatest efforts to try to appease his daughter. Xing Jingjing looked towards Lu Chang with less irritancy and annoyance as compared to last time. She said coldly, "I mentioned you once." "That's good to know, that's good to know." Lu Chang did not know what he was talking about. This was the treatment of a best friend's boyfriend? Seeing that his daughter's reaction was not too big, Xing Chenggu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly asked her to go and help take out the dishes. It was not he was being a male chauvinist and did not want to do so. He just felt that if he had left his daughter and Lu Chang alone in the same room, the peaceful situation will probably turn into a war later. Dinner started not long after. The missus of Director Xing, Aunt Ding, was rather passionate towards Lu Chang, always asking about different things, praising him all the time about everything. Xing Jingjing quietly had her meal, and in the midst of the lively atmosphere, she said blandly, "He has a girlfriend." "How did you know that?" Aunt Ding was shocked before she regained her composure and started to ask, "When did this girl get familiar with Lu?" Lu Chang was shocked. He was terrified that this lady here would spill the beans about Ku and him if she was just slightly unhappy. Xing Jingjing turned her face and said, "Ku said." Lu Cheng's heart almost popped out, and then he heard Xing Jingjing add another line, "They're schoolmates." "I see." Xing Chenggu and Aunt Ding somewhat felt relieved, but at the same time, they were disappointed. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang and the tinkle of the doorbell echoed through the whole house. Who would that be? Xing Chenggu was already used to sudden visitors. He shook his head and walked to the door. Lu Chang subconsciously turned to look at the door. The door opened and he saw 2 familiar persons. They were his dad's childhood friend Zhao Zijuan and his wife. He was a deputy chief at the police station, so visiting Uncle Xing was a normal event. Lu Chang turned back as these thoughts swirled in his head. Zhao Zijuan looked inside and he laughed. "Such a timing. You're having a good dinner, Director." "What do you mean by that?" "It's a great timing. Come Zhao together." Director Xing warmly welcomed him to the table. Zhao Zijuan's eyes scanned the dining table. He was about to say something when he noticed someone else at the table. He quickly held his tongue. It was only when his wife Huang Kun pulled him. Then he snapped back. He smiled and said, "No need, no need. We had our dinner already. We were just thinking that we haven't seen our old leader, so we decided to come visit. We'll leave soon." "Haha. As long as you did not forget your old leader, I." Xing Qinggu wanted to bring them to the sofa to sit down, but seeing that Zhao Zijuan had mentioned something else, his expression darkened. "Zhao, what do you mean by this?" I. Director Xing was authoritative, and for a moment Zhao Zijuan could not say anything. Xing Qingwu's face loosened a little. "Zhao, take these stuff back. I know about your matter. You were my old teammate. I will definitely help you." Yes, Director Xing." Zhao Zijuan and Huang Kun heard the message and did not dare to extend their stay. They bid their goodbyes and left. Xing Qinggu did not try to make them stay. He sent them off and then went back to the dinner table. He gave a dry smile and said, "The station master of Fei Xia Road Station has retired, so Zhao has some thoughts. That time when I was at the branch, he followed me for quite some years. He has some good abilities, of course I would think about him." Lu Cheng just smiled without saying anything else. After they stepped out of Director Xing's door, Huang Kun looked at what she was holding. Nervously, she said, "Zhao, this is it?" "Yup, Director has always been a man of his words. Since he has already spoken, he will definitely do something." Zhao Zijuan's mind was still filled with the person that he just saw. He frowned and said, "Did you see that person that was having dinner with Director Xing and his family?" "I didn't dare to look too close." Huang Kun shook her head. Zhao Zijuan took in a deep breath. "That should be the kid from Lu Jisheng's family. Why is he at Director Xing's home? Plus such a feast." "Him?" Huang Kun's eyes widened. This was a relationship that was unattainable. Zhao Zijuan was still frowning. "Yup. I think I saw correctly. To be invited to such family feast. They must have a closer than normal relationship. Lu Jisheng knows how to plant spies? Just hear what you just said. He was having a meal with a family of detectives. It doesn't mean that they're close. Didn't we also have such a meal? What if he was a schoolmate of Jingjing?" Huang Kun continued to guess. True." Zhao Zijuan stepped into the elevator and groaned. "But the more I think about it, the more I think that Lu Jisheng's son looked very smart. He doesn't seem to be the same as the others. Tomorrow when we get to work, I'll go and check up on him." At night, on the way home, the mysterious expert whom Bosque thought no one could capture was listening to classes obediently. Qifeng nagged, "Just see you. Only a couple of days and you're not coming home to sleep, not coming home for dinner." After listening for a good 5 minutes, Lu Cheng finally found the opportunity to interrupt. "Mom, it's like this. I asked our martial arts club's coach to be my master, right? He has a friend in Shoshan who has been taking care of me. So, if someone senior invites me to a meal, I have to go, no." Since Geezer Shur had officially acknowledged him as a disciple, he only sort of mentioned the matter to his parents. He left out the details of his master's abilities, only saying that he was a rather powerful person. "Is that the truth?" Qifeng's face was filled with suspicion. "Why would I lie to you? If not, I could give you the number and you can call and check." Lu Cheng answered earnestly, while grumbling under his breath. If his mum really wanted to the number, he would just tell her to it's 110. Call the police and look for Director Xing. Okay. Cheng is now a big boy. It's only normal he has his own relations. Why do you ask so much? Lu Jisheng finally spoke to stop his wife from questioning any further. Qifeng shot him a venomous stare and said, "I am only asking and showing some concern for my son. Is there anything wrong with that? Do I need you to teach me? Just look at yourself. You are not even concerned. You don't ask anything. All you know is to eat and to play chess." Seeing that the arrow was now turned towards his dad, Lu Cheng just raised his hands and gave a helpless look, before sneaking back to his room. In the next 2 days, he went to Ningxue County to visit his grandparents for 2 days in the countryside. In the meantime, he boasted to Yenjika about the various fruit trees. When he got to work on Monday and started to coach Wu Ting, Zhang Chufan, and the other students, he promised the students that they would have some actual fight time on Wednesday. Tuesday morning, the day before the Empress Dowager returns from her work trip, and since Zhan Shuming had been struck dead at the side of the mountains, Lu Chang had been waiting for the chance to train with his girlfriend. They were in a secret place in the backwater lake. As usual, they were serious and focused. Time to time their eyes would meet and the atmosphere would be filled with warmth and honey-like sweetness. In such situations, Lu Chang would always think about the beautiful future. The more he trained, the more he would get the hang of things, and slowly, the force entered his body. In front of Yenjika, he did not try to perform, keep. All he had in mind was how he could make use of the Jindan to surprise the girl from time to time. Else he would feel guilty, like he was lying and boasting to her. Soon it was almost 8. Yenjika retracted her stance. Tired, she panted and smiled at Lu Chang with her dimples showing. "Chang, what should we have for breakfast?" she asked enthusiastically, filled with expectations. Lu Chang had already made plans. He smiled gently and said, "Let's go to the wonton noodle shop that you mentioned before?" "Sure. Let your older sister bring you there," Yenjika said with a laugh. Lu Chang grabbed the opportunity to ask, "Ko, your parents are all not around. There's no one at home, right?" "No, my mom doesn't really like strangers in our home. The auntie who cooks and cleans our place usually only comes at 11 or so, and then goes off before dinner." Yenjika looked up and then asked again, "Why do you ask? What naughty thoughts do you have? You said that you'll show me photos of you when you were young. This is the chance. It's rare to come by." Lu Chang grinned and answered her. Yenjika rolled her eyes and said, "Humph, you haven't shown me yours." "Mine? I have plenty of chances to do so. My parents have a regular schedule. Not like the Empress Dowager." Lu Chang tried his best to tempt the girl. Yenjika puffed her cheek and gave her boyfriend a side glare. "All right then. We'll go to my place after we are done with wonton noodles." Actually, she really wants to share with Lu Chang about her younger times. She wanted to hear him praise how she looked when she was younger. Lu Chang was really happy and started to share with her his plan. "So, then, I'll head home to take a shower first. Change my clothes." "That's so troublesome." Yenjika pursed her lips and started to think. "How about a shower at my place?" "But I don't have a change of clothes," Lu Chang asked excitedly. Yenjika laughed lightly. "Dumb. You can wear my dad's old pajamas. I'll put your martial arts suit into the washing machine and it should be dry before noon." As for the video cameras at home after Chang was gone, she would delete whatever that had been recorded. Great plan. Lu Chang had no intention to reject. He agreed to the suggestion immediately. After they finished their discussion, a new idea popped up in his head. Half smiling, he said, "Ko, you have cold rice and eggs at home, right?" "I guess so. It's usually Auntie who would clear stuff in the afternoon." Yenjika was unsure what he was hinting at. Lu Chang chuckled and said, "How about this? We don't go and have wonton noodles? I can make you fried rice with eggs at home. You know how to cook?" Yenjika was half surprised, half suspicious. He better not make any weird-tasting food. "Of course. I only know how to make fried rice with eggs and cook noodles. Gone through years of training for them." Lu Chang flexed his muscles to tease her. Yenjika bit her lips and with glowing eyes she said, "Then we shall have some expectations." Chang's fried rice with eggs made with love. They jogged back to the villa area. Lu Chang checked out the security and gates around the area. He observed the walls that surround them. He said seriously, "I'll look for a blind spot of the cameras to get in." If he would to enter the gates with Ku, his father-in-law would probably know about him by the evening. Plus such wall was no challenge to him. Yenjika batted her long eyelashes and looked at him in astonishment, not being able to understand why he would make such a suggestion. After a couple of seconds, the girl realized and she started to laugh so hard. In the midst of her giggles, she said, "Ha ha! Chang, you're so funny. My tummy hurts from all these laughter." But I actually want to see you skip the walls. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Lu Cheng was baffled by her reaction. Yan Zhika finally managed to stop laughing, and then she gently scolded him. Dumb Cheng. After she said that, she pulled out a string of keys attached to her door card and passed it to Lu Cheng. Here you go. Then what about you? Lu Cheng was still rather lost. Yan Zhika answered seriously. Facial recognition. She made Lu Cheng wait on the opposite side of the road while she walked with light footsteps to the security counter. She said shyly, Could you please help me open the door? I forgot my card. The security officer already had a deep impression of this pretty young girl. He knew that she was a resident of the estate. Plus, with her beaming smile, any suspicion would have been expelled. He replied, Sure, no problem. Opening immediately. Thank you. Yan Zhika smiled sweetly. She turned and made a face at Lu Cheng secretly. Dumb Cheng. After she had entered, she sent him a message as a signal. Then holding on to the card, Lu Cheng walked calmly to the door, and with a beep, he passed through the gates easily. The security officer did find him somewhat unfamiliar, but it was rather common for the residents to have relatives or friends to come and stay for a while, so this was nothing strange. Following her instructions, after making many turns, he arrived at the doorstep of a villa. The girl was sitting demurely on the swing in the little garden in front of the house. She was smiling at him. My dad made this when we first moved in. Yan Zhika introduced the swing with pride. Lu Cheng clicked his tongue and said, Father-in-law knows carpentry? Of course. My dad's amazing. Yan Zhika was already used to how Lu Cheng would brazenly refer to them as in-laws. So instead of feeling frustrated, there was a tinge of sweetness within her instead. Lu Cheng looked around and with a hint of worry, he asked, The security of your estate is so average. The guard was very loose. It was so easy for him to just enter the estate. Did not seem like a rich estate. My mum said that too, and always suggested people to hire the security company of my uncle. But many people rather less trouble and lazy to change. But since the Zhan Shuming incident, I think they'll probably soon take action, and by then, it will be hard for some dumbass to just enter. Yan Zhika smirked. Leading her boyfriend, they came to the front door and unlocked the door with her fingerprint. She opened the door and looked for a pair of home slippers for Lu Cheng. After changing into the home slippers, his heart did a little jump and then he picked up his martial arts shoes. Why are you holding on to them? Yan Zhika asked as she shut the door. Lu Cheng chuckled and said, We'll put this in the room. If we were to put this here, if your parents suddenly come home, we'll be found out immediately. Oh, that's true. Yan Zhika nodded and was enlightened by his words. With an awkward smile, she turned to him and said, Cheng, you sound experienced. Spill it. Did you go to other girls' home like that? Not me, it's Talker. His past experience. Lu Cheng quickly cleared the air. After this, you would be considered someone with experience. She raised her hand and declared the statement seriously. As they passed the living room and reached the stairs, Lu Cheng's eyes took in every detail of Yan Zhika's home. He deeply felt that their families were so different. It would be difficult to say if he did not have an inferior complex. Good thing was that he was at the peak of his skills. He felt that regardless of the difference, he could make up for it, so he did not fall into depression. After they got to the second level, they entered the girls' room. The first thing that entered his eyes was pink and white color scheme and the variety of dolls in the room. There were big ones, small ones, cute ones, and weird-looking ones. Yan Zhika took a quick step forward and rushed towards the side of her bed. She blushed, and in breath she grabbed and wrapped the random things like clothes together before stuffing them into a huge closet. Lu Cheng took in the familiar scent of Yan Zhika in the room. He gave a sneaky smile and said, I thought it would be neat. Of course, this was so much cleaner than his room. Pfft. Who cleans up every day? Yan Zhika tilted her head and looked away. At this moment, as the door closed, the atmosphere in the girls' room suddenly turned quiet. There was some unspoken romantic feeling in the air. This was the true secret place without any disturbance. The long black eyelashes of Yan Zhika fluttered. Like a little white rabbit, She searched for a couple of albums on the shelf. She did not dare to look at Lu Chang in the eye. I'll go shower first. You see the photos first. Sure. He smiled and nodded. Lu Chang tried his best to hold back his brashness. After hearing his reply, Zheke turned and looked into his eyes. Back to her clear and gentle eyes, she said, "Besides my dad, you're the first other male to enter my room. So, I am a little uncomfortable. Not that I don't trust you. I get it." Lu Chang smiled like a blooming flower. As long as he managed to enter her room, he had already achieved his goal. Zheke rummaged her cupboard for her clothes and then entered the bathroom in the room. Lu Chang took several deep breaths and turned his focus to the albums. He was trying hard not to let his mind run wild. In this album, the girl was about 3 to 7 years old. Her dressing was much more Western than those of similar age. Slightly chubby with baby fat, she was beautiful and cute. At the same time, it was obvious that she did not look well. In many photos, she seemed quiet and depressed. At times where she was not tortured by her illness, she tried so hard to smile as bright as she could and to enjoy the life she had, as positively as possible. Lu Chang pulled out his phone. He started to take pictures of several photos that were so cute he could hardly hold back his smile. There was one with her in a princess skirt, another in braids, all with large, bright, and innocent-looking eyes. At this moment, Zheke finished showering and she came out in a short-sleeve nightgown. With some steam and the scent of soap, she said, "Your turn." She spotted the fire in Lu Chang's eyes. He looked like he was about to pounce on her. She turned to one side and bashfully said in a scolding but light tone, "Go and shower first. You're so dirty." First, Lu Chang's heart did a tiny leap. He nodded vigorously before saying, "Yes." Zheke did not realize the wrong choice of words. She continued, "Later, just wrap yourself in a towel first. I'll go search for my dad's old pajamas. He's a little taller than you, but I think about the same actually." Yup. Lu Chang walked into the bathroom. After he was done with his shower, he put on his boxers and wrapped himself in a towel before walking out. At the same time, Zheke walked into the room with a set of pajamas. Seeing his hairy legs and bare shoulders, plus the towel around his waist, she tried to hold back her laughter. She said, "Come, laugh for your master. Chang looked like he was just used by me." "Sure." Lu Chang gave a sneaky laugh, pounced and grabbed her into a hug. Zheke raised her arms and turned her face aside. Let's eat first." First, Lu Chang kissed her and with the greatest determination, tore himself away from her. He smiled and said, "Yeep. It's time for you to taste the egg-fried rice that has been passed down for generations in my family." Always boasting. Zheke touched where she had just been kissed. She blushed and tried to sound nonchalant. She took both sets of martial arts suit out of the room. In the meantime, Lu Chang quickly changed into the pajamas and went down the stairs. He walked to the kitchen and started to rummage the refrigerator for cold rice and eggs. After the washing machine started to churn, Zheke walked over and looked at him intently. He was beating the eggs in a very familiar manner with a little glimmer in his eyes. She did not stay where she was. Instead, she walked over and started to check out how to use the kitchen appliances. Enthusiastically, she said, "Chang, how about I do a cold dish? I remember there were some ingredients left over from yesterday's dinner. You cook, and I'll make something too. You know how to make a cold dish?" Lu Chang was happy and surprised at the same time. Zheke pursed her lips and nodded. "No, I don't. But there are many recipes online, right? I'm not stupid. I can just follow them." Lu Chang braced himself and said, "Then, go ahead and try." "All right." Zheke whipped out her phone and started to search for recipes. As she looked, she started to frown. How are we supposed to determine if it's 5 grams, 3 grams? Just estimate. Lu Chang answered honestly. "That won't do. Too unreliable." Zheke's pretty brows remained scrunched up. She started to think and then she suddenly exclaimed happily, "I'm so silly. I can use the measuring tools. She turned and left the kitchen. She made her way upstairs. Tools? Lu Chang was slightly lost. What tools? Kitchen measuring tools? After about a minute, she came down with an object. She rushed to the kitchen. Lu Chang looked at what she was carrying. It was a lab measuring scale for children. I really like chemistry-related stuff when I was younger, so my dad bought me this. Yenjika's dimples danced as she smiled sweetly. She carefully wiped the scale, placed a spoon on it and started to measure carefully. Lu Chang paused for a bit. Then, while he tried to hold back his laughter, he said, "You take things so seriously." "Of course," Yenjika replied unbashfully. Not long later, the fragrance of fried rice with eggs started to spread in the kitchen. This made the girl's nose twitch a little. She clapped and said, "I'm also done. Come, try it." "Why me?" Lu Chang cursed lightly under his breath. He turned off his fire, plated 2 portions of the fried rice with eggs, and then picked up the chopsticks to pick a little from her dish. Not bad. He tried his best to praise her dish. Although it was kind of average, at least it was edible. Yenjika smiled brightly and proudly brought the 3 kinds of cold mixed vegetables dish to the dining table. Lu Chang followed her and brought along the fried rice with eggs and chopsticks. The girl took a bite of fried rice with eggs and blissfully she said, "Aye, it's quite tasty. I acknowledge that you're quite an expert with fried rice with eggs." Lu Chang was about to take a bite, before he heard the sound of a fingerprint unlocking the main door. Yenjika's back stiffened and she looked in the direction of the door with fear. At this moment, 1,001 thoughts flew past Lu Chang's mind. Scene after scene just swiped by. Could it be father-in-law returning from work early today? He took a second look at what he was wearing. Then he thought, if I said that I was only here to take a shower, have a bite, while waiting for my clothes to dry, have not done anything naughty, Uncle Yen, would you believe me? I think the majority wouldn't believe this. This scene, this outfit, Lu Chang was sure no father of a daughter would believe his explanation. As his thoughts churned, he had already lifted his chopsticks, and with a spring from his waist muscles, he smoothly left his seat and rushed into the kitchen. Thankfully, 'cause Home's kitchen was not an open kitchen. For Yenjika, although she was afraid, she also stood up immediately and walked towards the door. She wanted to help buy time through distraction so that Lu Chang had sufficient time to hide himself. During this whole time, the two never exchanged any words or any form of communication, but yet they had so much chemistry in their actions. They were so similar, so calm in the face of danger. They had the same decisiveness and they never gave in to fate. With a little strength from her feet, with large steps she moved lightly but quickly towards the door. Within seconds she was already at the living room. It was only at this time that the main door had swung open. A tall and bright-looking middle-aged man walked into the house. He was carrying a bag of groceries. He warmly smiled at his daughter, who was almost bouncing to welcome him. "Had your breakfast already? While I was doing some working just now, I passed by Qingyuan Street. I remembered that you loved the steamed buns from that old shop. So since it's on the way, I brought back some for you." It was really by chance that he had returned. Yenjika's heart was thumping hard. She did not dare to turn back to see how well had Lu Chang managed to hide himself. She stepped forward to hook arms with her dad. She smiled as sweetly as she can. "Dad, you always surprise me. A model dad." This time was a scare. In the kitchen, Lu Chang had hid in the corner next to the refrigerator. He leaned towards their direction to try to catch what they were talking about. He tried his best to control his heartbeat. Carefully he turned his phone to silent mode. It was really father-in-law. He turned and looked at the knives in the kitchen. For a moment he pictured them landing on him. Yen Kai was 40-something years old. He had distinct eyebrows, high nose, and could be considered a good-looking man. Some bits of his younger days seemed to have remained on him, adding a tinge of scholarly elegance in him. Age did not destroy his look. Instead it made him more charming. Every time she sees her dad, Yenjika would always think that Empress Dowager was the real deal in choosing looks. Good thing she had undergone training and tests with good looks of her father and cousins, so she was somewhat immune to looks. She did not think too much about looks, else she would have missed Lu Cheng. The silly boy. Yan Kai pat his daughter's hands and chuckled. You really don't grow up, do you? Still whining so much. At this point, he sniffed and then said with curiosity, Smells nice, fried rice with eggs. Lu Cheng's back muscle tightened, and his heart skipped a beat. Yan Zhika's mind went blank for a second before she looked up and quickly replied, Dad, I want to show you something. She pulled her father towards the dining table. She was secretly happy that her father's martial arts level was only at the amateur level, and did not know the listening skill. Else, her racing heart would have given everything away. Yan Kai grinned and let her daughter drag himself. They reached the dining table and he saw the bowl of fried rice with eggs and 3 kinds of cold mixed vegetables. Just as he was happily guessing, Yan Zhika pointed to the table and with a quiet turn of her mind, she proudly announced, I made these. Yes, of course, I made the 3 kinds of cold mixed vegetables. You made these? Yan Kai looked at his daughter with surprise. He could not imagine how his precious daughter, who had never done chores, to secretly pick up cooking. He smiled comfortingly and said, You wanted to give us a surprise? Hee hee. Yan Zhika could only laugh. She did not dare to lie to her dad like that. It is the first time in my life. My daughter's cooking. I must try it. Yan Kai smiled as he walked towards the kitchen to grab a pair of chopsticks. Upon hearing his footsteps coming close, Lu Cheng's brains exploded. He really could the image of his body being stabbed with knives. He looked around and tried to look for a place to hide. In the cupboard? I don't know the retracting bones skill. The ceiling? But I also don't know the lizard wall climbing skill. If I force it, I'll leave clear scratch marks. Suddenly Lu Cheng could feel that what he had learned was far from enough. Nothing he had on hand could be adapted to his current situation. Yan Zhika was also taken aback by her dad's action, but she managed to keep her cool. She pulled her dad and said, Sit, Dad. Just take a seat. I'll get it for you. Good, good, good. I'll just enjoy this time. Yan Kai was very happy. He sat on the side of the dining table and his eyes followed his precious daughter as she walked into the kitchen. This girl now knows how to take care of others. With her back facing her dad, she glanced around and saw Lu Cheng squatting beside the refrigerator. His left hand was holding on to the bowl. His right hand was holding the chopsticks. He looked so hilarious. She pursed her lips and tried her very best not to laugh. Even though this was totally not the appropriate situation to find anything funny. She gave her boyfriend a tiny nod and with a half squat she pulled out a drawer and took out a set of cutlery. She rinsed them quickly and then left the kitchen. Lu Cheng did not even dare to breathe any louder. He just slightly relaxed and felt that he was like a thief who had been cornered by the owner. Yes, a thief who stole his precious daughter. This sounded a little worse than what he was thinking earlier. Yan Zhika returned to the dining table and took a portion of the fried rice with eggs for her dad. She stared at him and before he could try rice, she said, Try this cold dish first. I put in a lot of effort into it. Yan Kai laughed out loud. He picked up his chopsticks and tried the cold dish. It's okay. It'll probably be better after a few more tries. Doesn't seem like your first try. Yes, it's my first time. If her father had praised her like that during the normal days, Yan Zhika would definitely smile brightly. But now, she was too nervous to think or feel anything else. She always had the one who was squatting in the kitchen in her mind. She wanted to smile, but all she could manage was a stiff one. Hence, she just turned and ran to the kitchen and took the children measuring scale to her dad. Like a piece of treasure, she brought it in front of him and said, I measured everything carefully. Yan Kai paused for a bit to absorb what his daughter just said. He regained his senses, and with overflowing love he said, I believe it's your first time to make this dish. Such a precious daughter. Yan Zhika gave a small smile and with arched eyes she said, Wait till your birthday. I will definitely make it better than today. Yan Kai felt so comforted. He could not stop smiling, and he had another mouth of the fried rice with eggs. After a short while he softly exclaimed, This is not bad at all. Really, really good. Also, it's your first time to make it? It's even better than your mum's. He stopped talking for a bit before saying, "Don't tell your mother that I said that, huh? Don't worry. We are on the same side." Yenjika smiled sweetly and then she admitted honestly, "No, it's not the first time making this." Truly it was not the first time, it was the 0th time. Clever little coup. Lu Chang was a little stunned as he listened into their conversation. "But my fried rice with eggs has just been recognized by my father-in-law. Does this count as a successful step forward? To be able to marry a girl, you must first win over her father's stomach?" Before Yen Kai could make any more comments, Yen Zhika added, "I don't actually know how I did it today. Maybe it wouldn't be as good the next time. Dad, you must accept it regardless, all right?" She was telling the truth. She truly did not know how Lu Chang did it, so she had to manage his expectations a bit, or rather lower them. "Newbies are all like that. Your father, I was also like that," Yen Kai said in a satisfied manner. He took his time to enjoy that few bites of fried rice with eggs and cold dish. Yen Zheka, on the other hand, just felt more and more nervous as she ate next to him. Everything was tasteless to her. Yen Kai put down his bowl and chopsticks. He looked at his watch and said, "I have to get back to the hospital. Tomorrow your mum will return. Let's go for a short getaway nearby." "All right." Yen Zheka did not know whether she was glad because they would be going on a trip as a family, or because her dad was finally going back to work. She followed behind Yen Kai and walked him to the door before bidding him farewell. After she shut the door, she could finally relax and her legs almost turned jelly. It was not that she was afraid to introduce Lu Chang to her dad. It was because she felt that the relationship was going well and sweet. She could see a future together, and precisely because it was going well, there was no need to have any extra situation or pressure right now. If there was, the pressure could easily cause changes that their relationship may not be able to take, for example the attitude of her father, the attitude of her grandparents. After walking back to the dining table, she was shocked to realize that her boyfriend had not come out of the kitchen yet, so she rushed into the kitchen. All she saw was him holding on to the refrigerator, covered in cold sweat. He did not even sweat this much when he fought a round of the challenge tournament. It was just her dad, and he was so scared. Yen Zheka was touched and felt sweetness in her heart. She smiled and said, "Why are you still here? Did you fall in love with the kitchen?" "I'm just being safe. What if he does a back thrust and come back again?" Lu Chang explained seriously. "I'll wait another 10 minutes before coming out." Yen Zheka's eyes were smiling so much they were like lines arching a dance on her face. "Is this also an experience account from Kai Zongming?" "No, it's a habit of mine to be careful." Lu Chang returned to how he was and made a self-deprecation joke. Good thing he brought his martial arts shoes to Ka's room. If not, the father-in-law would have caught them both. "Little Ming, your death in the past was not for nothing." Yen Zheka first burst out laughing, and then her emotions welled up within her. Filled with emotions, she sighed and said, "It feels bad to be secretive like this. Cheating my dad and mom. Making you put up with it." This really made her feel guilty and feel uncomfortable. Lu Chang calmed down and promised her, "Next time, I will walk in here with my head held high with no shame." Thinking about this, the basic thing he had to achieve was to enter the dance stage. It was not that he could not marry Ku if he did not enter the dance stage. Just like his father-in-law, he was also an amateur. But as a man, he must first try and use his all to try to overcome all challenges and not put the girl in a difficult situation. At this moment, his will was strong and he was determined. Towards martial arts, towards dance stage. "You can do it." Yen Zhika's eyes sparkled and she said with clear eyes. With a serious look, she nodded and said softly, "But now the most important is something else." "What?" Lu Chang was a little blur. Yen Zhika's lips curved up slightly, and with her dimples showing, she said, "Teach me how to make egg fried rice. I want to give Dad and Empress Dowager a surprise." "Oh yeah." Lu Chang understood what she was saying. In the remaining time, the two persons relaxed and then sweetly had the fried rice with eggs, cold dish and steamed bun together. Then, Lu Chang made a new pot of rice and taught Yenjika step by step how to make the dish. Time after time they had close contact, ear to ear and temple to temple. With more and more body contact, they got closer and eventually ended up being entwined, kissing. To be honest, Lu Chang really wanted to go further in this private space. But considering that the girl just underwent the great pressure and shock of her dad being home, he held back his actions and thoughts. Without knowing, the time was almost 11 already. Yenjika was somewhat pleased with the new dish she had learned. I only saw a couple of your photos, Lu Chang said with some regret. The housekeeping auntie was about to arrive, so he knew he should leave soon. Yenjika was too focused about their earlier intimacy and failed fried rice attempts. She blushed and said, "It's not like you cannot come again in the future." Then, they could just hide in her room and not make food. So even if her dad and Empress Dowager came back suddenly, they would probably not be found out. I look forward to next time. Lu Chang imitated his girlfriend's tone. After they separated reluctantly, Lu Chang looked at another building in the villa area. He looked towards the sun and took large steps towards it. There was a tiny but urgent target set in his heart. He really wanted it badly. To get into the dance stage. Standing beside the window she watched as Lu Chang disappeared at the end of the road. Yenjika lightly bit her lips and held back the impulse to follow him. Then she tore her eyes away from him and sniffed cutely. This helped her take in the scent of fried rice and eggs that permeated the room. She picked up her phone and subconsciously her mouth curved into a smile. Her fingers quickly moved across the keyboard to send a message to her boyfriend who had just left. "It's all your fault. Now, whenever I close my eyes, I'm going to think of fried rice with eggs." Because the leftover cold rice had been used by Lu Chang to make 2 portions of breakfast for the both of them, they had to make freshly steamed rice to create the dish. This would definitely not allow them to recreate the dish with its crucial essence. Nonetheless, with the basic skills she had learned, they were sufficient for her to make a decent dish. In a minute, she received Lu Chang's reply. Whenever I close my eyes, I will think of the dishes of fried rice with eggs which we burnt." Yenjika's cheeks suddenly blushed a bright pink and she pursed her lips. Then she typed on the keyboard, her eyes bright as she licked her lips. "Pervert. Pervert. You're a big pervert." She walked into the study room, her footsteps light, as she opened the computer to log onto the monitoring system. She then began to go through the videos, looking for any trace of Lu Chang. She intended to edit them all and erase any trace of his visit. It was very difficult to defend against home thieves. It wasn't a big deal that thieves came to steal Pak Choi from home. What mattered was that Pak Choi wanted to go with the thief. When Yenjika watched how Lu Chang held his martial arts shoes and snuck upstairs with caution, Yenjika pursed her lips and smiled. As she held her chin with her free hand, while the other worked the mouse, she actually began to watch the video seriously. It was like she had forgotten her original purpose. There wasn't a monitor in the bedroom, so the scene on the screen quickly switched to the kitchen. She watched as Lu Chang, wearing pajamas, started the stove with familiarity. As he whisked some eggs and fried the rice, she found herself standing beside him, busy weighing mild spices. She slightly changed her posture and he held her cheeks with both of her hands. While she watched, her eyes became softer and softer, like gentle ripples on the surface of a lake. Her heart warmed and filled with love. She watched how the two of them sat together and enjoyed their breakfast like newlyweds. Yenjika shyly mumbled to herself as she clicked the stop button. She then ran upstairs and to her room where she found her thumb drive. "I have to copy all of these videos with Chang and keep them." She watched carefully as the files were copied, one by one. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw Lu Chang squatting next to the refrigerator, balancing the bowls and chopsticks in his hands. She also blushed and was touched to tears as she watched herself and Lu Chang kiss passionately while they forgot about their dish and burnt it. Even though she looked through the videos very quickly, she managed to notice a lot of details which she hadn't earlier. For example, while they were kissing, Lu Chang's hands were stroking her back. She could tell he had wanted to move them to her front several times, but he had held them back. "Pervert!" She cursed him with a word. Even though she was annoyed, she was still happy. He really wants me and he also respects me. But why do boys always like that kind of thing? As her mind was wondering and straying off topic, near the main door, there was the sound of the door being unlocked by a fingerprint. Yenjika sobered up instantly and she quickly copied the remaining surveillance videos to her own hard drive and then formatted the rest. After finishing up, she turned off the computer and walked out of the study where she greeted her aunts with a smile. "Aunt Huang, please prepare enough for 3 more people this afternoon. I have a few friends coming over, and one of them is a professional fighter. They all love your steamed carp. 3 of my best friends, Song Li, Gu Shuang, Xing Jingjing are coming by later so they can interrogate me about my secret love relationship." "Well, okay. I'll go shopping now," replied Aunt Huang with a smile. Yenjika contained her happiness. Then she nonchalantly added, "Also, there is a lot of fried rice and eggs in the kitchen. Just throw them away. They were just practice dishes." The afternoon sunshine streamed into the living room through a window, making it very hot. Zhao Zijuan sat on the sofa, holding the air conditioning remote control in his hand. However, he hadn't turned it on and seemed to be thinking about something instead. "Old Zhao." Huang Kun walked in holding their dishes and said to him quizzically, "Didn't I ask you to turn on the air conditioner? What are you thinking about?" Because their workplaces were close to their home and Huang Kun's work was leisurely, they both came back at noon to have lunch. Zhao Zijuan sighed and smiled wryly. "I'm thinking about that kid from the Liu family. Although I can't find any relationship between Commissioner Xing and him, I still think he has a bright future based off of his ability. As long as he doesn't have an accident, he's going to become rich someday." He had already checked out Lu Cheng's basic information. Huang Kun hesitated and said, "So, do we want Qianqian to meet with Lu Yanwei again? The boy seems to be a good person and the Lu family is going to be rich later." "No, never consider that. I've been with the police for many years and I've caught lots of criminals. So I'm good at judging people." Zhao Zijuan vetoed his wife's proposal immediately. "Lu Yanwei is really good in other aspects, but he's too impatient, too proud, too unstable, and will never be able to do things steadfastly. It's difficult for people to change their temperament. So, even if his younger brother does well in the future, ultimately it's still hard for his brother to take care of his own life." "Well, then why do you think about Lu Cheng? He's still in college?" Huang Kun asked him gruffly. Zhao Zijuan stood up and walked over to the table as he pondered. "Even if we needn't ask him for help right now, it's still necessary for us to develop a good relationship with him. Better be safe than sorry. Lu Jisheng and I have been friends since a young age, so we should contact him more and more in the future and develop a better relationship with him and his family. That way, in the future, if we really need the help, we can ask him directly instead of going through Lu Yanwei." You have been considering these things for years." Huang Kun shook her head. Zhao Zijuan sat down at the table. He ridiculed himself and laughed. "I didn't understand these things before, so I have always struggled. It's only in recent years that I have begun to understand the importance of relationship management." On a smaller practicing court of the Gushan Martial Arts School, Lu Cheng held his arms and looked thoughtfully at Qin Rui's striking movement. Still, stance was not a martial arts skill that people could master in 1 hour. After 1 hour of individual guidance, the fighters should practice hard every day after. Occasionally, if Qin Rui had some doubts, Lu Cheng would assist casually, so that Qin Rui would not waste too much money on this aspect. The 1 hour of focused personal guidance had been on correcting his style. Chu Weikai was a real professional 9th pin fighter and had mastered the fighting style from several schools, like Huxing, so the playing style and martial arts he taught wasn't a problem. However, he was getting older and lacked energy, and the opportunity and the number of students he could teach was limited, which meant most of the time he still needed the help of Dai Linfeng. Under such a situation, Qin Rui's exerting skills, footwork and punches were fairly good. But if he were to put his style into specific use linked with different movements, he would have some problems. He's over 6 feet 2 inches tall and has long arms and long legs. He would need to adjust a lot of styles correspondingly in order to link them more fluently and more naturally. However, no one had ever pointed this out to him before. Well, you should adjust downward cut in tiger hug posture like this, so that you can fit in the following changes. Lu Cheng nodded to express his approval. Qin Rui smiled bitterly. Playing like this makes me feel very uncomfortable. Making adjustments to habits can definitely be uncomfortable. You should practice more so that these adjustments eventually turn into habits. Lu Cheng answered with a smile. One person taught while the other practiced and time passed by quickly. Qin Rui was starting to become familiar with the fighting styles that had been adjusted. He was sincerely convinced by Lu Cheng's abilities. Hey, if I master these, maybe I can even surprise Brother Dai, Qin Rui said smugly. Lu Cheng only laughed and did not comment further. People have to try something on their own so that they are able to understand the gap between themselves and the professionals. Lu Cheng waited for Qin Rui to leave before he drank the remaining soup that he had brought and begun his own practice. While he was thinking about the urgent and clear goal at noon, Lu Cheng felt a breath well in his chest which filled him with power. His mind was filled with thunderclouds, and something muffled like a song in his abdomen. He then compressed his muscles and punched out a fist and kicked, creating a sound like wind and thunder. This time, the effect of his polished power was getting better and he actually gained twice the results for half the effort. However, he still hadn't found his own martial arts will. To put it more accurately, how could he find his martial arts will? I don't lack the will or desire for victory, the will for persistence, or the will for holding my mind to enjoy life. But, still, what really is the martial arts will? Because Lu Cheng was confused, he finished his tempering and decided to call his master for guidance. Hey, brat, what kind of problem did you encounter this time? Geezer sure coughed once. Lu Cheng honestly replied, Master, I would like to ask you about what the martial arts will really is. Cool. That is a good question. Geezer sure laughed. He had been waiting for this kind of question from his apprentice for a long time. To offer to teach this smelly boy is different from waiting to be consulted. The latter will be cooler, ha ha ha. He paused, then he said leisurely, to clarify, it's to practice your heart and mind. Only a person with a clear mind and strong will can control their body and control the subtle points. Only they can influence the spirit, the chi, and blood in order to have the force to withdraw their power. This is similar to the feeling when you mastered meditation, just the latter can't be used in fighting. That's why I told you that you will achieve the Dan stage much easier than other fighters based on your meditation. As for how to have a clear mind and strong will and how to control the martial arts will, different fighters in different factions have their own understanding and their own way. Also, they aren't exactly the same. As for me, because I have a close relationship with the military power, I have my own understanding related to them. To take them as an example, do you know what the biggest difference between the recent army and the modern army is? I don't know. Lu Cheng knew little about this area. Geezer sure answered seriously this time. The recent army paralyzes their soldiers with fear through discipline and brutal punishment, making them fear punishment over death. However, the reason the modern army faces death directly is that they understand what they are fighting for. They realize how much they are willing to pay for this goal, and the army that created several miracles can finish the Great Long March. They have a will as hard as steel, and they continue forward even after they have encountered so many troubles. They are not born to be great, and they are not all monsters. A lot of people always want the spirit of the Long March and learn the will that can only be learned through the Long March. Haha. Their understanding only stays on the surface instead of getting to know the deeper essence. They dare not or are unwilling to ask why it is that this army chooses to finish this great action while other armies do not. The source of their strength, spirit, and will is that they know what they are fighting for. Hearing his words, Lu Cheng was very shocked because he had not seen this matter from that point of view. He still murmured until his master hung up the phone. What am I fighting for? As Lu Cheng stood there, he asked himself the same question Master Shi had asked him. What are you fighting for? It is not something to be taken lightly or based on an impulse. It is also not a choice made under pressure or a choice made without being true to yourself. According to what my master just said, are you willing to shed your blood or sacrifice precious time? Are you willing to die for this? Are you willing to suffer decades for this? Of course, I'm not asking you to master this right now. We are not Buddhist schools or Zen sects who believe in epiphany and immediate mastery. Just like the Iron Army, although at the beginning they know that they have to fight, they cannot fully understand the cost. It's impossible for them to decide immediately that they're ready to sacrifice their own lives for it. Only through experience, undergoing practice and battles repeatedly, would they progress from knowing the principle to an absolute determination. This allows them to achieve increasingly unbelievable and extraordinary things. This is why a lot of dance stage fighters never progress. They feel that they have discovered their martial arts will and source of power, therefore they have perfected their martial arts already. But in the end, they are become distracted and forget the original spirit of martial arts. Once this happens, they will fail to achieve the level that I talked about previously. The long march at that time was a kind of fleeing and a retreat. As the saying goes, just as generals who can lead to victory are hard to find, generals who can keep the defeated troops disciplined and focused are also hard to find. A defeated army often leads to collapse, is a truth proven by history over thousands and hundreds of years. If an army wins, morale can be maintained by hope, wealth, honor, military discipline, and religious beliefs. However, when failure comes, all these things will seem to be useless because it is a natural instinct to escape, to hide, and to stay away from danger. The generals who could maintain an orderly retreat of their defeated troops over a few hundred miles while they are being chased are extremely rare. However, that legendary army kept order and never scattered for more than 7,000 miles, even when they were besieged from all directions and were in the terrible natural environment. Not only that, they were united with a will as tough as iron. This was not something that could be attained from simple thoughts of a better life once they reached their destination. The only explanation would be that both the leaders and the soldiers were clear about why they fought and that they all had the same goal, including how far they were willing to go for that goal. There must be a powerful spirit which can glow brilliantly in the world. Then what am I fighting for? For what do I confront this martial arts road which is full of troubles and difficulties? Lu Chang was stuck in his deep thoughts. Is it the thirst for victory? No, I'll be happy if I win and I will be sad if I lose. But it's impossible for me to sacrifice everything for this. I don't even want to get hurt or become disabled just for a match, much less die. The challenge tournaments are held again and again. So even if I fail once, I can still try again. I would not be in a fight to the death. No one wants to die. The pure love for martial arts? Or the yearning to achieve the peak of martial arts? No, that's not true. I actually like martial arts, but I didn't think the martial arts would matter too much before picking up the Jindan. And after I picked up the Jindan, I only had a little more hope and dreams for the future, like becoming a mighty one of physical invulnerability and to get a title. What I only have are some expectations and hopes. To become wealthy and improve my social status? No, these things are good, but they can only be enjoyed if people have a healthy body. So it's similar to the last point. I'm not even willing to be hurt or disable, much less die because of this. Then why did I begin martial arts? Lu Chang recalled the past and asked himself bewildered. The answer was so simple that it made him want to laugh. I began to learn martial arts simply because I wanted to be close to Yen Zheka and to catch this girl whom I have admired from a distance for a long time. I'm such a vulgar person. Lu Chang shook his head and laughed. He naturally remembered the anxious, nervous, and shy mood at that time as he thought of her. When he left the villa area, he felt a strong desire and desperation to walk into her home and be accepted. He treasured the sweetness he and Yen Zheka had when one of them fried the rice, while the other prepared the ingredients and then enjoyed the food side by side. Even though the rain was pouring down, the power in his mind drove him to go to Zhenkei County despite the challenges along the way. The firm hope that they had when they were dreaming of the future and planning their life together. The chemistry they felt as they both thought of sending each other a ring, and the solemn joy they shared when they promised that they would love each other for their lifetimes. How they woke up in the hotel and Ku was beside him, gently asking for breakfast while savoring the warmth and peace which long-time couples enjoyed. The surprise kisses he got after he fell asleep during the massage due to the pain and exhaustion from the tremor force. The thumping of his heart and the excitement he felt when they first kissed under the street lights, beside the Weishui Lake. The memory of how he forgot his directions because he was too surprised that Ku would offer to hold his hand. The tenderness and concern he felt when he was listening to Ku, who looked so fragile, talking about her fears and worries. The tension and uncertainty he had after he had confessed his love, followed by the ecstasy he felt after he saw her reply, "Just let me be happy for 5 minutes." The joy that made him want to scream out loud when he received the phone wishes from Ku on his birthday. The warmth he felt on New Year's Eve, when they welcomed in the new year, while listening and feeling each other's breaths. The satisfaction he gained when he heard the first cheer from his beloved girl in the Small Sage Challenge tournament. And the incredible power which erupted because of this. Because now they were still in the honeymoon period of their relationship, they would look forward to new things every day. They had endless topics to talk about, endless joys to share. Although Lu Chang liked to collect and to write down the experiences of the past, he had not had time to think and reminisce. Until right now, as he reflected, he realized that he had gone through so many things with Yenjika. So the feelings within his heart had also changed greatly. This is what my master had said, the tempering and training of the martial arts will. In the beginning, I liked young ladies only because I knew their beauty. I was infatuated with Ku because of her appearance. I had heard of her good character, and so she was a perfect girl in my fantasy. Therefore, the first time I confessed to her, I didn't dare to say love. It seemed that I didn't have the right to say, so I only said like you very much. However, now because his feelings had grown, it was part of his memories, his flesh and blood, his very life. Lu Chang suddenly realized that he had really fallen in love with Yenjika. Fallen in love with the girl who was always willing to share, who would be the sensible one, who looked very gentle but always resolute. The coach Yen, who was always shy but never weak. At this moment, his chest was filled with emotions because of these memories. His mind was filled with all kinds of feelings. This was why he needed the power to challenge the whole world, just so that he could defend this beautiful love he had. He started to recount all the many touching memories in his mind. From the white hair of my father who sacrificed his dignity to make a living. His silent and great love. My mother's ramblings, always full of concern. The hardship she had to go through to set up a stall and run it. How they lied about not liking meat. How they gave me so much love, time and time again. Suddenly, Lu Cheng's eyes were filled with tears. His heart was full of emotions and power emerged from his body spontaneously. Now he vaguely understood what he actually wanted and what he really wanted to do. To protect. This is the life that I want to give my everything to protect. To protect doesn't mean to shelter. It means that as I become better and stronger, the people I love would also become better and stronger. To keep them away from pain and danger. Lu Chang took out the phone and logged on the QQ. He then clicked the file storage column and selected the first sound file he collected. At that moment the soft and clear voice which was so familiar echoed in his ears. Lu Chang, Lu Chang, Lu Chang, come on. Lu Chang, come on. He listened to this recording again and gradually smiled. At last, he looked at the ring on his left hand and stroked it gently before he closed his eyes silently and felt the surging power within his body. I'm willing to confront any difficulties and never be afraid of any dangers for them. I dare to challenge the world regardless of the risk to my life for them. He put away the phone and went into a stance. Bang, bang, bang. He lashed out his seabed tremor and mountain blast punch. During this process, he felt that his heart was filled with feelings which moved him. This led to the power he gained just now. It seemed like there were no distracting thoughts in his mind. His mind became clear and lucid completely. As long as he had a clear mind, his ideas would be right. It seemed that his spirit has flowed through the body and could control every minute movement. With the influence of inner practice and the power from the medicine soup, these small movements were so full of force that they even made the bones and joints crackle. This was very similar to the state people had when they mastered the meditation. But Lu Chang had only experienced the feeling of this power in his heart for a few minutes. Although he wanted to protect others and be a guardian based on the many touching moments, memories and emotions he felt. It still required practice to polish, temper, and develop his martial arts so that he could achieve this goal in reality. It is only through experience that it could be improved and developed. Many people think that they love their parents and family, but there are only a few people who really could truly carry this out. Lu Chang had examined his own heart for the first time. Finally, he found his own source of strength and understood his will to practice martial arts. I'm willing to fight against anyone who dares to hurt the people I love or destroys my beauty. He breathed a sigh of relief and felt happy. So he took out his phone and called his mother. Hello, Chung. Why do you suddenly call me? Is that because you can't come back home to eat again? Or because you can't come back home to sleep at night again? Chi Feng's voice suddenly became high. As he heard her words, Lu Chang was moved to tears and said as if he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, Mom, what you were thinking about? He had intended to say, I suddenly missed you and wanted to massage your back and shoulders. But he was sure that his mother would be shocked by these words, and instead would think that he was unwell or had had an accident. So he stopped himself just as the words were almost out his mouth. At last, he just said casually, I just suddenly wanted to eat stir-fried eel. Oh, my son, you should have said so earlier. At this point, I'll go to the market to see whether it has eel or not. Chi Feng answered gruffly but still agreed to cook it. After he hung up, he called his father. Hello, Chung, what's the matter? Lu Jisheng asked, puzzled. Lu Chang looked down and smiled. Dad, I remember that you finished all of the Ningxue County's hard liquor original proof spirits? Yes, you've got a way to get more? Do not bother your friends too much. It will be totally okay if you can't get them. Lu Jisheng answered with a smile. He remembered that Lu Chang got the original proof spirits at New Year's Day. Lu Chang could feel his father's hesitation. He wanted to drink it but was unwilling to waste it on a favor from his son. So he laughed. Don't worry. This is an easy task. Based on my current circle of friends, it will be easy for me to get the Ningxue County's hard liquor original proof spirits. Okay, then. Lu Jisheng hung up the phone and could not help but hum a song. My son is getting more and more filial. After Lu Chang had called his parents, his expression became gentler. He then rang Yanjika with a smile. At that time, Yanjika was being interrogated by her best friend in her room. She suddenly heard the phone ringing. So she picked it up to have a look, and she was so surprised to get it. Chang! Ku! I have found my own martial arts will. Lu Chang did not hide his joy. Really? Yanjika seemed to be happier than him. She said with rare excitement, What is it? Her abnormal behavior attracted the attention of Gu Shuang and others. Apart from Xing Jingjing, who was rather insensitive, the remaining two girls winked at each other, and they believed that this phone call was from Lu Chang. To protect. Lu Chang answered concisely. Yanjika looked up and thoughtfully asked, To protect. Lu Chang did not explain the specific meaning of protecting. He looked at the sunshine outside and called her name with his slightly red face. Ku! What? Yanjika was perplexed. Lu Chang cleared his throat and laughed in a low voice. I love you. Ah! Caught off guard, Yanjika had a dumbfounded look. She was not at all prepared for Lu Chang's sudden confession, so she neither felt embarrassed nor glad. In fact, there was more confusion and shock. Why did Chang make an unexpected phone call to say he loved her? Lu Chang was accepting such response from the girl's response. With a thick face, he cheekily said, I was suddenly inspired while practicing. His tone was cheeky yet tender. Oh, okay. Yanjika still found the confession baffling. When the atmosphere did not felt right, words that sounded like proposals would still be embarrassing even between couples. A little smile appeared on Lu Cheng's face, the image of the girl's silly expression emerging in his mind. He coughed twice and said, I'm going to continue practicing. Have fun chatting with Song Li and the others. Okay. Yanjika put down her phone. She noticed the playfulness in her best friend's expressions. Song Li was still touched and envious that Lu Chang went out of his way to bring her best friend delicious Shoshan delicacies. She also thought that her own boyfriend, Du Liu, was not up to par. Song Li teased, "That must be Chung. You two didn't even separate that long. But he's already missing you enough to call you." Yen Zhika wrinkled her nose and snorted. "Can't it be that there's something he needs from me?" Chung actually found his own martial arts will for the first time. Thinking of this, she was momentarily stunned, and their brief conversation earlier began to echo in her ears. "I seem to have found my own martial arts will. To protect. I love you. I got inspired while practicing martial arts." In that instant, Yen Zhika's head rose and her eyes were wide open. After connecting the dots, she suddenly understood why Lu Chang told her, "I love you." She also understood the deep meaning behind those words. I love you. To protect. Unfamiliar emotions seemed to explode in her heart. Involuntarily, she pressed the pillow closer to herself. She felt a strong urge to call Lu Chang and tell him the feelings she kept a secret. She wanted nothing more than to immediately rush to Gushan Martial Arts School to feel his warmth. Watching her expression, Song Li, Gu Shuang, and others felt there was no need to ask anymore. The answer was very obvious. After a minute, Xing Jingjing abruptly made an announcement. "I'm joining the youth tournament at the end of this month." "Ah!" Yen Zhika snapped back into focus. "Why, Sister Jingjing?" Xing Jingjing only nodded. "I need to check if he can protect you." Yen Zhika was momentarily speechless. Jingjing not only developed a strong hatred for men after that incident, but she also awakened a fearful ability in her. She was now only a new professional ninth pin, but she was obviously formidable enough to be respected in Huahai University, known for its strong martial arts students. Pung pung pung. The air around Lu Chang exploded constantly. The bones and joints in his body also crackled when they met each other. He was only willing to end his afternoon practice when he had attempted the withdrawal driven by Jindan. He would have to improve his abilities step by step in the future to thoroughly master the subtle points of martial arts. He needed to make the force in his whole body was unified. If he only talked about discipline, everything would only be virtual. Only when he put it into reality and practiced it his daily life, it would really become his source of strength. This cannot depend on the sudden epiphany of a moment. Lu Chang picked up the towel he prepared and wiped the sweat off him. At the same time, he checked his phone and saw that there was a text from his girlfriend a long time ago. "Fool." Yen Zhika only sent one word, but she paired it with a shyly smiling emoji. He understood all the emotions in her words. The corners of Lu Cheng's mouth lifted. There was warmth and sweetness in his heart. This was what he wanted to protect. She was the source of his strength. He walked out of the practicing court. When he was walking towards the locker room, he saw a familiar disciple got in his way. "Chung no bother Lu. Do you have time?" Su Rongfei asked, smiling. Lu Chang did not answer directly, but asked with some surprise, "What's the matter?" Su Rongfei seemed to be full of reverence. "I want to ask if I could have 2 hours of one-on-one lesson from you. Earlier, I noticed Qin Rue seemed to have really improved in his practices." "No problem. Tomorrow afternoon, then." Lu Chang agreed without hesitation. Tomorrow Empress Dowager will be back in Shoshan. Ku and her parents would be going sightseeing. Since he would be free anyway, he might as well. As for the one-on-one lesson fee, he naturally will not offer any discounts. Having satisfied his ego as a teacher to have coached his disciple, Geezer Shur began drinking in a cheerful mood. He suddenly stopped, startled. He then mumbled to himself. Wasn't the brat trying to fuse cultivation knowledge? Why is he asking about the martial arts will so soon? Did he perhaps gave up and decided to take the simple path of combining supernatural ability with martial arts? Geezer Shur's heart was suddenly itching with curiosity. He wanted to know what situation his own apprentice was in at the moment and what progress had been made. But, as a master, where was the logic if he took the initiative to ask his disciple about it? He coughed twice and decided to wait for Lu Chang reporting his good news or asking questions. But he ended up waiting for a long time. After Yenjika had dinner with Yenkai in the evening, they watched TV and chatted for a while. Yenjika finally felt relieved enough to put away her uneasiness. Judging from his father's usual behavior, it seemed like he really did not notice the abnormal actions back time or Chung, who was in the kitchen. She mentally exhaled a sigh of relief. She thought it was a really narrow escape and that she was going to ask him to stay only in her room. She then anticipated Dirty Tong's reaction to her thoughts. That girl will definitely tell Yenjika her thinking was wrong, because the logical conclusion ought to be not let Chung come to her house secretly ever again. After Yenkai finished watching the news, he walked into his study. He came out when it was almost 10, and still he felt it was not enough. Habitually, he picked up his phone to call Ji Mingyu to tell her about his day. In their conversation, he happily informed her, "Ku has grown up. She even knows how to surprise us by learning how to cook." Ji Mingyu was sliding her finger on the touchscreen of her computer when she heard this. She asked in surprise, "She's learning how to cook?" She wondered why she had never seen that side of her daughter. "Oh, I accidentally discovered it. This morning when I passed by Qinyuan Street, I remembered the bread made by Old Flour Ku likes, so I bought some. Then I saw her making egg-fried rice and mixed vegetables. They're pretty nice, to be honest. The vegetables were so-so, but the fried rice was very delicious." Yenkai explained, recalling the surprise he received this morning. A startled Ji Mingyu replied, "You went back on the spur of the moment and accidentally came across this scene. The vegetables were so-so while the fried rice was quite delicious. Yes, if not for today, I think I probably won't see this until my birthday, if we go by Ka's character," said Yenkai, trying to console her. Ji Mingyu covered her eyes with her hand, wanting to cry for her silly husband. His little white cabbage was about to be stolen by others. Yenjika put her legs on the doll and played on her phone in a leisurely posture. She was chatting with Lu Cheng, so the corners of her mouth were permanently raised in a smile. Her ringtone suddenly rang and the phone began vibrating. She was surprised to receive a phone call. Empress Dowager. She became very nervous. She thought she had already called Empress Dowager before dinner. Yenjika tried to calm herself and answered the call in a neutral voice. "Mom. Ku. I heard from your dad that you tried to cook at home today, even making egg-fried rice and cold mixed vegetables?" Ji Mingyu asked with a faint smile. Yenjika shivered. Hundreds of thoughts floated in her mind. In the end, she chose to tell her mother the truth. Stammering, she explained, "Mom, tea that was made by Chung, no Lu Cheng. I was the one who cooked the vegetables. He didn't do anything other than cooking and showering." With Empress Dowager's wisdom and experience, coupled with the facts at her hand, she must have already noticed something was off. Ji Mingyu felt much better after hearing her daughter's confession. She sighed, but added with a smile, "Your dad sounded so happy. It was as if he was in heaven thinking this was the surprise you prepared for him. You have to practice more and really cook for him in the future. You can't let him be happy in vain." She felt sorry for her husband. "I practiced cooking the egg-fried rice especially for him the whole afternoon." Yenjika immediately made clear her stance. She felt very guilty about her dad. Ji Mingyu returned to the topic at hand. She smiled and asked, "Did Lu Cheng neglected my words and told you that we've already met? Otherwise, Ku would not have confessed so easily just now. That kid seemed to be a guy who would fear his wife." "Yes," replied Yenjika. She then argued for Lu Cheng. "This is the most basic honesty between couples. Ha! You're not even married to him, but you're already arguing for him." Ji Mingyu was annoyed, but also found her daughter ridiculous. "You said he stayed the whole morning. Did he do nothing else other than showering and cooking?" "Mom!" Yenjika naturally understood what Empress Dowager was asking and blushed instantly. "He only taught me how to cook egg-fried rice. We know the limits. I won't say any more. You're more stubborn than me and I believe you know the limits. But as for him, well, few men could restrict themselves from sex. If he keeps begging you and takes it step by step, will you stay strong and never compromise?" Ji Mingyu decided to openly talk to her daughter about this so she would not end up hurt by her ignorance. Ji Mingyu was an atypical parent. She was more open and preferred honest communication. Yanjika was similar in this aspect. Yanjika was embarrassed. "Mom, why do you keep talking about this? And Chung isn't the kind of person you're talking about." Fine, I'll stop. I'm only reminding you to love yourself and think twice before doing anything," Ji Mingyu helplessly replied. Going by what Yanjika said just now, she could tell that her daughter had fallen deeply in love with her boyfriend. On the morning of July 22nd, Lu Chang was tempering by the lake in People's Park. He had drawn power from past emotions and all kinds of beauties in his life, embodied the will, practiced tremor force within his body, and mastered the subtle points of martial arts with the help of drug soup in the past 2 weeks. With just a little effort, he would be able to unite all the forces in his body. In that 2 weeks, Yanjika first went on a 4-day sightseeing trip with her parents. She then accompanied her grandparents who was in Shoshan for a week. And thanks to Empress Dowager's sporadic plans, she had only a little time to temper, date, or meet Lu Chang. Their longing for each other were completely unfulfilled. When that feeling piled higher and higher, she was forced to fly south. She was congenitally deficient and her family was worried something might happen to her while practicing. So they made her follow her grandparents home and practice with them to pass the initial difficult stage. This meant she would be gone for at least 10 days. Lu Chang had to work his longing into his attacks. He had to rely on QQ, phone calls, and video calls to resolve his longing. When he was free, he would surf the internet, reading forums, or meet up with Zhang Fei, Qin Rui, Chang Chili, Tao Xiaofei, and the others. When it came to his teaching in the martial arts school, he had given one-on-one 12-hour lessons to 5 disciples, thanks to Qin Rui's success case. Students like Wu Ting had also become healthier and stronger with more agile legs. Now the youth tournament was about to start. The lakeside in People's Park. Lu Chang adjusted his posture and spat out an arrow-like breath. His body then made sizzling noises, like the sound of beans being fried. It spread all over his muscles, tissues, and bones. Combined together, they were almost unified as one. Still needs more effort," Lu Chang said, a little disappointed. His martial arts gradually agglomerated and intensified. Thanks to his mastery of the meditation method and understanding of the withdraw method of Jindan, his tempering progress was just as what Geezer Sure said. He was far quicker than ordinary people. With just minimal effort in 10 to 20 days, he had completely unified the forces in his body as one. Shaking his head, he put this thought in the back of his mind. He then stooped down and bent his waist. With this movement, his will burst out of his body and integrated with his spirit. His mind clarified, allowing him to be sensitive to every nuance. His will to protect those that he loved gathered and sank into his dantian. Suddenly restrained, his traction spirit began to show signs of rotation. The qi, blood, and force around Lu Chang and even his sense of alive oddly started to shrink and condense in that instant. They rotated around each other, maintaining a balance. Boom! The balance disintegrated, leaving a violent burst of infinite power. Bang! Lu Chang took a big step forward and punched a fist. The air around him shook, causing strong wind to create weak but visible waves on the surface of the lake. This attack was close to the outbreak of a Dan stage fighter. And if Lu Chang dared to use running of Jindan as the fulcrum, he would have truly completed force concentration. The elements would not be left collected in a mass. When that happened, he would be regarded as a true fighter of Dan stage. Yet, he had mixed the comprehension of cultivation. All his qi, blood, force, and spirit revolved either around his will or Jindan to maintain a balance. This meant that he could not condense them into a point. Perhaps it was more precise to say it was not possible at the moment. The most he could do was create a mini version of Jindan. Lu Chang even suspected there would be terrifying consequences when they collapsed and condensed into a point when rotating around. Without any information available, he can only try step by step. After tempering for a few times, he was thoroughly exhausted. He ended his morning practice and jogged back home. In this youth tournament, He planned not use Jindan and fight using his strength to polish his will and temper his martial arts. More importantly, he wanted to know which rank he could achieve without cheating too much. Hehe. Ku still doesn't know that I've long understood the meaning of withdraw, or that I've reached the first stage of force concentration. This way I can surprise her when she's watching the live match. Put Lu Chang in a happy mood. The last VIP training class in July. With his hands clasped behind him, Lu Chang walked around the students that he was very familiar with. He was teaching them how to best exert their force. At the end of the class, he clapped his hands and smiled. We'll meet again in August. Don't be lazy and maintain your thrice-a-week practice. Especially you, Yao Ruiwei. If you give up practicing, your weight will rebound. I'm not trying to scare you. This fat Thai was more persistent than Luo Chang expected. He even persevered to the end of the practice. He was now about 10 pounds lighter and he had caught up to students as well. Hearing Lu Cheng's teasing, Yao Ruiwei scratched the back of his head and laughed. Sir Lu, if my weight rebound even 1 pound, then you can take it as my loss. They were all half-grown kids. After they became familiar with Lu Chang, they thought calling him Coach Lu was too strange. No one knew who was the first to call him Sir Lu, but before long, everyone in the class started to use that new name. And what Yao Ruiwei lost was not merely weight, but also his sense of inferiority. He gradually opened up and displayed the youth and vitality boys his age had. Everyone laughed, hearing those words. After it ceased, Wu Ting happily asked Lu Chang a question. Sir Lu, is it true you're participating in youth tournament this term? Yes, Lu Chang answered, not particularly concerned. Wu Ting gave a whoop. My dad will be taking me to the tournament. I'll cheer for you then. I also want to go. Zhang Chufan looked envious. As she was not yet 13 years old and did not even have the civil capacity of conduct, she was unable to buy the tickets. Wu Ting cared a lot about this young girl, so she immediately gave a suggestion. Why don't I ask your parents if you can come play in Gaofan with us for a few days? Look, did she not already expose her true intentions? Was she going there to play or cheer for him? Lu Chang shook his head, smiling. The students in the VIP class were all well off. When they heard what Wu Ting said, they began discussing about joining the fun. Li Lei was the only one who walked toward Lu Chang to talk to him, his admiring expression marred with confusion. Sir Lu, these past few days I've been sparring with the students in the VIP class. And you won them all? Lu Chang asked with a smile. Yes, that's right. But you never teach us any powerful attacks. We keep practicing basic moves over and over again. Li Lei cannot understand why. Lu Chang chuckled. If you master the basics, any powerful moves would be useless against you. You'll manage as long as you're not facing students who have joined the summer school a few times. Of course Li Lei will be able to manage. The other VIP classes emphasized on teaching cool attack moves to satisfy teen egos and had a lackadaisical attitude when it came to teaching basic skills. If those students were to fight, they would find that their powers were actually very weak. Li Lei nodded, looking thoughtful. He made up his mind to learn from Sir Lu even more diligently in August. When Lu Chang went home in the afternoon, he started packing while waiting for Zhang Fei's car. They were carpooling to Gaofan. Fatty Zhang, Old Chang, and Tao Xiaofei had no other plans, so they enthusiastically decided to catch the youth tournament live and cheer him on. When he was done packing, Lu Chang took a picture and sent it to Yan Zhika with a smiling emoji. I'm on the way. I'm so annoyed, but still I have to smile to cheer you on. Yan Zhika replied with an emoji that cried with holding a fist. I want to watch the tournament live. Lu Chang chuckled and typed his reply on the keyboard. Even if you're not going to the south, Empress Dowager will never allow you to go to Gaofan to watch the tournament. That's true. Yan Zhika sent an emoji with both hands on its chin. Then I'll try my best to grasp the inner practice of meteor force and come back earlier. I'll say I'm looking for Sister Jingjing so I can go directly to Gaofan. Don't be defeated too early. Lu Chang sent an emoji with a red towel wrapped around its head, while holding a fist. I'll hang on until you come back. That would be the last few matches. Oh, how cute. Then this older sister buy you candy. Yenjika sent him an emoji with a crooked finger. Aha. Oh right. What's Sister Jingjing's supernatural ability? You forgot to mention. Lu Chang asked. Yenjika answered with a grim-looking emoji. Call me Coach Yen. A smile unconsciously appeared on Lu Cheng's face. Yes, Coach Yen. Please instruct me. Sister Jingjing's supernatural ability is manipulating her surroundings to create visual and auditory illusions. In a fight, every mistake you make will put you in danger. Without any hesitation, Yenjika betrayed her best friend's secrets to Lu Chang. Their conversation continued for a while longer. Lu Chang then heard someone opening the door. He looked out and saw that his parents had come home early. Behind them were the three girls, Qi Yunfei, Chen Xiaoxiao, and Ma Shi. The first thought that came to his mind was that he was going to have to sleep on the sofa again. Then he remembered he was leaving for Gaofen anyway, so it did not matter if the girls would occupy his room. Dad, Mom, why you are back so early? He asked, confused. Qi Fang complained. It's all thanks to your dad. A few days ago, he suddenly said that we should go watch the tournament live since it's a rare opportunity for you to participate in a match in our province. You and your dad are exactly the same. He doesn't tell me his plans in advance. I almost couldn't get anyone to take over my shifts. The plan was spontaneous. Lu Jisheng laughed. Earlier it seemed like his parents were not concerned, but they actually made plans to support him in Gaofun. Lu Chang felt very warm and he asked with concern, have you already booked your hotel room? Are the girls coming as well? Yep, brother Lu Chang. We have to watch your heroic performance live, Qi Yunfei answered, pulling an exaggerated expression. Qi Fang rambled. Our rooms are booked. When your dad applied for annual leave from Fatigua, he was so happy because he'll also be going for a vacation in Gaofan with his family. They'll also be watching the tournament. What a coincidence. Fatigua happened to have a contract with a 5-star hotel. Your dad was supposed to get a bonus for completing a technical task in his factory. So the bonus went to 2 rooms in that hotel. When it came to Guamin, she would typically call him Fatigua or Stinky Gua whenever there were no other people around. We still have to pay our accommodation when we go to Gaofun. We'll regard the money saved as my bonus. It's also our first time staying in a 5-star hotel. It's a nice experience to have. A large-minded Lu Jisheng tried to console her. Qi Fang rolled her eyes at him. Won't your back hurt to stay in a room that costs you 1,000 yuan per night? Chang, why don't you stay in our room instead? No, I'm fine. The hotel I picked is close to the arena. It's quiet and convenient. Lu Chang turned down his mom's kindness, wanting this old couple to enjoy themselves. His cell phone rang. The phone call was from Zhang Fei. Chang, we're outside your neighborhood. Are you done packing? Fatty Zhang then lowered his voice and snickered. Old Chang knows you're participating in the tournament. So he persuaded our monitor and Chao Lele to play in Gaofun. Wow, Old Chang is so skilled now. Then I'll wait for Tao Xiaofei's car. Lu Chang answered in surprise, before coming to a realization. No, my parents are also going to Gaofun. I'll take the bullet train with them. Are you worried that 2 cars won't be enough for all of us? Hurry up and refund your ticket. Don't waste money. Zhang Fei proposed generously. Lu Chang counted the number of people and nodded. Okay then, I'll go tell them now. Qi Fang of course agreed happily, since it was his son's friends who invited them for the free car ride. She told the girls to get their tickets refunded. Together they carried their luggage and waited at the gate of their neighborhood. Dad, Mom, you take Xiaofei's car. Lu Chang greeted Tao Xiaofei and arranged for his parents, Qi Yunfei, and Chen Xiaoxiao to sit in the BMW. He led Ma Shi to Chang Fei's car and saw Cheng Chili riding shotgun. Qiu Hailin and Chao Lele sat at the back. Cheng, good luck! The 2 girls cheered with a smile. Fatty Zhang had described Lu Chang as an invincible fighter, making them doubt the truth of his words. Yet they did not have the curiosity to confirm their doubts. They only came to have fun. Thank you, Lu Chang replied courteously. Then he turned to his cousin and said, Cici, You sit in this car. After he getting everyone a place in the cars, he discovered a serious problem. Just now, when he was counting people, he did not count himself. The seats were all full, but he was not yet in. This Chang, how are you going? Zhang Fei looked at him with puzzlement. He thought that he could not ask any of them to step out of the cars. And since they have to take the expressway, it was a bad idea to cram everyone in. Lu Chang was momentarily stunned and hesitated to answer. I'll take the martial arts school bus. Okay. Without any hesitation, Zhang Fei waved and started his car, driving after Tao Xiaofei. They were not at all worried about Lu Chang. They left just like that. Watching his cheerleaders leave, the protagonist stood still in bewilderment, kissed by the hot sun and left in the dust. Just who was the main character here? After packing her luggage, Wu Ting followed her dad to pick up Wei Renjie and his secretary. Little girl, why are you so happy? Wei Renjie asked with a big smile. This time, he wanted to personally supervise the Shoshan Martial Arts School to select members for the special training based on their performances in the tournament. The leading fighter had already been decided. It was a recommendation from Headmaster Chu Weikai. Wu Ting replied happily, because my coach is also participating in the tournament. Your coach? Lu Chang? Not bad, Wei Renjie said perfunctorily. As someone with a high status, he was naturally unaware of how the summer school in the martial arts school operated. He thought VIP classes were the same as postgraduate education under a well-known professor, where the teaching assistant will instruct the students most of the time. When Wu Qinggui heard this, he felt a little puzzled. He opened his mouth and tried to say something, but in the end he kept his silence. Luo Chang first called the school to tell them his plans, and then he made a maniac dash to rush there. Finally, he saw the Gushan Martial Arts School rented bus. The moment he boarded the bus, Su Rongfei and the other disciples stood up one by one and respectfully greeted him. Brother Lu. Everyone knew how effective his coaching was these days. Lu Chang had long gotten tired of correcting them, so he merely nodded in response. He then walked to the seat beside Qin Rui and smiled to Chu Weikai and Dai Linfeng who were in the seats behind. Headmaster Chu, I'm sorry to trouble you. What trouble? To be precise, you're still a member of our school. Chu Weikai laughed. Lu Chang did not say much. He turned around and sat down. He leaned against his seat to stretch and the bus door closed at the same time. The bus started to move. Everyone had been waiting for very long, as if they were waiting for him alone. Their goal? Youth tournament. The scenery outside their windows passed in a blur. The afternoon sunlight was hot and piercing. The people of Gushan Martial Arts School astutely let down the curtains so the interior of the bus turned comfortably dark. Lu Chang was basking in the warmth reaching through the curtain and the cool air conditioning above his head. He closed his eyes and recalled the events and emotions he experienced since beginning to learn martial arts. It was only until recently that he understood the true meaning behind his master's 10 words. Human body Big Dan referred to the state when all the force in his body became unified as a whole. Round lump meant that all the force, qi, blood, and spirit becoming mellow and transparent. Shining brightness was understanding what one was fighting for and putting it into practice. And then one should ensure the will was firm and the spirit clear step by step so he can shine. Body refining was a certain extreme level of physical tempering. Dan's stage, on the other hand, would involve the spirit and will to break one's threshold. In the middle of his reminiscence, he overheard many disciples excitedly talking to each other. I hope that I won't meet two powerful fighters early in the tournament, so I can break into the third round, Su Rongfei said, turning to Qin Rui. Qin Rui answered with both anticipation and nervousness. Among the fighters in the bus, I'm afraid only Senior Dai can advance into the third round with any certainty. You don't want to advance? Su Rongfei snickered. Qin Rui blurted. Of course I want to. What an honor it would be. I also want to advance to the fourth round to get more attention. Youth tournament was established to encourage the teenagers in this province to work hard and move forward. It was a little different from the smaller Warrior Sage Challenge tournament. In the first 3 rounds of the tournament, the professional-level fighters would not participate. This was so that amateur-level fighters can use their skills and learn from one another. For amateur fighters, the result of this tournament was also a point of pride. One may say, for example, "What? You lost in the second round of the youth tournament? Oh, my luck is much better. I advanced to the 4th round and confronted a professional 9th pin." When everyone shared the same rank, this was one of the few ways for them to differentiate their actual power and abilities. Listening to these words and feeling that kind of desire, Lu Cheng smiled with his eyes closed. Initially, his only purpose was the reward money. He did not have any other ideas. But now, as a fighter who has opened the door to Dan's stage, he can start thinking about some other goals. In that instant, he also felt a little smug. Chu Weikai also had his eyes closed, taking in the excitement and happiness of the disciples around him. A thought came to him. It's so nice to be young. One can be hopeful and lively. Lively. When he thought over this one word, he realized that he seemed to have neglected something important. Ideas flashing in his mind, Chu Weikai suddenly clenched his hands and opened his eyes to stare at Lu Cheng in front of him. Perhaps because they were often in close contact, he did not even notice the changes in Lu Cheng's body. Lu Cheng's qi and blood were originally vivacious to a boiling point. He gave off a sharp and strong aura that made him look like a powerful fighter. But he now appeared calm and serene. All his qi and blood had become incredibly ordinary. Perhaps Chu Weitzai's pupils shrank. He did not dare to believe his own suspicion. But the changes in front of him were an obvious answer. This was too unbelievable. He was both shocked and glad. Tianshui Hotel, the Hotel Gushin Martial Arts School booked, was not far from Martial Arts Arena in Gaofeng. The environment was also quiet and cool. The price was not high either. It was about 400 yuan per night. Lu Cheng also chose this hotel. He booked a king-size room on the 12th floor. He put down his luggage and stood beside the French window. Drawing the curtains, he overlooked the beetle-shaped arena. He felt inexplicable happiness at overlooking something from a high place. Just after he took a photo and sent it to Yenjika, he received a call from Qin Rue. "Hey, Cheng, do you want to eat with us? My master wants to treat us to a feast today to give us a good start." Qin Rue laughed. Lu Cheng was still by the window, one hand in his pocket. He gave a small smile. "No thanks. My parents, Zhang Fei, and the rest are here. I have to eat with them." "Look at my weak memory." Qin Rue patted his forehead. "Then you all have a good time." After ending the call, Lu Cheng immediately called Zhang Fei. "Hey, Fatty Zhang, I'll treat you all to dinner later. Don't wander around." Fatty Zhang was also staying in a nice hotel because Tao Xiaofei, the rich kid, volunteered to pay for their accommodation. But they were not staying in the same hotel as his parents were. Zhang Fei was somewhat surprised. "Cheng, since when have you become so polite and good at taking initiative? I thought you'll only agree to treat us after some begging. Are you eating or not? If you don't want to eat, then the deal's off. Why do you speak so much nonsense?" Lu Cheng laughed gruffly. Tao Xiaofei and Fatty Zhang drove his parents and cousins all the way to Gaofeng and also came to cheer him on. If he did not even treat them to a meal, he would feel very guilty about it. Of course, such acute social awareness was all thanks to the influence of Coach Yen. Zhang Fei laughed heartily. "Of course we have to eat. We're still waiting for the meal you promised when we found out about your relationship with Yen Zheka." He was forgetful and had already forgotten the sour feelings and the sense of loss at that time. "Fine. Ku and I will treat you later." Thinking that his girlfriend will be coming to Gaofeng, Lu Cheng agreed without hesitation. Empress Dowager was so far from this city anyway. Zhang Fei nodded with satisfaction. "Then we'll pick you up and go to the hotel your parents are staying in." "It's fine. I'll go there myself. You guys adjust your timing and meet me there." Lu Cheng walked out of the door while he was still on the phone. He wore a white short-sleeve t-shirt, beige trousers, and a pair of brown vintage leather shoes. His style gave him a leisurely feeling. On his way to Ming-Chi International Hotel, he easily picked out a restaurant for dinner later. A Yunnan restaurant nearby the hotel. This was all thanks to Ko Qian's recommendations, as she was a frequent visitor of Gao Fen. He arrived at the five-star hotel quickly because there was no traffic jam. He had to wait for a while because the hotel elevator required access cards. He then caught a ride with other hotel patrons before finally making it to the 17th floor. He knocked on his parents' door. What five-star hotel? Doesn't it feel the same as other hotels? The room's only a little bigger and newer. Chi Fong was still upset over the use of the bonus, as she complained to her son. Lu Cheng stepped on the soft carpet and went along with his mom's complaints. That's right. Which hotel can't we stay in as long as it's clean? Dad? Mom? Prepare to leave. Fatty Jiang and Tao Xiaofei will come soon. I'm planning to buy them a meal. Lu Jisheng pushed his glasses and happily said, You should treat them indeed. Cheng, you're really mature now. After waiting for his three cousins to get ready, the six of them walked into the elevator to get to the ground floor. Ding! When the elevator door opened on the ground floor, a few familiar faces appeared in front of them. Guomin was waiting for the elevator with his wife Wan Rongli, children Guohuairo and Guohuayan, as well as bodyguard Xiatong. Old Lu, all of your family are here today? When Guomin recognized Lu Jisheng and Chi Fong, his eyes lightened up and he greeted them with a smile. Wan Rongli and Guohuairo raised their chins in arrogance. Just then, the gazes of their families froze when they saw a gently smiling Lu Cheng beside Lu Jisheng. Guohuairo and others recalled the words, He came, he left, as well as the figure of this young man floating away. Lu Cheng smiled and nodded as a way of greeting. Guomin and the others were surprised and apprehensive. They subconsciously began to smile and also nodded. It really was him. Why was he here? Lu Jisheng modestly laughed. Manager Guo, I thought you'll arrive here tomorrow. This is my son Lu Cheng. These are my nieces. All of you can call him Uncle Go. Lu Cheng stepped forward and smiled. Hello, Uncle Go. Yes, yes. Guomin stared at a casually dressed Lu Cheng with his gentle smile in bewilderment, finding it difficult to answer. Uncle Go. Guohuairo and the rest turned into clay figurines as they blankly responded to Lu Cheng's greeting. Manager Guo, we still have something to do. We'll go now. Lu Jisheng was holding the elevator door for them. Yes, yes. Guomin's reply was the same as before. Lu Cheng said nothing. With two hands in the pocket, he walked behind his dad. He then leisurely strode to the side door as it was closest route to the Yunnan restaurant. Guomin inhaled sharply as he watched that family leave, feeling like he had just survived a bad incident. When they arrived at the side door, Qi Yunfei, Chun Xiaoxiao and Ma Shi was shocked by the noisy and lively scene there. Before the door, the floor was laid with red carpet extending all the way to the stairs. There were set spears and short cannon on both sides, as well as boys and girls carrying banners and slogans. What are they doing? Qi Yunfei whispered to herself in bewilderment. Lu Cheng glanced at the scene, also perplexed. He then noticed a familiar figure coming in from the door. To be precise, Lu Cheng was familiar with that person. But that person did not know him. That person was the first seed of the youth tournament, the 27-year-old Dan Stage 7th pin, Zhang Zhutong. Genius fighters like Peng Weiyun and Ren Li had yet to appear in this generation in Xing province, not even fighters in the level below. Zhang Zhutong, as a fighter who could reach the Dan Stage 7th pin when he was 23, was close to master the inhuman level. It was not completely hopeless for him to try and achieve physical invulnerability. He can be considered a key fighter who had attracted the expectations and attention of the whole province. Zhang Zhutong was as tall as Lu Cheng. When he wore the white martial arts suit, it made him look very handsome. His eyes were sharp and deep. He wore a smile and seemed pretty proud of himself. With a beautiful lady as his companion, he walked on the red carpet and wore a casual expression when facing the flash of the cameras. A girl next to Qi Yunfei answered her questions excitedly. Dinner party. It's the dinner party for this youth tournament. Don't you guys know? I don't know. Chi Yunfei shook her head innocently. The girl gave her a simple explanation. The youth tournament is the day after tomorrow, isn't it? So the committee specifically organized a dinner party for the seed players. Many powerful fighters and celebrities are coming. As she was talking, she raised the banner and screamed, "Zhang Zhutong." Chi Yunfei suddenly understood. Then she turned to look at her cousin. She wanted to say something, but she felt embarrassed to say. However, Chun Xiaoxiao asked innocently, "Brother Lu Chang, why aren't you invited?" Lu Chang was watching Zhang Zhutong turn towards the stairs. He shook his head with a smile. "Maybe I'm not qualified yet." Lu Chang had nothing to complain about the qualifications. He knew about these 12 seeded fighters of this youth tournament and saw most of them in the official filmed advertisement. That was why he felt familiar with Zhang Zhutong's figure. Seeded fighters of this tournament were of professional 7th or 8th pin and a few professional 9th pin martial artists with supernatural ability. The committee probably didn't have time to watch every professional 9th pin participant's match videos to select. Lu Cheng's latest fight wasn't good enough to be chosen anyway. In other words, a seeded fight needed the 8th pin fighting power at the very least, which was way beyond Lu Cheng's league back to before the summer holiday. Well, that was another time. Right now, he no longer felt inferior to those seeded fighters. Chun Xiaoxiao suddenly realized she had just asked a very wrong question and touched the tender spot upon hearing his answer. She hurried to remedy. "Brother Lu Chang, next time you will be qualified." "I should be qualified now," murmured Lu Chang to himself. He didn't seem to mind the young girl's innocent question and answered with a smile. "I hope so. Let's loop back to the front gate. We can't get out here." Without much knowledge of Lu Cheng's strength, Qi Fong and Ma Shi quickly forgot about the qualification matter for the banquet. They followed Lu Chang back to the front gate while discussing cheerfully the earlier situation. They headed towards a Nanyun restaurant. On the way to the restaurant, Lu Chang rushed to consult Ming. "Talker, are you there? Don't you ask me if I'm here. Say what you gotta say," joked Kai Zongming. "I'm treating my high school classmates and my folks to dinner. What an awkward combination. I have nothing to talk with them at all. What shall I do?" Lu Chang described his problem. Kai Zongming answered with a smirk. "Make fun of yourself. That's your only way out. You are the joint connecting the two parties at the table. Your parents must be interested in your embarrassing moments in school, and your classmates can add on some materials, and vice versa." It made sense at first, but soon Lu Chang felt terrified. "Considering my mom's personality, she will make all my worst moments known. How could I face my classmates after? What kind of advice is this? I haven't told Ku of all my embarrassing moments." Kai Zongming threw back his head and laughed aloud. "This is the only thing I can think of for now. Good luck." Lu Chang gnashed his teeth for a while before moving on to ask Coach Yen for advice. Combining their different opinions, he felt confident in leading the conversation during the meal. With a private room reserved in advance, he went straight in after meeting Jiang Fei and Qiu Hailin outside the restaurant. As everyone took a seat, he began his self-deprecation. His talking about their high school days loosened the atmosphere gradually, and everyone found comfort at the table. Lu Chang stepped out of the room for the bathroom before hot dishes were served. He saw Chow Lele looking around while washing his hands after. "Here," he waved. Chow Lele came over, complaining, "The design has a big problem here. I couldn't see the sign from that direction." Sharing a table for a long time, Lu Chang and her were pretty close. Noticing no one was around, she casually asked out of curiosity, "Lu Chang, I heard you are teaching in Gushin Martial Arts School part-time?" According to Fatty Jiang, he's already reached the professional 9th pin. Must it be pretty good in Shoshan? "Yeah." "Why?" Lu Chang smiled, looking puzzled. Chow Lele pouted and laughed at herself. "Without supervision, I've gained 5 kilograms in 1 year away from home studying. I'm pretty much a ball now, so I'm thinking about going to the gym to lose a few pounds." Lu Chang took a second look at her and noticed his petite neighbor's round face. He withheld his laughter and desire to joke on her weight, answering earnestly, "I'm no expert on fitness, but Gushin Martial Arts School has certificated gym coaches." Chow Lele was prepared for his sneer and jeer, but to her surprise, Lu Chang didn't scoff at all. She looked at him, much surprised, and commented with a tinge of emotion, "Lu Chang, you've changed so much in merely 1 year. I can hardly recall your looks from high school. Our classmates and I are still marking time, seeing a bit more of the world and nothing more. Tall and straight, calm and gentle, confident and charming. Lu Chang doesn't look like a freshman at all. Should I say thank you for your kind words?" asked Lu Chang with a smile. "I'm not being kind but stating the truth." Chow Lele put on a restrained smile. Driven by her curiosity, she added, "Fatty Jiang told me you've got a girlfriend? She must be outstanding. So you can be well suited." "Yeah." Thinking about Coach Yen, a bright smile broke on Lu Cheng's face. His eyes softened. Lu Cheng's content made Chow Lele jealous. She suddenly began to look forward to a romantic relationship. She wanted to have someone whose eyes would shine while talking about her. Lu Chang cut the conversation short and returned to the room after a wave. His attitude was a bit distant considering their long table-sharing relationship. Lu Chang did it on purpose for 2 reasons. First, studying in different cities, they didn't stay in close contact. They would share a few words in their class group chat and she would seek help for her computer on rare occasions. Second, he wanted to limit his relationship with other girls to this level as he was no longer single. This Nanyun restaurant was pretty decent, with dishes well adjusted to the Xingxing people's taste. Both the guests and the hosts were in the best of pleasure. As many of Lu Cheng's embarrassing deeds were dug out, becoming a fun topic for Chiu Hailin, Chow Lele and Shi Yunfei. Thank goodness. Everything is under control. Lu Chang felt fortunate. He walked his parents and 3 cousins back to the hotel before taking a ride from Tao Xiaofei to Tianshui Hotel. The youth tournament's banquet was still on with lights blazing and guests mingling. The next morning, Lu Chang led his cheering squad to Gaofin's martial arts stadium after his morning training and introduced everything to them. The youth tournament shared a similar setting with the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament. A central ring was surrounded by 9 small rings with big screens showing fights of each ring. As Lu Jisheng and Qi Fong gradually adjusted themselves to the atmosphere, Lu Chang heard a voice. "Sir Lu." Turning around, he saw Wu Ting waving at him while jumping, her 2 ponytails shaking as if thrilled. "What a coincidence," said Lu Chang with a smile. He then noticed the chairman Wei Renjie who had his hair combed back and a few men that he didn't know. One guy's qi and blood is close to boiling. His eyes were terrifying. This must be Sun Yixing. The capable 9th pin fighter Master Shu recommended, nodded Lu Chang while thinking. This average-looking 9th pin fighter enjoyed a great reputation back in his days. He defeated several applicants from nearby cities and earned 1 number for Liao to use wisely. Wu Ting showed a bright smile. "Not a coincidence. I've been looking for you." Wu Ting's voice drew Wei Renjie, Wu Qinggui and Sun Yixing's attention to Lu Chang, who at that moment was more like a tour guide with a group of all ages than a fighter. "Lu, you are also in?" Wei Renjie didn't address Lu Chang by his full name after a few times encounters. "Yeah," answered Lu Chang calmly with a mild smile. "Have to show my family around first." The 2 parties separated after a quick chat about the weather. Wei Renjie's secretary approached with a few sheets of paper. "Chairman, this is Shoshan Fighter's schedule for today." Wei Renjie passed it to Sun Yixing after a brief browse and spoke with a smile. "Sun, all yours. I can't tell if it is good or not." Sun Yixing beamed. "My pleasure," he added. No professional fighters would come to watch the first 3 rounds if not for this. In a dark bedroom, an attractive woman woke up to no one by her side. The other half of the bed was already cold. Covered by a dressing gown, she stepped to the window where she saw Zhang Zhutong practicing martial arts in the garden. His upper body bare, muscles twinkling, and sweat dripping down. "Can't even take 1 day off," complained the pretty lady. In a park, Xing Jingjing stood in a dark corner with her eyes closed, performing one move after another. In a martial arts club, A youth with a faint scar on his face stood in silence. His body seemed hollow as if he didn't exist. By a pond of withered water lilies, a man with some gray hair grabbed the air and a crayfish flew out of the mud. 3 days later, a room was beautifully lit by the morning sunlight. Lu Chang took a shower, washing the weariness from his morning exercise. Standing by the window in a black-edged white martial arts suit, he looked down at the martial arts stadium in the shape of a ladybug while fixing buttons on his cuffs. The 4th round starts today. He turned around as his suit was carefully fixed and picked up his mobile. As he expected, he got one voice message from Yenjika in Jiangnan. He lifted the phone to his ear and touched the screen with his thumb. Her soft, clear voice sounded just like the very first voice message she sent to Lu Chang. Lu Chang, Lu Chang, Lu Chang, come on. Her cheering had more fondness and love than in Yenling. The corners of Lu Chang's mouth moved upwards. Carrying a big smile, he played the message again and again before putting his mobile away and walking out of the room into the bright sunshine with his number plate. Swaying in his hand, the number plate bore an elegant decorative design and a simple number, 18. When Lu Chang took the elevator to the ground floor, members of Gushin Martial Arts School had already gathered in the lobby. "Chang, go to the stadium together?" shouted Qin Rue with beams in his eyes as he noticed Lu Chang out of the corner of his eye. Getting familiar with his new style, Qin Rue had improved a lot during the past 3 matches. While he was still far from the professional 9th pin level, amateur fights, except for those like Dai Linfeng and Zhou Jingyao, were no longer a match in front of his outstanding body gift. He scored an easy victory over an amateur 2nd pin fight in round 1 and, followed by another bloodless win over an amateur 3rd pin. In the 3rd round, he encountered a powerful rival and won by a narrow margin, advancing to round 4 with 2 other members of Gushin Martial Arts School. Even Chairman Wei Renjie and the leading fighter Sun Yixing praised him in person. A merry heart makes a cheerful countenance. He felt much more confident, full of gratitude for Lu Chang. "Yeah, come with us. The shuttle bus is very convenient," added Su Rongfei joyfully. The other 2 members who had made their way into the 4th round were Dai Linfeng and him. He was lucky to encounter 3 comparably weak opponents, but it was also thanks to Lu Chang's instructions. Members who had taken a private session with Lu Chang all achieved a better result than their expectation. Genuine knowledge comes from practice. Now they held sincere admiration for this quiet young martial artist, and the money in their pocket was ready to be made use. Glancing across them, Lu Chang answered leisurely, "Thanks, but no need. I'll run over to warm up my body." He waved and ran through the lobby out of the hotel, then followed the road towards the stadium with the constant rhythm of his steps. Watching him from behind, Su Rongfei commented with a tinge of emotion, "Brother Lu is more and more like a real master. He can probably make it to the top 16 this time." In his point of view, Lu Chang was pretty much invincible among all the fights of professional 8th pin or lower. He should have a good chance taking a seat in the top 16 unless something really odd happened. Qin Rue agreed. "I think he can easily make it unless he gets a super bad draw and encounters one of the 12-seeded fights early. Aha! Soon we can see Chang in apotheosis of fighters." The main point of being qualified as a seeded fight was to enjoy the privilege in the drawing which protected them from encountering other seeded players before the final stage of the top 32 fights. Behind them, Chu Weikai shook his head slightly and muttered to himself with a restrained smile, "Top 16. Hey!" As soon as Lu Chang entered the martial arts stadium of Gaofen, he went straight to the big screen to check today's match table. He spotted his name sharply after a few minutes' wait. Ring 6, Round 4. Number 18 Lu Chang, 19 years old, of professional 9th pin vs number 29 Xiongyu, 21 years old, of professional 9th pin. How lucky! Lu Chang clicked his tongue. There were very few fierce matches between 2 professional 9th pin fighters in this round, and he got one. He looked closer and noticed the fight between Xiongyu and him was not in the broadcast program, as there would be another focal match taking place in the central ring at the very same time between the number 1 seed Zhang Zhutong and another professional ninth pin fighter. Lu Cheng lowered his head, his fingers typing fast to report the news to Ku with her favorite pitiful emoji. Without Coach Yan's blessing, my first rival is a professional ninth pin fighter. Ha. Yan Zhika had no intention to hide her pride. Wait for me to come back with bliss. She continued with an emoji, a hand stroking his chin and eyeballs rolling. That Xiong Yu has very bad luck. Confronting Chang, who has just agglomerated his martial arts will and achieved the core force of the ice sect, is pretty much the same with challenging a seated fighter. We can't underestimate our rival, answered Lu Chang seriously. So hard for me to earn some sympathy. Let me search for his information for you. Yan Zhika tied her hair up and quickly started to gather his information. The information of a professional ninth pin fighter from a certain province must be available online. Instead of going to the service desk for his rival's information, Lu Chang went to Ring 6. While waiting for Coach Yan's reply, he tested his parents and Zhang Fei about his match. Number 18 Lu Cheng. Before the big screen, Xiong Yu murmured quietly this strange name. Slim and small at the first sight, his body was actually thick and solid like a mountain. His round face and the close-set cast of her features were rather amusing. A member of Gaofin's Jianxian Hall, Xiong Yu had been training in the local Jinshan Martial Arts Club, well known for his consummate Shuji Divine penetrating fist. Never heard about it. Must be from another city. We should do some research, said Xiong Yu's companion. A fine lady with thin brows, dressed like an office lady. Her imposing and mighty chi and blood well lit her face up. They were surrounded by a few reserve fighters of Jianxian Hall, who immediately took their mobile out to search on the internet upon hearing Sister Ying's command. As the juniors were helping gather information on his rival, Xiong Yu spoke to Sister Ying with a smile. Sister Ying, your match is in the afternoon? He held great respect for Han Ying, the younger sister of Han Jifei, a 25-year-old martial artist of the professional 7th pin, one of the vice masters of Jianxian Hall, and the number 2 seed in this youth tournament. Yes, against an amateur first pin fighter, answered Han Ying carelessly. Brother Jifei's rival is also of amateur first pin, said Xiong Yu uncertainly. Contestants who had registered for this kind of tournament would rarely quit in front of a powerful opponent. They might have no chance in winning, but the experience of confronting a professional 7th pin fighter in the Dan stage itself would become something they could brag about after. It wouldn't be worth mentioning how many bouts he made to others. While the pair chatted away, those reserve fighters turned grave. One of them blurted out, Sister Ying, Brother Xiong, this Lu Cheng seems no easy target. He tried hard to not sound negative. No easy target? Xiong Yu took over his mobile with a frown and began to read. Han Ying pressed her head over. The two stopped to exchange a glance, seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. It's not easy. It's hard. It's impossible. When did Xingxing get this 19-year-old top professional 9th pin fighter? With supernatural abilities of fire and ice. A master of tremor punch and one of the core forces of the ice sect. Xiong, how lucky you must be. Han Ying heaved a sigh before forcing a bitter smile on her face. Xiong Yu roared. His certificate was from Songcheng. Bloody hell. Why is he back here for the youth tournament? He took a few deep breaths after the complaint and then continued. Perfect. How can I arouse my potential without a worthy rival? He has tremor punch and the core force of the ice sect. So what? It's useless if he can't hit me. We are both of the professional 9th pin. How big a gap can we have? How do I know I can't win without a fight? I'm a capable professional 9th pin fighter. Lu Jisheng and Qi Feng led Chan Xiaoxiao and Zhang Fei towards the stand near Ring 6, passing by the central ring surrounded by numerous media. Sitting in 2 rows, the young, used to looking for answers online, took out their mobile at once to search about Lu Cheng's rival Xiong Yu. Sounds pretty powerful, Chao Lele blurted out after a moment of reading. With little knowledge in martial arts, she was shocked by the match video of 2 capable professional 9th pin fighters. Unconsciously, she began to worry about Lu Cheng. Powerful. Qi Feng's ears were sharp, her heart in suspense as she asked, "My poor son gets a joker for his first match? He would be so upset if knocked out in the first match." "Yeah, quite strong." Chiu Hailin drew in a long breath quietly after watching a few videos. Her big forehead was still bare. In response to their shock and fear, Tao Xiaofei said with disdain, "That's nothing. Search for Brother Lu's videos to watch. Way better. Much ado about nothing." "That's right. He's nothing comparing to Brother Lu Chang," said Qi Yunfei and Chen Xiaoxiao in unison. "Seriously." Chiu Hailin and Chao Lele exchanged a look, realizing they had been missing some really important stuff. Although on the cellular data connection, they searched again. They could hardly believe the awe-inspiring fighter was the humble, polite, and smiling Lu Chang, the lights coming up in their eyes. How did he become so strong in such a short time? Can't tell at all. "Ha! This is Chang." Chi Fong craned her neck to look at Chao Lele's mobile. "I can hardly recognize this is my son." In current trending words, "My son is such a fresh meat." Zhang Fei burst into a laugh and then lowered his voice to Chang Chili. "Chang, do you think his mom could recognize him after this fight?" Chang Chili ignored the joke, focusing on Chiu Hailin and Chao Lele's expression changing with a worried look on his face. He was not afraid but suddenly felt inferior before Lu Chang. Contradistinction hurts. Listening to their discussion in silence, Lu Jisheng came to realize one thing while glancing at the video. Fat Taigua called yesterday to inform them the award money would stay unchanged. A little fairy had just made a post in the forum of Lu Cheng's fans. The third youth championship tournament of Xingxing, Round 4, Lu Cheng vs Xiong Yu. Unparalleled Dragon King commented at once with the pushing sunglasses emoji. "I knew Lu Cheng would attend this tournament. Ah, my heart of a young lady is thirsty like hell." Yan Shaoling, the Eternal Nightfall, opened the youth tournament's official website to look for a live streaming link. Feeling in heaven. No fight for over 2 months. The quiet forum became quieter with only 5 or 6 active users. Of course, Brahmin of determination and a strong will in her summer holiday was one of them. Her comment showed up after a dozen seconds. "Name yourself. How do you know our idol is in this tournament?" A little fairy gave an irrelevant reply. "I take up the cudgels for others." In front of the computer, Yen Zhika was smiling, propped on her elbow. She changed an ID on purpose so no one could find out she was Lu Cheng's girlfriend. Before Brahmin could throw another question, Eternal Nightfall lashed about and wailed, "No broadcast! No broadcast! I'm gonna die!" Lying in bed, Yen Shaoling sobbed. She pulled out one thing to comfort her wounded soul. A letter of admission with the keyword, "Screenwriting and Directing in Academy of Art, Songcheng University." Watching the 2 young girls lashing about and wailing, Yen Zhika sneered, very pleased with herself. "You can't watch it live but I can. I'm prepared." She first replied Lu Cheng's message, analyzing Xiong Yu's style and features. Then she opened the group chat gallantry and justice of her best girlfriends and tagged Gu Shuang. "Shuang, Shuang, are you there yet?" Gu Shuang was the very first friend she mentioned to Lu Cheng. She dated a terrible man who lived off her money while secretly seeing another girl and attempted to attack her when she went for an explanation but only to be beaten up by Yen Zhika. Sitting next to Xing Jingjing on an upper-level stand, Gu Shuang glanced at the big screen from time to time and chatted with her best friend. She smiled upon receiving the message and replied, "I'm here already. Cuckoo, give some patience, would you? The first round hasn't started yet." "Yeah, another girl in love. What happened to your coolness and elegance?" I was never cool or elegant." Yen Zhika sat upright. "You had already been cool and elegant in my mind. You appear to be polite, smiling, approachable, and easygoing, but in fact, you accept very few as your friends. Right, little fairy?" Gu Shuang teased her with the name from Lu Cheng. Ever since Yen Zhika shared some of her love stories with her besties, they often poked fun at her. Gu Shuang adored Yen Zhika for this. She wouldn't feel as special if the little fairy did have tons of best friends. Yen Zhika flushed, ignoring the appellation little fairy. She reminded her, "You have promised you will broadcast it for me." Broadcast with her mobile camera. "I remember that." "Too early," answered Gu Shuang carelessly. Of the same height with Yenjika. She wore a little black dress and maroon-colored shoulder-length wavy hair. Her delicately featured face bore a suggestion of makeup, sending a faint seductive charm which was beyond her age, resembling a mature lady after a few years in office. Xing Jingjing took a brief look at her and sighed. Ever since her hurtful first love, this wealthy bestie lost her faith in love and became a player circulating among boys and men, enjoying their love and attention without giving back and holding a tentative relationship with one or another, playing in the field or being a playgirl in her own words. Men can play, so can women. Seeking sympathy from Yenjika through messages, Lu Chang actually had zero contempt in Xiongyu. Shipwreck in a ditch takes place everywhere every day. He would lose so much face if he lost against great odds. A lesson he had learned from the past was it's okay to feel content but never get about himself. After reading Yenjika's analysis and watching the videos she sent carefully, Lu Chang developed a rough idea of what to expect from the coming battle. The first two matches, respectively between a professional 9th pin fighter and an amateur 2nd pin and an amateur 1st pin, had finished quickly and the third fight was about to start. Lu Chang put away his phone and fixed the cuffs and legs of his martial arts suit before heading to Ring 6 leisurely. As he had expected, he saw Xiongyu there, to whom he nodded a greeting. Xiongyu and Haning also recognized Lu Chang from those impressive combat videos. Mild and reserved, flat and self-effacing, he looked like a spectator more than a fighter. Their facial expression changed as it was very different from what they had learned about Lu Chang. A sharp and fierce martial artist very close to the peak of the body refining stage. Is he stagnating or has he already gone beyond their imagination? If Lu Chang has already touched the threshold of the Dan stage, considering his previous performance, he would be a great sleeper in this youth tournament. Lu Chang smiled at their reaction and moved his eyes to the fight between two amateur 1st pin fighters in the ring. No fighter is stupid. They've watched my previous combat videos and realized my shocking progress. However, my progress will be much greater than you could ever imagine. Lu Chang let his thoughts go wild while chatting with Yenjika on the phone. The third match ended in 10 minutes. The referee shouted after a quick break. Match 4. Lu Chang vs Xiongyu. Wu Ting had been watching the big screen for Ring 6. As soon as she saw Lu Chang, she said to Wu Qinggue next to her, "Dad, I'm going to watch my coach's fight. I'll cheer for him by the ring." "Don't run about," said Wu Qinggue naturally. "I won't," promised Wu Ting while shaking her father's arm like a spoiled child. "Just over there by Ring 6. Come to find me later." Wu Qinggue wanted to follow his daughter over, but sent his bodyguard instead, seeing Wei Renjie focusing on Sun Yixing's match. Wu Ting ran to Ring 6 in her flip-flops after a cheer. She shouted loudly with her hands around her mouth, "Coach Lu, fighting!" Facing Xiongyu and waiting for the conversation time. Lu Chang turned his head and smiled upon hearing her voice. "I'm afraid Zhang Qiufan didn't make it. Only Wu Ting is here." Wu Ting wrote a message in a group chat on her phone after. "Hurry! All posts. Rally! Coach Lu's match is about to kick off." Gu Shuang dragged Xing Jingjing to the ring and found a good spot for filming. Instead of beginning her broadcast straight away, she chatted more. Cool. Your man looks pretty handsome right now." Ignoring his face, of course. "Damn. Who is my man? Can you talk properly?" Cursed Yenjika silently before urging her. "How can you talk at such a critical moment? Hurry. Broadcast. No rush. The conversation time is not worth it," answered Gu Shuang carelessly. "I'll start to broadcast when the actual fight begins. Let's do a small interview first." Ku. How do you feel right now?" "Excited." She couldn't resist teasing the little fairy more. Yenjika sent a sniggering emoji. "How do I feel?" "I want to strangle you." She learned it from Lu Chang and Kai Zhongming's conversation. A word and a blow. Standing before Lu Chang, Xiongyu quickly deliberated his strategy. While everyone thinks I will make it a skirmish fight to avoid his tremor punch and the core force of the ice sect, I will launch a surprise, deadly offensive from the very beginning. To make it work, I must strengthen his thought about my skirmish fight. Talk time starts, announced the referee. Xiongyu began at once sincerely. I've watched your combat videos. How unlucky I am. I thought I could conquer a few weak opponents like a big fish eating the small, but I got you, a shark. Interesting. Lu Cheng slowly adjusted his body condition and responded with a smile. Fights are mobile. Victories against overwhelming odds do happen. Strength is the key to victory but not the only key. Xiongyu continued with his plan after a sigh. I envy you for your tremor punch and the core force of the ice sect. One of the two would be enough for me to become superior to all professional ninth pin martial artists in Gaofan but those seated fighters. He emphasized on his envy and fear for Lu Cheng's tremor punch and the core force of the ice sect to mislead the rival that he wouldn't dare meet strength with strength. The referee raised his right hand in the nagging whining and announced loudly, "Fight!" On the stand, Lu Jisheng and Xiao Lele suddenly straightened their body, locking their eyes on the match. Gu Shuang rushed to open her video camera to begin the broadcast, whereas Wu Ting showed a frown of displeasure for her buddies late for the fight. Xiongyu immediately shook off his fear upon the referee's call. He stamped his foot and dashed into Lu Cheng rapidly as if the floor had shrunk. A low roar echoed in his body which steadily grew into a mountain-shattering shriek, driving his right arm to launch a punch. Shuji Divine Penetrating Fist. The rival's punch was at his face in one blink. Lu Cheng remained calm, his abs plucking up, pulling his tendons from both sides. His right hand reached out with 5 fingers wide open towards Xiongyu's wrist, piercing through the wind. Xiongyu's back suddenly sprang and his right arm tightened, his punch turning into a drag, throwing a low kick with his left foot at Lu Cheng's ankle. Fast, accurate, and fierce. The punch was a distracting trick, and this kick is the essence. A deadly move of the Shuji Divine Penetrating Fist, Earth Dragon turn. His kick was still in the air when Lu Cheng's ankle began to feel dumb. He shifted his weight and withdrew his move, sliding sideways like a ghost. Fake dance stage absolute reaction. Lu Cheng took one stride and tightened his muscles to swing his left arm at the opponent before Xiongyu could take back his leg. In Lu Cheng's head were thunderclouds' loud screams. Bam! Xiongyu blocked the strike hurriedly. His body was pushed away, blood and chi boiling, muscles and tendons shivering as if hit by a bomb. Before he could perform an inner training to work off the shiver, Lu Cheng's right fist already arrived. He quickly adjusted, visualizing a rolling river becoming icebound all of a sudden. Bang! As their fists touched, the cold current ran powerfully, dragging Xiongyu into an ice crevasse. His body froze. Lu Cheng shook his arm and flapped across the rival's neck before taking it back. He smiled as the referee called, "Match 4. Lu Cheng wins." Yeah, it feels great to be a shark once in a while. Gu Shuang had just got her video camera ready, aiming at the ring. Air. Her smile turned stiff hearing the referee's announcement and seeing the two separated. She talked to Yen Zhika in a loss. It was fast. I was just about to start. Yen Zhika found it brusque but amusing. She said in exasperation, "We shall break off our relationship. I told you to begin from the talk time." Wu Ting looked at her buddies with sympathy and heaved a sigh before murmuring to herself, "Too weak." Xiongyu stood straight and stiff in the ring. His lips were pale as if he was confined naked in a freezer for a long time. His thoughts seemed frozen by the cold wave. Shivering from the cold, he could clearly hear his racing heart. Gushing hot blood flowed from every corner of his body, dispersing the coldness in his bones. His abdomen muscles began tightening and compressing, creating mild vibrations and heat. It helped him recover from the double impact. He finally regained control of his arms and legs, exhaling a puff of cold breath. Even in the temperature-controlled martial arts arena, his breath was a chilling white. "Thank you for your guidance." Lu Cheng bowed, smiling. Xiong Yu returned his bow. He did not carry the anger of defeat, but his smile was bitter. I indeed have no chance at all. Facing Lu Chang was like facing a professional eighth pin of dance stage. His defeat was a matter of course. After he finished his sentence, he turned away and walked down the arena. Under the pitiful gazes of his wise martial arts school teammates, he sat next to Han Ing. Without waiting for Xiong Yu to speak up, Han Ing asked, "Did you realize he transitioned his moves very smoothly to Tremor Punch and Ice Sect Core Forces? Without any flaws." In videos of Liu Cheng's past matches, they noticed he took a little too long to prepare for Tremor Punch and Ice Sect Core Forces. The transition time was a big problem for him. However, his transition was close enough to the usual time needed in the match earlier. It was a smooth transition that left his opponent no chance to deflect. In a match, it was considered a massive upgrade. Yes. Xiong Yu did not make any other comments. His round face seemed anxious and doubtful. Sister Ing, don't you think he dodged perfectly and immediately when I just lashed out the earthworm somersault? The other professional ninth pin fighters could not immediately catch what Xiong Yu meant in a short time. Yet Han Ing understood because her brother was a professional seventh pin of dance stage. She responded in astonishment. The absolute reaction? Xiong Yu nodded solemnly. Han Ying's expression became somber as she paced up and down. She said with gritted teeth, "I'm going to see my brother. I need to tell him. Lu Chang might be a black horse eligible to be seeded. If his brother underestimated this enemy in their match, he might be injured and affect his chances in the final match for the championship. Of course, this discovery ought to be kept a secret. If this gave Zhang Zhutong and the others a disadvantage, then it was naturally the best outcome." When the referee announced the result of the match, Qi Yunfei, Chen Xiaoxiao, and Ma Shi stood up and cheered without caring about others' opinions. "Brother Lu Chang is too awesome." This was Qi Yunfei's suggestion. They had rehearsed this cheering slogan for a long time. Tao Xiaofei sprung to her feet and waved her fist in the air. She proudly looked at Chao Lele and Shou Hailin. "See? Remember what I said? Brother Lu is much better than him." Most times, defeating a great opponent served as a necessary foil to a fighter's strength. The visual shocks in videos of matches might amaze viewers, like the crushing of black bricks or a fierce long-distance pounce. Yet they could not well position the fighter's strength without understanding his opponent. When Lu Chang defeated a fighter who they thought to be a master as easily as if he was blowing off dust, Chao Lele realized how great her old deskmate was. Her eyes wide open, she responded with excitement and astonishment. "Yep. He deserves the title of young hero Lu." Who knew that the joke Lu Chang had made to liven up things would become real? The deskmate who she used to be familiar with now seemed untouchable. Young hero Lu. Seeing Lu Chang walk down the arena, she asked curiously, "What exactly is his level?" How do I answer your question? I don't know how to describe it." Zhang Fei answered awkwardly, scratching his head. Chao Lele thought for a while. "Then tell me where you think he'll place in this youth tournament." Zhang Fei seriously considered it and gave an answer that gave him pride. "There's no problem for him to enter the top 32. If he's lucky, he can even make it to top 16. If he's lucky enough, top 16. Chao Lele repeated with astonishment. Among the fighters under the age of 26 in the province, Lu Chang was someone who could at least rank in top 32. In the entire province. Qi Fang saw what happened among her son's friends. She turned to Lu Jisheng, proudly saying, "Did you hear that? Our son's in the top 16 in the entire province." "Yes, yes," Lu Jisheng answered, smiling. He hoped Cheng's luck was good. Chang Chili's eyes were on Shou Hailin, realizing that she was reflecting on something. Rather than being excited like Chao Lele and the rest, he lowered his voice and asked, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" To help Chang Chili go after Shou Hailin, Lu Chang even asked the talker for advice. But their classmate Xiao Ming was not omnipotent. He had never matchmaked personalities like theirs. He only gave them a vague suggestion to stimulate her maternal instincts, as well as to improve his qualities. Qiu Hailin lifted her fringe, revealing her forehead. It reminds me of a senior of mine. She also looks pretty harmless, but is incredibly powerful in the ring. She's like Cheng. A senior? What's her name? Cheng Chili asked casually. Qiu Hailin was in the student council, so she knew things about martial arts competitions. She smiled and replied, Ren Li. I didn't think Lu Chang would defeat that Xiongyu in just a few moves. Gu Shuang was sharing her mind, complaining about her unjust treatment. Isn't that guy a master of martial arts? What an empty shell. Beside her, Xing Jingjing had a poker face on. Lu Chang is superior to him. Superior? How much? Gu Shuang's face was blank with confusion. A competition between two professional ninth pin fighters began and ended with little attention. No one knew Lu Chang was a top fighter of the professional ninth pin rank, except the wise martial arts school fighters. The three disciples of Gushan Martial Arts School were all defeated by professional ninth pin fighters in the fourth round of tournament. It was still a good result for them. As for other martial arts schools, none or at most one of their disciples made it to the third round. In the fifth round, Lu Cheng's opponent was an amateur fighter of first pin who got lucky. Lu Chang ended the fight with a few moves, drawing no extra attention from the audience. After the 5 rounds of tournament, only 9 of the amateur fighters who got lucky were left among the 79 remaining fighters. Each contestant would take part in 2 matches a day. Double elimination would be adopted from this round on. That was to say, every fighter would draw lots for 2 opponents every day, one for the morning and the other for the afternoon match. The fighter who lost both rounds would be eliminated. This method would continue until only 32 fighters remained, namely those who would receive award money. Lu Chang met 2 fighters of the professional ninth pin and won them without any surprise on the first day. The 2 matches were not broadcasted. The matches lacked any thrill and won little applause and cheering from the audience, as if they were just going through the motions. On the second day, after finishing his morning exercise, Lu Chang wore his Longhu Club martial arts suit and jogged to the arena. Only 47 fighters remained after yesterday's matches. Since he would not meet the 32-seeded fighters and previous opponents, Lu Chang felt there was a good chance for him to fight a powerful fighter. He entered the arena and stopped in front of the screen. Squeezing in among the audience, he looked upwards and effortlessly found his own name. Arena 2, Round 2. Number 9 seeded fighter Lu Xuanjin, 23 years old, the professional ninth pin. Number 18 Lu Chang, 19 years old, the professional ninth pin. Number 9 seeded fighter, Lu Xuanjin. His opponent's face appeared in Lu Cheng's mind. It was a fair-skinned young man. Lu Xuanjin was a well-known fighter of the professional ninth pin. His supernatural ability was psychokinesis. Seeing as he was a seeded fighter and that he ranked number 9, it was obvious his strength was not to be underestimated. Luck, luck. Lu Chang sighed, smiling. Did he spend all his luck on Ku? He would rather fight a professional 8th pin of Dan stage than a professional 9th pin with supernatural ability. It did not mean that the former was superior to the latter. Lu Chang had a wealth of experience of challenging professional 8th pin fighters, but none of fighting ultra-capable opponents. Ho Yu of Wenxing School fought with Lu Chang, mainly using martial arts with a little help of supernatural ability. So Lu Chang treated him like a normal fighter. He recalled Lu Xuanjin's appearance on the promotional video and took out his phone to text Yan Zheka, number 9 seeded fighter. After sending the text, Lu Chang concentrated his thoughts. His ambition to win was burning. Interesting. It would definitely be interesting to fight an ultra-capable opponent, particularly in a double elimination match. One failure would not send him back home. Of course, whether or not there was retreat for him, he wanted to win. Yan Zheka replied within seconds with a tearful emoji. Lu Xuanjin? Yes. Why are you using this emoji? Lu Chang left the screen and walked towards the second arena, his phone in hand. The tournament had entered the 3rd round of knockouts. Only 4 arenas remained in the competition area. Yan Zheka answered with a kind-looking emoji. I know him. His supernatural ability is really special and troublesome, enough to cause a headache even for mighty fighters of Dan's stage. Very troublesome? A headache for mighty fighters of Dan's stage. The scenes in the promotional video flashed in Lu Cheng's mind. He took a deep breath and typed on his phone. Why troublesome? He spent all his spare time deepening his understanding of contract and practice these days so he could enter the Dan stage. That was why he did not study videos of seated fighters in advance. Only when the drawing results were announced did he begin to analyze his opponent seriously. His psychokinesis isn't that great. It's only used to move light things without touching them. Yenjika sent a deep in contemplation emoji with both hands crossing under its chin. If it came to strength versus strength, he won't gain any advantage in his fight against professional ninth pin. But, there are many delicate and fragile parts in the human body. Like the eyes. Lu Cheng frowned. The power of his psychokinesis isn't strong enough to poke someone's eyes out, but it's enough to adversely affect on the eyes, like causing temporary blindness. It's likely to cause injury or disability in martial arts competition. Yenjika sent an emoji of a covered face in tears again. The power of a supernatural ability depended not only on its type, but also on its intensity and to what degree its owner could utilize it. Lu Cheng's Ice and Blaze supernatural ability sounded great on paper, but its intensity was too weak. It was only strong enough to light a cigarette or serve as a portable air conditioner. It did not live up to its name. However, Lu Xuanjin had made impressive progress in his psychokinesis to his current level. This could seriously influence the development of the match and its outcome. In competitions where contestants with strange supernatural abilities participated, the referees were often ultra-capable adepts to prevent injuries. However, unless the referee was a seer, it was impossible for him to deal with all and any sudden accidents. To be sure, the contestants who meant to hurt his opponent would be punishable by law. Lu Cheng could imagine the horror of being attacked on his eyes by Lu Xuanjin with his long-distance psychokinesis. He sent a stunned dog emoji. It's unfair. That's not the worst. Yenjika used the sitting at a loss emoji. I saw him use his supernatural ability to nip some organ at a distance. The private. Fuck. Lu Cheng felt a chill between his legs and could not help cursing. Although Lu Xuanjin's psychokinesis was not strong enough to explode his private parts, it was enough to hurt it. It was not a joke, but real pain. How should he fight him? Impulsively, he wanted to quit and live the rest of his life happily with Ku. Seeing Lu Cheng's strong reaction, Yenjika sent him a smiling emoji with its hands covering its mouth. Don't worry too much. He's a gentleman. He won't touch a girl's chest in a match. As for men, it'd be his last resort. It's fortunately an arena competition. If I met an opponent with such supernatural ability in life and death battle, this one will hurt. Lu Cheng replied with an emoji wiping cold sweat. After frightening her boyfriend, Yenjika sent a snickering emoji. Don't be afraid. Go bravely, young man. I've made a summary of his supernatural ability. First, his psychokinesis can't penetrate a physical block. Second, he can't use this ability at a distance of over 15 meters. The closer you get to him, the stronger his psychokinesis. Third, it's similar to your lighter. His ability needs to be triggered with a move, so there's a chance for you to prepare for his attack. The truth is the mighty fighters of Dan's stage can use absolute reaction to sense it even without his triggering move. But his psychokinesis happens in a flash and transmits with the velocity of light. That's to say, even if you can sense it, you can't dodge it. Lu Cheng was shocked for quite a while. Ko, how do you know this? I studied all videos of the top 12 seeded fighters. Yenjika sent an emoji tossing its head arrogantly. She isn't participating, but did so much for me. Lu Cheng felt his heart warming and sent a flushing and smiling emoji. Ko, you're awesome. Yenjika blushed upon hearing that. She smiled and sent a reply in a commanding tone. Call me Coach Yen. Yes, great Coach Yen. Lu Cheng smiled. He waved at his parents, Fatty Jiang, and other friends at the stand. He found a seat and started to seriously watch the videos selected by Yenjika, busily going back and forth with her. In the lounge for seated fighters, Lu Xuanjin sat cross-legged in an empty small room, dark and quiet. In the deadly silence, his sensitivity to his external environment receded. He was able to control his psychokinesis more easily to see the changes in his body except in his brain. His psychokinesis was so strong that it impacted his spirit. He had not achieved the concealment of spirit and qi as well as meditation so far. He could only practice martial arts in such silent environment. That was why he had not entered the Dan stage. He was more often treated as an ultra-capable, rather than a fighter. Lu Xuanjin sensed something and opened his eyes. He went to open the door. A slender lady was approaching his door. She smiled at the sight of Lu Xuanjin. "Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. Your opponent has been announced. It's number 18 Lu Cheng." "Number 18, Lu Cheng," Lu Xuanjin repeated. He showed no reaction to the unfamiliar name and smiled. "Thank you. I'm going to look for his information." "You don't have to. I've done it for you, including his recent matches," the lady said conscientiously. Many fighters did not join any public competitions for 1 or 2 months in preparation of the youth tournament. The videos of recent matches could serve as a reference, but could not show the exact strength of the opponent. After all, progress was made over time. That was why recent videos were necessary for a fighter to have a complete understanding of his opponent. "Thanks," Lu Xuanjin said. He sat at the desk where his computer sat and started watching the videos in the lady's USB drive. His face turned serious, even obviously somber when watching the videos. "Grinding," he whispered to himself and made a comment. Although the fights in these videos were not intense enough to give him a precise idea of Lu Cheng's strength, it was evident that Lu Cheng had made stunning progress in only 2 months. The speed of his growth was no less than the best fighters like Peng Liyun and Ren Li. Fortunately, the tournament was held this year, rather than next year, or the number 1 seeded fighter would have to be replaced. Although Lu Xuanjin was famous for his supernatural ability, he had never been arrogant. He had experienced failing before because of that. He knew well that as an ultra-capable, he was best at his strength, but worst at his weakness. He was inferior to well-rounded fighters of Dan's stage in this term as one who is most likely to go through a shipwreck in a ditch. Of course, it would be another case if his supernatural ability entered a higher stage. Lu Cheng's mother, Qi Fang, asked in confusion. "What's the meaning of his title? Number 9 seeded fighter?" Tao Xiaofei was worried and had no mood to answer this question. Fatty Jiang said cheerfully, "Auntie, seeded fighters are the ones with the greatest chance to win the championship. The smaller the number is, the greater the fighter's strength and chances at victory." He tried to give the simplest explanation possible to the elder. "It means Lu Xuanjin ranks 9th among all fighters in the tournament?" Qi Fang asked in surprise, thinking about the ranking of the 18 heroes in Sui and Tang dynasty. How great was he that he was listed in top 10 among all fighters under the age of 26 in the entire province. Zhang Fei thought for a while. "That's right. Is there any hope for Cheng to win?" Qi Fang asked worriedly, holding a simple comparison view. That was exactly what Chao Lele, Qi Yunfei, and the others wanted to know. Would it be dangerous for Lu Cheng? Will he fail? Aware that he had become the focus of attention, Zhang Fei twisted his body uneasily. He cleared his throat. "It's not a big deal to lose 1 round. It's a double elimination competition. That's to say, only a fighter who loses 2 rounds will be eliminated. There's a great chance for Cheng to enter the top 32. There was little chance to meet another seeded fighter." "So," Qi Fang pulled Lu Jisheng's sleeve and said in low voice, "You've learned to search on the internet. So search for some information on Lu Xuanjin." Okay. That was exactly what Lu Jisheng was thinking. Under the guidance of Qi Yunfei, they started to search on the internet. So did Qiu Hailin and Chao Lele. What they found made them silent, scared, and even terrified. Haha. It will be broadcasted this time. Yan Shaoling refreshed the video list and posted a new message. His opponent is the number 9 seeded fighter. The number 9. Unparalleled Dragon King noticed the keyword used. Do you know what the seeded fighter means? What are you talking about? How would I know? Yan Shaoling, with the username Eternal Nightfall, answered directly. Unparalleled Dragon King briefed them on the meaning of seeded fighter and said at last, if Lu Chang met the number 8 or number 10, I think he'll win. There's a chance for him to win a professional 8th pin of Dan's stage. First, he should reach the threshold of Dan's stage with his rapid progress in the past 2 months. Moreover, he had a better grasp of Tremor Punch and Ice Sect Force. He also had much more experience with Mighty Ones. However, it might be difficult for him to win against Lu Xuanjin, whose supernatural ability is really troublesome, especially for a new opponent. Yan Shaoling kept silent for a while and answered, whatever, my Lu Chang will win. It's the female intuition. I agree. I have the intuition too. Brahmin popped up and said cheerfully. Unparalleled Dragon King sent an emoji with hands on its face. How can 2 little kids call themselves women? I'm already an adult. Yan Shaoling replied with the same emoji. Little Eternal Nightfall, your photo and voice betray you. You're a young disciple. Brahmin changed the topic into something more humorous. They would not be returning until the competition began. After watching the videos, Lu Chang had a basic understanding of Lu Xuanjin's style. He turned towards the second arena. The first match between 2 fighters of disparity in strength was over soon. The broadcast equipment was being set in front of the second arena. It's about to start. After texting Yen Zheka, he stood up and stretched himself. He could not treat the ultra-capable as a normal fighter in terms of fighting styles. Yen Zheka quickly replied with a voice message. Chang, good luck. Lu Chang smiled and stretched his neck. He typed a quick response. How can you cheer me up in such an ordinary way when my opponent is so strong? Then, should I sing? Yen Zheka asked after some hesitation, gritting her teeth. We've been dating for so long. Why don't we change the way to call each other? Lu Chang flirted with the girl in a relaxed mood. For example, sweetie. No way. Bad guy. Shameless. Yen Zheka typed furiously with a red face, both shy and angry. How embarrassing. Chang was a jerk. Zhang Zhutong was standing leisurely several rows before Lu Chang, in the company of a beautiful girl. You want to watch the following match? The girl asked, seemingly bored. Zhang Zhutong chuckled and said, yes. Lu Xuanjin hasn't participated in any competition for 3 months. His opponents previously were so weak that he did not show his progress in supernatural ability. He meets a not bad opponent this time, which might tell us something valuable about him. Look, Han Jifei and Qiu Lu are all here. He waved at Han Jifei and others who were not far away from him, as if he was the owner of the arena. Han Jifei ignored him and touched the scar on his face. He asked Han Ing and Xiong Yu beside him, is the fighter Lu Chang? Han Ing nodded solemnly. Okay, fine. I accept your singing as encouragement. Lu Chang flirted with Yen Zheka for a while. Although she did not call him sweetie, his mood had still improved. He would not allow himself to be careless so as to enjoy happiness rather than depression and pain. He will go all out. The referee announced the names of the fighters not long after he approached the second arena. Second round. Lu Xuanjin and Lu Chang. When he was about to hand over his phone to the supervisor, a text arrived. Did Ku send her singing clip to cheer him up? He unlocked his phone with a smile and placed it near the ear before clicking on the video message. Didi, good luck. Yen Zheka shouted in a shaking voice, shy and nervous. She buried her face in a cushion after sending the message. Chang, this jerk. Dear? Are you Taobaw's customer service? Lu Chang chuckled, his heart bursting with power. She was who he wanted to protect. Oh, Sir Lu is in the ring. Wu Ting looked at the second arena and cheered. Wei Renjie did not hear what she was cheering about. but there were only 4 arenas remaining, so he subconsciously looked in that direction only to find a familiar figure there. Lu Chang? What round was it now? He was still here? Although Wei Renjie did not know much about the Taoist school, he had made it this far and was no fool. His experiences over the past year had taught him a lot. As soon as he saw Lu Chang towering over the arena yet again on the second day of the knockout phase, he could not help but be astonished. What a remarkable young fellow. At the very least he was a professional 9th pin, rather than an ordinary 9th pin. After taking into account the previous 5 rounds, you could see the direction of the tournament from the first day. Yesterday morning there had been 39 matches, resulting in 39 losers so far. The afternoon had another 39 fights. From these 39 losers, as many as 32 were eliminated with 2 losses. What did this mean? It meant that those who were not strong would be culled. Wei Renjie's mind was racing as his mouth sat half open. Finally, still feeling shocked, he commanded with a deep voice, "Huang, help me find Lu Chang's profile. Hurry!" Without waiting for Secretary Huang to make a move, Wu Qingguo by her side had already taken out her phone, flipped through the bookmarks, and handed it over. After hearing from his daughter that their new coach was incredible as a good father, he had already done as much research as he could on Lu Chang. He couldn't figure out what was on Wei Renjie's mind. Wu Qingguo did not dare to bring it up in the first place. But now the information he had collected showed its value. After Wei Renjie took the phone, he became even more surprised as he skimmed through the information. When he read that he had practiced martial arts for less than 1 year, he could not help but nervously pull at his necktie. He was so shocked, he had to take a deep breath. Wu Ting, who was at his side, didn't even notice his reaction. She was meeting there with Zhang Qiufan and a few other partners. They sat in the side-by-side seats closest to the arena, while beside them sat Xing Jingjing and Gu Shuang. In the broadcasting room for Xing Province Satellite Television, the host asked his guest, "Master Yu, I've seen Lu Chang's profile and I think he has a fascinating background. He started training in martial arts only after entering university. This means that he hasn't even been training for even a year, and yet he's already reached the top level of professional 9th pin. His future prospects look limitless. As a rising star in our province, do you think he could defeat Lu Xuanjin?" Yu Hong was the senior vice principal of the Xing Province Police Academy, and was at the Dan stage in human level. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "It's hard to say. I've yet to see the progress this kid had made in the past couple of months. Lu Xuanjin has a supernatural ability. Anyone who has not practiced absolute reaction would be defeated. Even a fighter of 8th pin Dan stage would be in danger if he were careless in face of Lu Xuanjin." After watching highlights of Lu Chang's previous bouts, he had discovered more of Lu Chang's potential than Yingxiong, Lu Xuanjin, Han Ying, and Xiong Yu. He felt it was hard to make further judgments, so he turned to analyze the supernatural ability of Lu Xuanjin. Yan Zheka's clear voice echoing in his ear, Lu Chang stepped up to the arena and stood in front of Lu Xuanjin. He gathered his fighting spirit as vigor filled his body. The referee did not waste any time and announced, 3-minute talk time. Staring at his opponent's white hair, Lu Chang smiled and said, "Frankly, this is my first fight with a fighter who relies on supernatural abilities. I'm a bit nervous." This was not simply casually spoken. It was what he felt, although obviously not the full extent of his feelings. He was trying to cause Lu Xuanjin to drop his guard and create an opportunity during the fight. His plan was to strike quickly and attack the opponent's weak points while using his strengths. Lu Xuanjin had clearly focused on strengthening his psychokinesis rather than his physical strength. He was only as quick and nimble as one might expect from a professional 9th pin. If he fails to keep up physically, how could his psychokinesis work? A weapon that cannot hit its target gets no benefit from an extra bit of strength. The only real problem was, under normal circumstances, it is impossible that a professional 9th pin would be unable to catch up with an 8th pin Dan's movement. Otherwise, the outcome of the match would be a foregone conclusion. He'd have no hope of facing Wei Xingtian and Zhou Zhengquan. Lu Xuanzhen's pupils and gaze were deep and unfathomable, as if he could stare deep into the heart. He smiled and said, "This is the first time I've seen a professional ninth pin who has grasped the core force of the tremor punch and the ice sect. Since you are close to Dan's stage, I won't show mercy." Showing no mercy meant that he would not hold back or avoid sensitive body parts. Hearing this, Lu Cheng was panic-stricken. He had no idea whether Lu Xuanzhen was bluffing to scare him, or if he intended to take it as a life-and-death fight. He took a deep breath, and as he became more agitated, his true power began to awaken. Go all out. They fell into silence for a while, each drifting in their own thoughts. The referee raised his right hand, and then waved it down suddenly as Qi Feng and Chao Lele looked on nervously. Begin! As the sound of his voice reverberated, every fiber of Lu Cheng's qi, blood, and spirit began to congeal, freezing into a pellet that seemed only larger than a single point, no larger than his thumb. With forced concentration, this Dan stage fighter burst explosively into the match. As the match started, he didn't hold back in the least. Boom! All of Lu Cheng's energy exploded violently. He saw stars spiraling around him, as an extreme blast of energy rose up from his feet. Bang! Like a fierce eagle, Lu Cheng rushed at his opponent, throwing himself at Lu Xuanzhen faster than anyone could blink. Facing the attack, Lu Xuanzhen remained calm. He stretched out his hands and then pulled them backward. Lu Cheng found that his wrists were unable to move, as though tied by an invisible rope. Normally such a thing would not faze him, but now under the rising tension, he quickly became lost control. Though he could pull weights of as much as 500 kilograms, he felt like he was a huge stone which had lost its balance, and he couldn't help stumbling forward. Lu Xuanzhen leaned to the side and with his eyes twinkling, he chopped down with his right hand. As Lu Cheng regained his footing with his mercurial balance, his extended left foot was tripped by an invisible barrier and he lost his balance again. He had no way to generate an absolute reaction, as this time there was no direct attack at which to retaliate. Lu Xuanzhen's expression was unwavering. He clenched both his fists, pounding inward, and seized the opportunity to pound Lu Cheng's temples. Any force applied to the temples would lead to significant injury as the opponent would be left dizzy and powerless for a while. Facing this, Lu Cheng took a deep breath and let his qi and blood rush into his dantian, which helped him to generate movement of his hip. He managed to regain his footing and stopped stumbling. As soon as he regained his balance, his response to the pain in his temple was to move back, like a tortoise retreating into his shell. Pop! As before, Lu Cheng was unable to avoid the next blow to the side of his head as he stood dazed and annoyed. He had underestimated Lu Xuanzhen. Watching the stage, Zhang Zhutong whispered to himself in astonishment. He could generate double explosion when he has not yet entered the Dan stage? I suppose this is his abnormal strength. Oh! Showing a look of confusion on her face, his female companion didn't understand what he was talking about. Zhang Zhutong was flabbergasted, but he appeared falsely calm, and laughingly said, "Nothing. I just never thought Lu Xuanzhen's supernatural ability would progress this much." With no actual contact, both sides could stop each other's movement as though by an invisible barrier. This, he figured, was much more dangerous than the ability to land double explosion. Han Zhifei ignored him and touched the scar on his face. He asked Han Ing and Xiongyu beside him. It isn't that simple. It seems that this is the limit of Lu Cheng's power. His match today will be difficult. Sighed Xiongyu. In the arena, Lu Cheng felt a great deal of energy rush forth from the qi and blood of his dantian. Crash! Like a bullet firing, he blasted toward Lu Xuanzhen. Not toward where he was standing, but a few meters off to his side. The burst attack of a Dan stage warrior was hard for Lu Xuanzhen to keep up with. Once Lu Cheng fell to the ground, he lifted his hands and attempted to poke his enemy's eyes. In that instance, the power which erupted from Lu Cheng bubbled up through his qi and blood and flinched. Once again he was able to use his force concentration. Xiongyu gasped. He's landed triple explosion. Boom! With the help of a turn along the way and a more powerful breakthrough, Lu Chang rushed to change direction, making Lu Xuanzhen's predictions worthless. It wasn't that he predicted his opponent's attack. He'd planned this from the start, relying on the technique of a false dance stage. He went ahead with an unprecedented strike. As long as he kept this up, he could keep the professional ninth pin Lu Xuanzhen from catching up with him, or locking on to him. To a dance stage attacking with such power, a few meters of distance made no difference. In a flash, Lu Chang threw himself at Lu Xuanzhen, lifting his right hand and bracing for impact. Lu Xuanzhen had a wealth of experience fighting with opponents of the dance stage. With a tranquil expression, he snatched upward with his left hand, as though grabbing a peach, while his right hand was pushed forward to strike. He matched his opponent blow for blow, and in a flash rushed forth. But as he dashed forward, he lost sight of Lu Chang. This quadruple explosion, Xiongyu shouted, amazed as he stared at the stage. Even before Lu Xuanzhen could move his arms, Lu Chang once again gathered his strength with forced concentration and rushed forward. It was as though his back were elastic, as he circled around his opponent with unimaginable speed. This was to thoroughly prevent Lu Xuanzhen from catching up with him. This was an essence skirmish fight. At that moment, his right arm was still raised, and he extended it further. Lu Chang spun his arm and unleashed his thunder roar zen. Lu Xuanzhen had no opportunity to turn around, let alone attack his opponent's weak point. He could only lean to one side and bind his arms tightly with his psychokinesis. Bang! With the force of a bomb EXP loading, Lu Xuanzhen's psychokinesis was shattered. His body was affected, and his joints began to shudder. At this point, Lu Chang had yet to strike. He took a breath to regather his strength, his spirit, his blood and qi, and regain his footing. Quintuple explosion. Xiongyu wasn't the one to blurt it out. It was Han Jifei and Zhang Zhutong. Boom! Lu Chang's energy bubbled up. His center shook. Quickly he disappeared from behind Lu Xuanzhen. The shaking Lu Xuanzhen, without the slightest hesitation, clenched his fist, detonated his power of psychokinesis, and unleashed his final counterattack. Whoosh! Shards of rock came rushing up from the ground, striking Lu Chang at every critical region of his face and body. His temples, his nose, his dantian. At the same time, an invisible force circled around him, restricting him like a rope. All this, however, was for nothing. Lu Chang had already pounced forward with a force befitting a dance stage fighter. He overcame Lu Xuanzhen's psychokinesis with his explosive power. The thigh of his pant leg tore due to the force of the wind into fragments of fabric. As his feet hit the floor, Lu Chang took another breath as a rush of energy returned to his qi and blood. Once again he threw himself toward his opponent. Boom! He ruthlessly flew towards his rival, flinging his arms wildly. Lu Xuanzhen, with no chance to respond, fell to the ground. Xiongyu stood dumbfounded, murmuring to himself, "Sextuple explosion. You're still not at the dance stage, my dear classmate. Are you even human?" After detonating the psychokinesis, Lu Xuanzhen was struck by 3 thunder roar zen. Even though he was a professional 9th pin fighter, he had problem visualizing and thus was unable to utilize his internal training to reduce the impact of the detonation. He collapsed to the ground, an incessant buzzing filling his head. The only sensation he felt was a soft, cushy surface that rose up and down. It turned him round and round, causing him to break out in cold sweat and making him nauseous. The referee watched as Lu Xuanzhen trembled and even twitched on the ground and closed his eyes, a kind expression taking over his face. He nodded at Lu Chang, raised his right hand, and made the announcement. Second round, Lu Chang wins. The audience broke into an uproar. The reason why the majority paid any attention to this match at all was due to the seated player. The audience were anticipating a good show of Lu Xuanzhen's power, but unexpectedly an ordinary, unknown contestant pulled an upset win. The contestant only used less than a minute to end the match, overturning the seed. Lu Chang. Who is he? Why is he so strong? These thoughts were echoed in the minds of many in the audience. They were eager to learn about this young warrior. Viewers watching both on the TV and computer screens had already heard Lu Cheng's introduction, so they could only take their own phones and type furiously on their keyboards. This was the so-called artificial intelligence, yes, artificial plus intelligence. In that instant, except for the whooping, there were very limited cheering and applause in the venue. He won just like that? Lu Cheng's mother Qifeng was the kind of person who watches for fun. She was simply happy to see his son defeating who they called the Seed. She did not quite understand how. She only thought her son was really fast and agile. Ah! Zhang Fei, Chang Qili, and Tao Xiaofei were too dumbfounded to answer. While they did fantasize about Lu Cheng winning, but they did not expect him to win so quickly and seemingly so effortlessly. Cheng's power was beyond any of their imagination. While the opponent was still covering up his shame after an inexplicable defeat, the viewers of their match found it pretty creepy. Yet if he allowed himself to be played on his opponent's pace, regular folks in the audience would find it difficult to understand the true extent of his invisible power. They would also find it difficult to emphasize with the danger that was akin to walking on a tightrope. Thus, after the embarrassing opening for Lu Cheng, his opponent Lu Xuanjin was basically defeated without any resistance and gave him an easy win. Didn't they say the seeded fighter is a popular choice to win the tournament? Lu Jisheng was excited for his son's victory, yet he could not contain the curiosity and doubt in his mind at the same time. That's because brother Lu Cheng brother is more powerful. He's even more likely to win the tournament hottest. Qi Yunfei exclaimed, her eyes still firmly glued on the big screen. Beside her, Ma Shi and Chun Xiaoxiao nodded enthusiastically. In their match earlier, Lu Cheng's movements and attacks when his dance stage exploded were so fast that the unprepared close-up camera could not keep up with him. Thus the audience was only given a bird-eye view of the match, getting just one glimpse of the whole picture. The details were temporarily lost to them, and it made not much difference with them just directly staring at the arena. Only when the close-up and slow-motion playback ended did the three girls see how Lu Cheng's muscles bulged after his Dan outbreak. His fascia protruded and he actually, incredibly, became taller. It made him look regal, full of strength, and very manly. Yes, very manly. He's an even more popular candidate to win the tournament. Chao Lele clutched his mouth as she whispered to herself. Qiu Hailin seemed unsure, but there was an inexplicable excitement on her face. Sextuple explosion. The hands Zhang Zhutong put in his pocket subconsciously turned into two fists. He turned around to look at Han Jifei, Qiu Lin, and the other top 5 seeds, noticing from their expressions they were as shocked as he was. There was not much difference between the 7th and 8th pin in Dan's stage. But for a person to rise so quickly through the ranks, there must be something in him that was greatly enhanced. It could be that he learned some tricks, such as successfully pulling off sextuple, septuple, octuple explosion, or having such fine control of his body that he could manipulate even the most subtle of places, or refining his speed to a point where it exceeded human limits. Taken together, they were astonished at Lu Cheng's sextuple explosion. They were surprised that a guy who had yet to enter the Dan stage would be this level, but they were far from being fearful of this so-called black horse. It was the same for the warriors whose fighting powers were almost equal to the 7th pin. Of course, it was not difficult for them to notice some things. Only one thought was in their heads. If they were to meet Lu Cheng in a knockout match, then it would be best to encounter him as soon as possible. Lu Cheng was very, very close to reach the Dan stage. If given some more fighting opportunities, he might really ascend to the 8th pin. If they did not take advantage of his current flaws now, when would be a better time? More importantly, his physical metamorphosis had been intuitively revealed. In the compact schedule of the tournament, the further his fight was, the more obvious his advantage would be. He really was a monster. Zhang Zhudong's glamorous female companion looked around, not completely grasping their reactions. She only understood that the young warrior in the ring looked powerful, seemingly enough to be dubbed a rival. Sextuple explosion? Gu Shuang's mouth was perfectly cherry-shaped, but at the moment had become O-shaped. Even though she did not practice martial arts and only took some physical fitness exercises classes, her close friends Yenjeka and Xingjingjing were closely involved in it. She was more or less influenced by them, so she naturally understood what the outbreak of Dan stage meant, as well as what successive explosion were. It seemed that the majority of 8th pin Dan stage was not capable of doing sextuple explosion. Xingjingjing pressed her lips tightly together and nodded after a while. Yes. That's so awesome. Gu Shuang sighed, and then shivered. 'Cause man is so powerful. Sister Jingjing, will you still be able to educate him? How? She did not want her friend to be educated in return. Xing Jingjing responded with a poker face. My ability is really different from Lu Xuanzhen's. Holding her computer, Yenjika was curled up in bed while she watched the match. When she saw that Lu Chang had actually completed his preliminary strength of the force, she was first stunned and then harumphed, in both happiness and anger. You didn't tell me. She snickered in her mind, thinking that foolish Chang wanted to give her a surprise. But it was truthfully quite a surprise. Her worries began to fade as the match went on. Instead, her eyes gradually became wider and wider, just like brightly flashing stars. Sextuple explosion, she whispered to herself, proud and joyful. Her cell phone then rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a text from Li Liantong. She found it both curious and funny, so she replied with one word, leave. In her mind, she thought that Dirty Tong was really too dirty. In Lu Cheng's fans forum, user Unparalleled Dragon King was surprisingly the first to post. He tagged users Eternal Nightfall, Brahmin, the Wonton Seller, and the others. It's still that familiar Lu Chang. His strength improves so unbelievably fast. Again and again he creates a miracle. He reminds me of the original Warrior Sage Challenge tournament. He also makes me believe it's very possible he'll become the mighty one with physical invulnerability. Haha, when my idol joins the Longhu Club, his left hand will be ice. His right will be fire. That'll be perfect. User Brahmin was still persistent with her dream. User Eternal Nightfall laughed. Ha ha ha. How can my eyes be wrong? Oh, and congratulations for getting a new skill. Female intuition. User Unparalleled Dragon King chimed in. As the match was broadcasted through Xing Province satellite television, they saw the increase of people in the forum after a long stagnation. After the referee announced the results of the match, Lu Chang looked at Lu Xuanzhen, who was trembling on the ground. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked off the arena. At first, he promised he would not rely on Jindan to test his own strength. He ended up borrowing a little of that power, or else he could only complete quintuple explosion and not be able to end the match so easily. After understanding the reason to fight and finding his source of strength, he tempered and improved his willpower in martial arts to make breakthrough of spirit force. While for the physical strength which he had been tempering to his extreme through Jindan, he was much better than warriors at the same level, and was at abnormally high level even without Jindan now. With these two, he was able to complete quadruple explosion without Jindan even though he was still not completely at Dan stage. Yes, that was quadruple explosion. It was a number he estimated. His Jindan will have to restore its strength and coordinate with his spirit to continue the rest of the bursts. But when he actually tried it out, Lu Chang found there were mysteries to the force concentration completed via circulating balance. The burden on his body was not quite as heavy. That was why he could complete the quintuple explosion. Many factors had contributed to the scene just now. At Xing Province Television Broadcast Studio, the host could not help exclaiming, "Fantastic! I've not seen anyone who could defeat Lu Xuanzhen so easily in the past few years. Really powerful. Our Xing Province Martial Arts Circle has an heir now." Next to him, Yu Hong shook his hand and said, "It really wasn't easy." He would give anyone who dared to say doing sextuple explosion was easy a taste of his medicine. Yes, yes, yes. But no matter what, he's very powerful, very miraculous. The host excitedly answered. We'll go to the on-scene reporter and see her interview Lu Chang. Wei Renjie watched the match with a dumbfounded expression and only recovered after a while. He then noticed Lu Chang stopped by a group of reporters. An idea flashed in his mind. He smiled and said to Wu Ting, "Ting Ting, aren't you going to congratulate your coach?" "Oh, that's right." Wu Ting jumped up in excitement and pulled Zhang Qiufan and her other friends to go with her. Wei Renjie adjusted his clothes and followed after them. At this moment, he forgot Sun Yixing, who was still immersed in shock. Soon he'll be at Dan's stage. Sitting on the sofa, Geezer Sher was watching the television with a bottle of alcohol in hand and some dishes in front of him. Since he was a master who has some free time, he would doubtlessly ask after his disciple's condition. But after being shocked so many times over Lu Cheng's progress, as if he had become an entirely new person, he was now used to it. No, to be precise, Lu Cheng no longer surprised him. Instead, he felt like this was how things should be. Did he give up on mixing the training about cultivation? Geezer Sher decided that he did not. Otherwise, Lu Cheng would have informed him and asked about the regular Dan stage training. Since Lu Cheng did not do so, that meant he had already achieved what he wanted. Further, with his limits, it was impossible for him to complete the 6 successive bursts without any improvements. Was this the result of fusing his cultivation? As a mighty one of physical invulnerability, how was it possible that he did not notice if Lu Chang was in the state of passing his limit? He just was not that accurate. So unlike what Lu Chang and Yan Zhika thought, even he knew that there were times when Lu Chang will feel exhausted. That was why Geezer Sher could not understand his current condition. What exactly did this kid do? Suspicion cranked up. Geezer Sher looked at the phone next to him. But it had been a long time since Lu Chang had given him a call to ask for help. This time that brat seemed to have even forgotten about reporting his near-Dan stage status. This made him feel like a very useless master. He wondered if he was a forgotten old man. The minute Lu Chang retrieved his phone from the people in charge, a beautiful and formally dressed journalist stopped him. Microphones were shoved in his face, waiting for his response. "Nice to meet you, Lu Chang. I'm Wu Wei from Xing Province Satellite TV. Do you have time for an interview? It won't take too long." The beauty showed a practiced smile and handed Lu Chang the microphone. "Sure." Lu Chang turned a little to face the camera directly. With a smile, Wu Wei said, "You're the first in this tournament to defeat a seeded fighter, basically pulling an upset win. Before, you were unknown to us and to the committee. Your performance showed a clear ability to be a seed." On the day of the tournament banquet, she was also there and made several interviews. She deliberately asked this question to incite controversy and create hype. "Perhaps it's because I've been studying in another province all this while and didn't have much fame here. Besides, I felt like I've made a lot of progress lately. No one can tell simply by watching previous matches I've been in," Lu Chang calmly replied. Wu Wei was a little disappointed. She continued to ask with her professional smile, "Have you really just spent 1 year learning martial arts?" "Oh, I'm very curious about this. I think the audience in front of the television are too. I started October last year," Lu Chang answered without concealment. This was something people can find out online very easily. 1 year training to reach Dan's stage. You're really a rare genius. Wu Wei was very generous with her compliments. There was still a broadcast later and not much time was allocated for this interview. She did not harp on this. She switched the topic and asked, "Is it your first time fighting against someone with supernatural ability? You look like you won pretty easily. What do you think about it?" "It wasn't easy. Strategizing against a fighter with supernatural power is different. It gave me some trouble. I wasn't so calm as I looked earlier. I felt I was walking on a tightrope. I almost reached my limit." Lu Chang was being modest. As for how close he came to his limits, that was up for anyone to guess. "Is that so?" Wu Wei glanced at the other rings and asked her last question. "Lu Chang, what's your goal for the youth tournament this year?" "Top 16. Considering how he had expended all his strength to win this round, Lu Chang thought being too modest would make him look hypocritical. So he gave a confident answer instead. "Top 4. Top 4 did not mean the 4th. It included the fourth, the third, the second, and the first. Top 4. Wu Wei was pleasantly surprised, for she finally got something that can make people tune in to her program. Then I wish you luck. Thank you for accepting this interview. Since the matches were held in intervals, some of the big screens were replaying the previous match. Some of them were even broadcasted live and aired Lu Cheng's interview to the thousands of spectators present. Top 4. Zhang Zhutong had already unclenched the fists in his pockets. But after hearing what Lu Cheng said in the interview, his eyebrows lifted. His fighting desire rose. It was neither for revenge nor jealousy. It was the pure desire to defeat a strong enemy. Top 4? He thought that it would have to depend on Lu Cheng's luck. Han Jifei touched the scar on his face and whispered something to himself as well. Top 4. What a coincidence. Me too. And I want to fight for the championship as well. Top 4. Haning and Xiongyu were muttering to themselves as well. But they did not seem to find Lu Cheng prideful or arrogant at all. A fighter of Dan's stage who could complete 6 successive bursts in a row had the right to say something like that. Top 4. Qi Yunfei's eyes sparkled. She raised her hands and shouted. Brother Lu Cheng is so handsome. From the way he said, Top 4 neutrally and calmly, it did not sound like he was announcing his goal, but rather a destined result. Under 1,000 gazes in the audience in a broadcasted interview with the satellite TV, he dared to give such an answer. That confidence, that calmness. She thought Brother Lu Cheng was too handsome just now. I need to ask for more autographs from Cheng. Who knows, I might be able to make a huge profit out of this. Zhang Fei muttered to himself, unabashedly unambitious. When Chao Lele, Qiu Hailin, and the others overheard him, they burst into laughter. It was the first time that Qi Feng and Lu Jisheng saw their son appearing on television. They recalled how, as a toddler, Lu Cheng ran around with an open crotch pants. They were suddenly overwhelmed with emotions. The moment when Lu Cheng stepped out of the arena and entered the seated area, he saw Wu Ting, Zhang Qiufan, and the rest. They were all so excited that their faces turned red. Their eyes lit up when they saw him, and they began speaking over each other. Sir Lu, you were awesome. You were super cool in the match. Excellent. Lu Cheng shook his head with a smile. He extended his right hand and gave everyone high fives, furthering exciting them. Wei Renjie stepped forward just then and laughed. Lu, we've known each other for half a year, but I actually didn't notice that you're such a terrific fighter. I must be dim-sighted from old age. I can't imagine someone who has been training for such a short time can be so powerful. I myself can't imagine I would be this strong half a year ago. How could you, Mr. Chairman? Lu Cheng replied, smiling. That also meant that, back during the winter vacation, he imagined he would be in Dan's stage in 1 or 2 years. After exchanging a few words of greetings, Wei Renjie made his offer. Lu, are you interested in joining the preliminaries team of Shoshan and do something for your hometown? He knew there was not much hope for it. If Lu Cheng really wanted to join the preliminaries, Chu Weikai would have already mentioned it. Mr. Chairman, you know why I can't. I'm studying in Song City and I have the martial arts club in our college too. I don't have time or energy to do this, even if I want to. Lu Cheng politely refused his offer. This was what he firmly thought, and he would not change his mind. He knew a bird in hand was worth 2 in the bush. He understood his priorities. I understand. Wei Renjie sighed. He then asked with a smile. Then let me ask you a favor. We're setting up an official team after the tournament and we'll have a special training. We'll be inviting a lot of strong fighters to be our instructors. Will you join us? The salary is negotiable. Instructor? Salary? Lu Cheng considered his August plans in August and became interested. I'll see if I have the time. All right, let me know when you've decided. Wei Renjie and Lu Cheng exchanged phone numbers. After he dealt with all the VIP class students, Lu Cheng waved at his parents in the auditorium and Qin Rui and the others who were further away. He pointed at his phone, indicating he had a phone call to make first. He walked along the aisle and made it out of the arena. He looked for a quiet place and made his call. With any doubt, the number he dialed was Cao Qian's. Hello. When Yan Zheka saw the call, she was delighted and her expression became very soft. She sat up with her legs crossed. The man who seemed very confident in his interview with the reporter of satellite TV now leaned against the wall, totally relaxed and unconcerned with his image. He chuckled and asked, Did she see the surprise he meant for her? See what? Humph. I didn't see anything. Yan Zheka understood him enough to get his point, but she still grumbled. You almost reached forced concentration. Couldn't be something that you achieved recently, but you kept it from me for so long. You're so good at hiding things. In the future, if you want to hide anything, I think I wouldn't be able to find out either. This was not how he wanted the direction of this conversation to go. Lu Cheng braced himself up and chuckled. I'm just trying to surprise you. If you knew, it wouldn't be a surprise. Plus, it's because we didn't train together every day. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hide it even if I wanted to. When we get married and live together in the future, how will I be able to hide any secrets from you? Detective. Who wants to get married to you? Yan Zheka became embarrassed and punched her stuffed toys. Cheng really unabashedly said everything. He even mentioned about living together every day. Lu Cheng successfully switched the topic. He then said flirtily, The match is over. Won't Coach Yan give me some compliments? What compliment? Yan Zheka asked, lips tugging at the corner. You should say Lu Cheng is incredible. Lu Cheng is awesome. Lu Cheng is amazing. Lu Cheng dramatically joked, basking in joy over his victory. Ift. Yan Zheka laughed so hard she nearly fell. Cheng, you're getting funnier, but also cheekier. I'm just trying to break the ice. Lu Cheng answered modestly. Hearing what he said, Yan Zheka's heart was moved. She bit back her urge to giggle, one hand clutching her face. She closed her eyes and praised him in an exaggerated manner. Lu Cheng is incredible. Lu Cheng is awesome. Lu Cheng is amazing. After the shouting, she couldn't help giggling. This was it. She must be infected by Cheng. How could she be so pompous? Lu Cheng couldn't help laughing, entirely relaxed. When his laughter subsided, he asked very gently, Ko, when are you coming back? In 2 or 3 days. I'll finish the entry level of inner practice soon. Yan Zheka became calmer as well, but she could not resist the urge to see him. You must wait for him. 2 or 3 days. Don't worry. I can wait, Lu Cheng promised. In the afternoon, Lu Cheng drew lots and got a top 9 fighter as his opponent. Their match was scheduled at the number 3 arena, in the 5th round. But before it was his turn, it was announced that enough contestants were eliminated so he need not compete anymore. He was officially the top 32 of youth tournament this year. After having dinner and then taking a walk with his parents, Lu Cheng returned to his hotel. When he entered the hotel lobby, he noticed many people turning to look at him, seemingly discussing something. Due to the broadcasting of the satellite's TV, he had become somewhat famous in the martial arts scene in his province. He shook his head and smiled, throwing this to the back of his mind. The most important thing was to enter the dance stage. The next morning, Lu Cheng received a call from Yan Zheka after getting back from his morning exercise. Cheng, your opponent has been announced. Her tone was a little off. Were the matchups for the top 32 elimination already announced? It was still so early. Lu Cheng asked in surprise. Who? Yan Zheka cleared her throat. Sister Jingjing. She has connections in the martial arts club of Xing province. She was informed immediately after the matchups were announced. Sister Jingjing? Lu Cheng frowned a little. It was another fighter with supernatural ability. Late July sun was scorching. Even if it was 8 a.m., it was still intolerable and overbearing to many people. After knowing that his rival in the top 32 knockout was Xing Jingjing, Lu Cheng's mind started to turn and he recalled the content that Yan Zheka had described. This friend of his girlfriend had the supernatural ability to affect the surrounding air. She could manipulate what her opponent saw and heard. This would result in a hallucination effect. It seemed like it could be countered by absolute reaction. Lu Cheng mumbled under his breath. Then he laughed softly and said, "Ko, hee. Coach Yen, do you have any video clips of Sister Jingjing's fights?" "Yes, I have some, but I don't think they will be of much use. Last year, Sister Jingjing only took part in the university martial arts competition. Plus Huahai had and Chaoyang, the 7th pin lead fighter, so her chance to fight an opponent with Dan Stage never came. I don't think any of the fights she had with other professional 9th pin fighters would make a good reference for you." Yan Zhika answered as she thought about the possibilities. A year before Peng Liyun entered Shanbei University, Huahai University was the champion of the National University martial arts competitions. Their foundation was strong, and they had many mighty ones. Even now, and Chaoyang, who was in the 4th year, was considered a martial arts prodigy along with Peng Liyun and Ren Li. Also, because he always looked sleepy, people called him Powerful Sleepy Tiger. It was said that he was racing towards the 6th pin. But we should still take a look at it. This will give me an objective and clear impression of her supernatural ability. If I were to lose to her on this end, how am I going to face everyone? How am I going to be able to face your gang of best friends?" Lu Cheng said humorously. "Oh, true. Cheng. Today I'm not going to root for you." Yan Zhika's tone became faster and lighter. "If you lose to Sister Jingjing, I think I can laugh at you for at least half a year." Having said this, she added another point seriously. "Don't be careless. I think that maybe absolute reaction is not that reliable or effective against her." "Ha!" Lu Cheng was filled with shock and suspicion. "Think about it. What's the basic principle of absolute reaction?" Yan Zhika said softly in a deep tone. Lu Cheng started thinking about the things he had learned and seen. After a fighter has trained to the finest details, and all the strength within their body is under their complete control, adding in the combination of spirit, qi, and blood makes the body become sensitive to the surrounding energy. No matter what moves the opponent tries to throw out, regardless of whether they are prepared or have a line of sight, the fighter will sense the incoming attack. This is what we call absolute reaction. So, what do they use to sense the disturbance? Yan Zhika was leading him on. Air. Lu Cheng sucked in a breath uncontrollably. Considering this, it was completely plausible that Xing Jingjing's supernatural ability would affect the execution of absolute reaction. This is not going to be an easy fight. At that moment, the first thing Lu Cheng thought about was a special characteristic of the Jindan. The special ability that helped Lu Cheng sense Zhan Shuming getting closer. This could possibly block the supernatural ability of Xing Jingjing. However, he thought about it again and decided to give up on that idea. This was because it would have gone against his original plan and principle. He did not want to rely on the Jindan, but to fight using his own strength and ability. During the battle with Lu Xuanjin yesterday, he did use the Jindan right at the end to recover from his fatigue, but at that time the game was already set. He had already won, so there was no impact on the match. If he did not use it, it would just mean a little extra trouble after the match. However, if he was to rely on the Jindan this round, it would not be interesting at all. He had to think carefully about how to fight in the next round. Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika exchanged some warm words before they ended the call. He took off his clothes and stood under the flowing water in the shower, his thoughts flying everywhere and his mind churning the whole time. One side was her boyfriend, the other side her best friend. Yan Zhika was somewhat troubled by this situation. After the call, she sat on her bed, with her feet tucked under. She thought about the battle in the morning. Whose side should I stand on? Just at this moment, someone knocked on the door. She quickly changed the way she was sitting. She sat nicely with her legs crossed in front of her and said, "Who's there?" "Sister Linqi." She could somehow recognize the footsteps of her cousin, Ji Linqi. "Your ears are good." Ji Linqi opened the door and stood there smiling, while leaning against the door frame. "We're heading out to the sea to have some fun. Want to come along?" She was half a head taller than Yan Zhika. Her looks could be considered as better than average, and she resembled a younger version of Ji Mingyu, as compared to her younger cousin. "No, not going. Not fun at all." I don't like those gatherings. They are too loud and messy. Yenjika's pretty brows scrunched together a little. To be honest, taking Grandpa's yacht out to sea and enjoying the clear blue skies would really lift her spirits. It would also help her relax. If there were some fish around, she could even have a chat with them. It would be interesting. But now, without Lu Chang to keep her company, she did not care about these activities. Plus her cousin invited her friends and they would be having a different kind of gathering and party in Shanghai. Since she did not like such gatherings, she decided to reject it. Ji Linchi laughed heartily and said, I see. A lot of boys will be disappointed. They are all waiting for our pretty and demure lady. Because Yenjika's father had good genes, in this generation of the Ji family, Yenjika's looks were top of the top. In addition, she was always gentle and had the aura of a scholarly person. Demure? When was I ever demure? Yenjika burst out laughing. Yup. I've got to let Chang know that people have praised me for being demure. You're always quiet and demure when we have dinners and gatherings. You never talk. Ji Linchi laughed. All right, it's fine if you don't go. Just go shopping with me when I'm back. Ah! Yenjika frowned. This was not a simple task at all. After she bid her cousin goodbye without moving an inch, she remembered the conversation that they had just now. Then suddenly, she realized. Within those few sentences she had actually nagged at Lu Chang twice. Thinking about her earlier dilemma again. She already knew the answer, so she smiled and mumbled to herself, Sorry, Sister Jingjing. I would totally ditch friends for a guy. He jogged slowly into the arena. Lu Chang stopped in front of the large screen to confirm the fights. Center arena, morning, 4th match, number 18, Lu Chang, 19 years old, professional 9th pin versus number 79. Xing Jingjing, 20 years old, professional 9th pin. 4th match. Lu Chang was just about to leave the screen when a girl suddenly appeared next to him wearing professional clothes. Grinning, she smiled and said, Mr. Lu Chang, right? Right. Anything I can help you with? Lu Chang asked curiously. Fong Siki, staff from the committee of this youth competition. The professional-looking lady's smile was as refreshing as the spring breeze. I'll bring you to your lounge. My lounge? Asked Lu Chang. He heard her and became a little confused. He insisted on seeing her documents and name tag before he was convinced. Fong Siki smiled and answered, You'll understand once you're there. She stretched out her hand and signaled for him to join her. She brought Lu Chang through the arena. When they reached the other end of the arena, they entered a lounge with many rooms. Mr. Lu Chang, we have a quiet room for you, with a viewing room, a wood figure room, a massage room, a water therapy room, and a shower room. They could help you relax and recover before or after the competition. You can choose any of those without a label. Fong Siki explained in detail. Lu Chang seemed to remember something. He asked, Is this the VIP lounge for seated fighters? Yes, you've sufficient rights to be here. Fong Siki answered humbly. If Lu Chang was already 24 or 25 years old, even if he was performing as extraordinarily well as he is currently, a black horse, the lead of committee would still not make such an arrangement. Everyone was working on principle, so they had no fear of offending someone. However, a 19-year-old fighter of dance stage with less than 1 year experience in dance stage raised their expectations on how much more he could develop. So they couldn't miss this chance to make a good impression. It was normal in this line of work. I understand. Lu Chang nodded his head and did not say anything else. After he had mentioned this to Yenjika, he suddenly felt some more pressure. He just managed to get into the VIP lounge. If in the next match he was beaten by Xing Jingjing, it would be quite embarrassing. Starting from the top 32, the only fights remaining would be in the center arena. 16 matches, 8 in the morning, 8 in the afternoon with some minor programs in between. This also meant that all the remaining matches would be broadcast. Seeing the television crew get ready, Wei Renjie smiled at Chu Weikai and Sun Yixing. He said, If Lu Chang wins another 2 or 3 rounds, our name, our brand, Shoshan would be known by all. Such a pity that he doesn't have time to take part in the preliminaries. Sun Yixing had already confirmed Lu Cheng's physical and mental condition with Chu Weikai. He did not have the slightest bit of jealousy. He earnestly said, "If he could take part with the state our province is in, maybe we'd have hope in getting into the second round of the preliminaries." He simply could not even think of protesting. He had no benefits to offer and no chance of persuading such a genius. Of course, comparing them would also injure his pride, especially with Wei Renjie repeatedly mentioning Lu Cheng. Sun Yixing was facing a great amount of pressure and jealousy. Lu Cheng's future is not at Shoshan, Chu Wei said, half sighing. After yesterday, together with Lu Cheng, the name of Gushan Martial Arts School was a black horse that everyone in the province knew of. His promotional value was definitely more than 1 million. This was the advantage of being friends first. Wei Renjie listened intently and felt a surge of emotions. Yes, you're right. The pond is too small for such a big fish. A few matches later, Lu Cheng finally received a signal from the staff to leave his lounge. He walked out, and with many pairs of eyes staring at him, he stepped up onto the arena. Xing Jingjing was already standing there. She was wearing a black martial arts suit, making her skin look even fairer and colder. Seeing her, Lu Cheng suddenly thought of something his girlfriend had said earlier. Sister Jingjing's supernatural ability stemmed from fear and the desire to avoid danger. Standing opposite of Xing Jingjing, Lu Cheng greeted her politely. "Hello, senior sister." Although in private and in front of Yenjika, he followed Yenjika to call her sister Jingjing. In such a formal setting and considering their current relationship, he felt that it was more appropriate for him to call her senior sister. Their relationship was not deep enough to call her so endearingly. Xing Jingjing slightly nodded to him and then gave a one-word reply, "Yes." After they exchanged greetings, she continued to be her cold and quiet self, putting everyone at an arm's length without interaction. It seems similar to when we talked, Lu Cheng thought, so he shut his eyes to arrange his thoughts. Based on Jingjing's mental issue, if he could trigger something with their conversation, he would probably gain an upper hand. However, this would make him look bad, like a petty man. So unless it was a life-death situation, even if his opponent was someone he did not know, he would not be so despicable as to pour salt on a lady's wound. Forget it. I shall use proper martial arts capability to fight. Conversation time starts. The referee opened the curtains of this competition. Just as Lu Cheng had expected, Xing Jingjing did not speak a word. It was like she had turned into an ice statue. On Lu Cheng's end, he was preparing his physical and mental condition. He thought through how he wanted to fight and the strategy for critical moments. Only at this moment, he really regretted missing that little bit needed to advance to the dance stage. Although he had grasped forced concentration, absolute reaction, and the ability to make himself and everything surrounding him to be as one. He had most of the special abilities at this level and was almost equal to someone who was at the 8th pin dance stage. In fact, he might even be a little better than some of them. But if we were to look from the perspective of his foundation, it was just a little insufficient. Unfortunately, it cannot be missing even a little bit if he wants to advance. Human body Big Dan is not only about having well-rounded strength throughout the body. It is also about spirit, chi, blood, and the force when the fighter first makes his or her steps, to completely merge them together in each skill. So, even if Lu Cheng's force concentration and thoughts of circulating balance were mixed together, it was not possible to come together at one point. He also knew himself whether he had managed to step into the standard of the dance stage. That would be when spirit, chi, blood, force and etc. had been compressed to a certain level and started to influence and pull each other along. Once at this stage, only after mental strength and focus had become one would anyone be called a mighty one dance stage. Moving forward, and using them together with the interaction of the body elements. The intuition that represents spirit, the sixth sense, the sense of danger will affect the muscles and the person's senses, forcing them together. This helps absolute reaction to increase in power and mutate a little. This is an ability that only a 7th or even a 6th pin's mighty one will possess. When the consciousness can be used as an inward vision, and the spirit can be viewed openly, such ability to perceive will push the person beyond themselves. This makes the surrounding react. The ice mirror is something at this level. From his first day of training martial arts till today, Lu Cheng finally understood why he could not master his ice mirror. The ice mirror needs the spirit and mental strength to come together as one. Going into mediation to look within is not enough. Lu Cheng must break through this barrier. Only then he can make up for the other areas that he is insufficient in. No wonder Master said that it'll be considered good if I could mastered it in 2 or 3 years. He had calculated the progress that I would have to make in terms of overall martial arts level. This is simply doing his disciple in. Soon 3 minutes had passed. The referee lifted his right hand and in a swift move, swiped it down. Yan Shaoling and the rest who were watching the fight did not have a good understanding of Xing Jingjing's supernatural abilities, so they felt that there was not much difficulty in this match. They were eating snacks leisurely and enjoying the feeling of a sure victory. Begin! The voice echoed across the arena, silencing the audience. Unlike previous matches, Lu Cheng did not spring forward to close the gap between them and initiate the first move. Instead, he set his pose. He lowered his waist and lifted his right hand in front of his face. It was to protect his eyes, as well as his temples and other points that were vulnerable. He lowered his left hand, blocking his abdomen and crotch area. He was clearly in a passive defense mode. The portion of the audience that somewhat understood martial arts were stunned. They could not understand why the fighter who exploded 6 times consecutively, blowing away the 9th seed martial arts prodigy, would be so careful now. His opponent was not even ranked. Neither did she have any substantive battle record or amazing performance. At this moment, people who believed in Lu Cheng's abilities knew that he would not be fighting like this without reason. They frowned as they realized that the icy beauty standing opposite Lu Cheng was not an easy opponent. Yup, she seems like she's from Shoshan. So, Lu Cheng must know something about her. Seems like her supernatural abilities is not something to be looked down upon. If he brashly started his attacks, exploding, he would probably punch air, exposing all his weak points. Zhang Zhutong turned his head to look at Han Jifei and Qiu Lin. Without surprise, their expressions had stiffened too. On the arena, Xing Jingjing tiptoed as her tall, slender body started to move swiftly towards Lu Cheng with arched foot movements. She immediately swung her right arm out. Her arm became like a whip and with a pam, it went straight for her opponent's neck. Somehow Lu Cheng had a prickly feeling on his neck before she actually struck. He did not dare to be slow, choosing to believe his intuition, rather than risk making a mistake. His spine bounced, forcing his body to pull back. He swerved to the left to avoid the blow. Just at this moment, he felt goosebumps on his right shoulder. Felt like something dangerous was closing in on him. He believes his intuition because he felt an impact this time. Bam! A tight fist hit his shoulder. The fist only revealed itself the moment it made contact with his shoulder. This dissipated Xing Jingjing's invisibility skill. Her supernatural ability was really powerful. So much so that it could even obstruct many layers of absolute reaction. Watching this scene, Zhang Zhutong was not surprised. Only his iris contracted a little. At this critical moment, the point where Xing Jingjing's whip hit his shoulder, Lu Cheng's qi, spirit and muscles all contracted, pulling all the internal perceptions into a small ball. Force concentration. It was like he had been waiting for this moment all along. In a split second, Lu Cheng's body became empty. Any sign of life seemed to have disappeared. Xing Jingjing's fist seemed to have hit nothingness, so there was no force to release. Xing Jingjing pulled straight back and started to prep her joints for her second attack. Her plan was to continuously attack to reduce this effect. Just as she was preparing to do so, that little ball in Lu Cheng's diaphragm area exploded, giving off an overwhelming and terrifying force. Kacha! Lu Cheng planted his 2 legs solidly, then twisted his waist and back. Every bone and joint in his body started to extend. Before Xing Jingjing could lash out with her next move, he threw her with a force so strong it could launch an elephant into the air. It was impossible for Xing Jingjing to withstand such a force from the diaphragm. She immediately lost her balance, was thrown off the ground and flew like a kite with a broken string. This was a precious opportunity that could not be ignored. Lu Chang used force concentration again and exploded with immense force. With just one move, he was already beside his opponent who was still in mid-air. His torso muscles swelled. His left hand moved down as his right arm moved up to attack. Rocket punch. Pam! Lu Chang seemed like he hit Xing Jingjing, but he had only hit air. He missed his target and saw his opponent's body disappear in front of his eyes. It's fake. It's a hallucination. Lu Chang's heart skipped a beat. He did not dare to stay put, so he went with the momentum and took a large step forward. Not far away, beside him, Xing Jingjing appeared and struggled to steady herself. Tap, tap, tap. In a few steps, Lu Chang was now at the edge of the arena. He borrowed some force to turn around and repositioned his stance. This time he was going to fight till the end. He needed to reduce the area he had to defend. I don't believe you can fly and attack me from behind. Xing Jingjing looked at him coldly. With no hesitation, she stepped towards him. The 2 hits earlier had stunned the spectators beyond words. Many could not believe their own eyes and were rubbing them to make sure they were not seeing things. At this moment, they finally realized that the tall, slender, and quiet girl was not easy to defeat. In fact, she was powerful enough to threaten the dark horse of this competition, the martial arts prodigy who won yesterday. Would she be another dark horse? What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Said Yan Shaoling, with her big round eyes glued to the screen, her hands subconsciously moving across the phone screen, sending messages. Whatever snacks she had in mind were all forgotten now. Yan Zhika pursed her lips tightly. She was worried but not panicking. She believed that Chang had more moves up his sleeves. He would not be cornered so easily. Before the competition, they had thoroughly discussed different methods and formed a strategy. So is he going to risk it and use that move? On the edge of the arena, Lu Chang kept the positions of his hands, defending his critical parts and holding his defense. His eyes were dark and deep. They were locked on Xing Jingjing's fast-moving body, trying to analyze and determine if they were real or fake. Bam! Suddenly, Xing Jingjing planted her both legs, lowered her waist and shoulders, striking out with a normal but powerful punch. Lu Cheng's center of balance shifted to one side, bringing his waist and back to one side, moving away to the right. He was just like a crab moving horizontally, always holding on to the edge of the arena. Bam! A fist appeared out of nowhere, landing somewhere near the left side of his ribs. Again, the force cracked through the air and went straight towards its target. Just at this moment, Lu Cheng's diaphragm sank. Once again, all his qi, spirit, and muscles contracted within him, freezing the surroundings. It was like he had become a human body Big Dan. Without surprise, Xing Jingjing felt a sense of emptiness around her fist. It did not feel like she had hit flesh and bones. Instead, it was like she had hit empty space. She was already prepared for it. Her knuckles gave off some force, turning her fingertips into bullets. They were ready to drill through muscles to crush his rib bones. This is the moment. Lu Cheng's irises contracted and suddenly the human body Big Dan exploded. The force flooded through and at the same time, he tried his best to hold his spirit, trying to visualize stormy rough waves. During the force concentration, due to the contraction of the mental stage, it was impossible to do any visualization. So, if he wanted to use the explosive force of the Dan stage to attack with core forces like the Frost Force and Meteor Force, he had to catch the tiny window of time after releasing the energy. At the same time, he had to quickly adjust his muscles and his inner organs. This was no easy feat. Hence, this is something that 8th pin or even 7th, 6th pin Dan stage fighters could not accomplish. It is only possible they attained an extraordinary level first. Only then could they lash out using core forces every move while releasing all the energy from their body. Even for Lu Chang it was the same. When he was mimicking the explosion of Dan stage, he only had time to make the thunderous Roar Zen move. But this time, he was not going to use the power of frost. He was just using this method to strengthen his own frost supernatural ability. The cold wind howled and the temperature fell. The huge flowing river had turned into ice. Everything was frozen. The cold currents within Lu Cheng's body started to transform into a large avalanche. The muscles on the left side of his ribcage started to swell suddenly, exposing dark green veins and blood vessels. It seemed to have become a small fist by itself, and it hit the 5 fingers that Xing Jingjing had thrown out. Having complete control over the force and strength around him meant that he could use any part of his body to attack. The only point to note was that the attacking power of his chest wasn't as strong as his hands and feet. Because of this, Lu Cheng aimed to trade an injury for victory. Through actual contact, by taking a small injury, he could gain a chance to channel the cold wave into Xing Jingjing's body. Then, the moment she was frozen, considering the standard of her actual skills, he no longer had anything to be afraid of. Bam! Xing Jingjing's finger reached into Lu Cheng's flesh, and the cold wave came gushing out. Sudden waves of ice washed over the ground. Xing Jingjing felt like she had descended in a land of snow and ice. The bitter coldness penetrated deep into her bones, making her unable to help shivering. She was so cold that she was forced to forget how to use her supernatural ability. Her figure faded quickly under Lu Cheng's gaze, before appearing at an angle deviating from her original location. In other words, even though she once again aimed her forward punch at his left rib, she was no longer leaning left behind, focusing on his middle. If Lu Cheng had counterattacked based on his earlier judgment, that little difference would have made him lose by 1,000 miles. Seeing this scene, Lu Cheng closed his eyes and stopped considering about the present situation. Based on their previous positions and the possibility of Xing Jingjing dodging, he stepped aside and lowered his center of gravity. His abdominal muscles and lateral fascia bulged, brushing against the air to make an abnormal sound. With a rumble, an avalanche broke down in Lu Cheng's mind. He thrust his right arm and penetrated the air with his fist, synchronizing with the sound earlier. It was as if he was unleashing a ferocious tiger that roared as it ran back into the woods, making the audience shaking with fear. Bang! His punch met human flesh, but he firmly restrained himself. Lu Cheng was calm and did nothing. He knew the force from this punch was beyond Xing Jingjing at the moment. In this ring, there was only one person who was capable of taking his hit. He opened his eyes and saw the referee intercepting his fist, as he had expected. Xing Jingjing's face was pale from the cold. The hair at her temples was in disarray due to the storm rising from the force of his punch. If no one stopped him, she would have been hit in the temple. The referee glanced at Lu Cheng's arm and withdrew his own. He then raised it again to make his announcement. Lu Cheng wins. Following the referee's line of sight, Lu Cheng noticed his arm was bleeding and soaking his torn martial suit. What a scene it was to be dyed red with blood. His strength had gradually returned to most parts of his body, but due to his nature and routine practices, his underrib was not as strong as his limbs. After countering Xing Jingjing's attacks with all his might, he was nevertheless bleeding from the wounds caused by her fingers. But thanks to him offsetting her strength earlier, only some minor injuries remained. His wounds were bloody, but they did not hurt badly. Lu Cheng subtly controlled his wounded muscles and fascia. In a split second, the bleeding stopped, leaving behind only marks of scabbed wounds. This was one of the abilities of the dance stage. We won, we won, we won. That scared the life out of me. Yen Shaoling, or user Eternal Nightfall, exhaled a long breath and wrote a quick post on the forum. Earlier, she thought she would be the first person ever to suffocate herself to death if Lu Cheng was still not winning. It really wasn't easy. That girl's supernatural ability seems strong. If she's not fighting Lu Cheng, she'd definitely be a dark horse. A horse that can defeat most seeds, said Unparalleled Dragon King admiringly. Brahmin sent a hopping emoji. My idol's the best at curing all defiance. Okamoto's fan showed up. I, Hu Han-san, am back. On this spring festival day. No, on this great day of Lu Cheng's victory. I'm gonna talk dirty to celebrate. I remember you. You're the fake driver. Yan Shaoling pointed out with an emoji of indignation. Brahman also shouted, I remember you too. Fight me after school ends. Unparalleled Dragon King said nothing, posting only a picture to show her distaste for the old driver. The picture showed an impassive character and 8 characters that read, Sex welcomes disasters. Cut it off for eternity. Chow Lele and others unclenched fists when they were not aware of clenching upon hearing the referee's announcement. The match that they thought would be simple turned out to be such a difficult one. It was short but perilous. Earlier, the camera covered the match from Lu Cheng's viewpoint, showing the effects of Xing Jingjing's supernatural ability. It was different from the audience's perspective, and they came to understand why Lu Cheng kept making misjudgments and was driven into a corner. Her supernatural ability was honestly terrifying. Worse, her ability was still the initial stage. If it kept evolving, would it be possible for her to rival the mighty ones of physical invulnerability in the Dark Sect and the Death Sect? The cameras were then switched and the focus turned on Lu Cheng's injuries, showing the audience his bloody wounds. Yan Zheka covered her mouth in shock and anxiously grabbed her phone. She knew Sister Jingjing would not hold back once in the ring. This was a show of respect to both Lu Cheng and martial arts. But she could not help grumbling. How dare she hurt Cheng? What was there to test? Without realizing it, she showed her bias for Lu Cheng. Qi Feng was also stunned. When she saw Lu Cheng stepping down from the ring and retrieving his phone from the supervisor, she gave him a call. Lu Cheng was about to text Yan Zheka to tell her not to worry, but before he could even unlock his phone, he saw his mom's call. How are your injuries? Qi Feng went straight to the point, attracting the attention of Lu Jisheng and Qi Yunfei, who looked on with concern. Lu Cheng chuckled. No big deal, just some minor injuries. It won't affect my performance in the coming matches. Qi Feng felt relieved, but she then frowned. Are all combats so dangerous? It seems that it's easy to get hurt. Mom, this is normal. It's just like cooking. You wouldn't stop cooking just because you get little cuts here and there, right? Lu Cheng gave an example in an attempt to reassure his mom. Of course, he was trying to downplay the severity of the situation. But since he had chosen this road, he did not want worry his family unnecessarily. Okay. Qi Feng nodded, both relieved and confused. With his phone in hand, Lu Cheng looked around him. Before Wu Wei could approach him for an interview, he spoke loudly on purpose. Mom, we'll talk later. I'm going to clean my wounds and put adhesive bandages on them in the clinic. He did not dare to mention that the clinic he was talking about was actually the emergency ward. He did not want to frighten his mom. With great strides, he slipped into the ward before Wu Wei could come close. The doctor on shift had also watched the broadcast, so he was long prepared to see Lu Cheng. The doctor smiled when he saw him. Take off your clothes. Lu Cheng obediently took off his clothes, leaving him naked from the waist up and revealing his scabbed wounds. He noticed 2 young nurses whispering among themselves while preparing the medicine. His physique is pretty good, right? I really want to have a touch. You perverted girl. I'm just saying. I have professional ethics. Lu Cheng burst out laughing, but he found it too embarrassing to continue eavesdropping. He took out his phone and began chatting with Yan Zheka. After the doctor cleaned his wounds, he took a selfie and sent to his girlfriend. Look, it's no big deal. It doesn't even affect how I use my strength. Besides, Dan's stage focused on the subtleties. His self-recovering and body refining were no longer on the same level in the past. Yan Zheka first looked at the picture, making sure Lu Cheng was not making up a white lie to reassure her. Her face then turned red and texted back, shy and a little mad. Pervert. Hooligan. He actually sent her a nude photo, even though it was just his upper body. But Cheng's physique was pretty nice. She had once shared a bed with Lu Cheng and even touched his abs, but she was too thin-skinned to actually take a closer look. When Gu Shuang met Xing Jingjing, she said a little uneasily, Sister Jingjing, you injured 'cause man. It was supposed to be just a test. She could have stopped at the critical moment. It's about respect. Xing Jingjing's response was brief. Fine, fine. Let it be. I can't figure out the thoughts of you martial arts maniacs. Gu Shuang fiddled with the hairs behind her ears and signed helplessly. Never mind about what happened in the ring. You should at least visit him after the match. You'll become closer in the future after all. She may not know anything about fighting, but she knew courtesy. Okay. Xing Jingjing did not refuse her suggestion. With her friend trailing behind her, Gu Shuang went into the emergency ward, where she saw that Lu Chang had already put on his martial arts suit again. She noticed he looked much better and was capable of free movement, as if his injuries were very light. She tugged at Xing Jingjing, indicating her to speak first. Are you all right? Xing Jingjing asked, her low voice tensing as she inched closer to her close friend. I'm fine. Just some minor injuries. I can fight another round, Lu Chang replied humorously. Sister Jingjing said you're indeed a skilled martial artist and that you've passed her test, Gu Shuang added with a smile. Xing Jingjing turned to her at once, silently questioning when she ever said those words. Gu Shuang secretly stuck out her tongue and winked at her. Since Xing Jingjing had lost, did it not mean he had passed her test? Gu Shuang was just interpreting what she was thinking. She chuckled. I haven't introduced myself, have I? I'm Gu Shuang, Ku's childhood friend. Ku mentions you often, Lu Chang replied politely. She must be talking bad things about me behind my back. Gu Shuang grumbled, but her eyes were smiling. That was true, but Lu Chang politely lied. No. She often praises you. This girl here was said to have the unique ability of attracting scumbags. She had since transformed into a player, but most guys she met were still scumbags. Ku often teased her about it. Liar! Gu Shuang looked like she was bursting with pride. That's because I don't have anything worth praising over. What a way to self-deprecate. Lu Chang had no idea how to respond to that, so he merely forced a smile. Gu Shuang glanced at Xing Jingjing, who was visibly uneasy, and waved. Since you're fine, we'll leave now. Let's meet when Ku reaches Gaofen. Hehe. This place is my homeland. She studied in a second-rate university in Gaofen. Her father had also shifted the operations of his business to the capital city.